we are back for segment 2 of our 24-hour live stream. We had to reset the link because Facebook limits you to an 8-hour live stream. And because we were going 24, that obviously won't work in one stream. So we had to cut it up into 3 different segments. Thank you all so much for tuning in, for watching, for engaging with us. All the great comments, all the great shout outs to local small businesses that we know and love. Also want to take a moment to thank our sponsors for making this possible. McGraw Capital Partners, McGrawCapitalPartners.com. They are a non-bank financer up in New York. Really cool people, helped out a ton of businesses since their founding. Absolutely fantastic, and they really are a huge believer in our vision. So thank you so much to McGraw Capital Partners. Exeva, thank you so much for donating that financial health check to our membership. It costs $1,000. Members can get it for free. Sign up for less than $40 a month. That's one of the benefits that you get as a McGraw Council member. Thank you, Exeva. Make sure to check them out. Give their Facebook page a like. That's exeva.com. Job Foreman. So we had a chance to hear from Jim Owens, aka the Minister of Fun. Job Fit Report. Big HR specialist. Again, another believer in our vision, everything that we are trying to do as that small business support center. Truly, thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate it. Their proprietary product, Job Fit Report, costs $600 retail. They're donating it to our membership for no cost. So anyone that signs up at less than $40 a month can claim that $600 value for free. Also want to continue to thank Merchant Masters. Thank you so much for believing in our vision and for supporting us, being a huge backer, and for everything that y'all do to keep us and our vision going. And Sprout Funding as well. GetSproutFunding.com, another non-bank alternative financing company. They partner with McGraw Capital frequently for creative financing. When a small business needs cash for a very unique situation, they partner up and really are a huge advocate for small business. Thank you so much for your support. And then lastly, if you want to help that small business community too, you can do so in 3 easy ways and more. Number 1, like this feed, share it on your Facebook page. Number 2, tag a small business that you know and love. Say thank you, we love you, and we support you, and we have your back. That small business community has always been there for us when we call for them for help, whether it be raising funds for a nonprofit or responding to a community disaster. Those small businesses have always been there, and we need to be there for them. Now, the number 3, sign up as a platinum member. Less than $40 a month. Not only do the small businesses that sign up get massive benefit from it, but it also helps us sustain a small business grant program. That grant program will allow us to go to these small businesses when they need it most and help them in the way they need it most. So 3 easy ways. Sign up as a platinum member. Share the Facebook live video to your social media feed, and tag a small business that you know and love. So thank you. We love you. Please support you. Let me get our banner back up at the bottom so everyone knows how they can join the McGraw Council, how easy it is. It's a super easy process. All you have to do is go to the website, www.themcgrawcouncil.com, click Join the Council, and then you'll be able to sign up as a platinum member and see all the benefits you get. It's that financial health check, it's the coaching, it's the consulting donated to you for free. On top of that, you get 24/7 access to our virtual reality platform where we host various learning seminars, networking events, connectivity to small businesses nationwide. Get to connect businesses on the West Coast to those on the East Coast, from those up in Idaho and Wisconsin to those far south as Florida and Texas. Steve, we are at 7 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, John, help me out with this. How do I start a watch party for this?
Okay, so we're going through a little Facebook. We're going to be the Facebook app here. So what you'll do,
I'm looking at us right now on here.
Okay, so let me see here.
So I'm live now.
Okay, so go to your page.
Okay, I'm going to go to my page.
And your screen should look something like this. You see those options?
I have photos, music, did you know?
So what you want to do is scroll down a little bit more, then click where it says what's on your mind.
Okay, bear with me a minute. Okay.
You'll click that. And then what's on your mind. And then as you open that, scroll down and you'll see a little
party. There you go.
Exactly. Then you'll go to live and type in the McGraw Council.
Okay, hold on. I got to start this again. I'm just sorry. I'm just not as good at this as you.
You are good. You are good.
What's on your mind? Live watch party or live video?
Go to live. So you'll click watch party.
Okay.
And then on the top,
Oh.
you should see a little scroll thing that says live.
Yes, I got that. And there
And
it
then-
is.
And then,
24-hour live stream.
mhm.
It says added to queue
Yep, perfect. Then you'll press done.
and then post.
And then you'll type in a little description. So I'm saying segment 2 of our 24-hour live stream.
Okay, I got you. So,
Posted.
okay.
Perfect. My watch party is getting ready to come on in. And there we go. My watch party is live.
All right, there. And I had to mute it, of course. Sorry about that to everybody watching that I was so boring, but I don't know. It's funny. I was so involved in technology when it first came out, and I understood all this stuff intimately. Back in the 90s, when I was running CIA, my partners and I talked about genetic algorithms and artificial intelligence and neural nets. But now when it comes to using Facebook, I'm like, what? I don't know. Oh,
Well,
what do you do?
I think that's the other really fun thing to evaluate too. You joked about technology when it first came out. Technology, I don't view technology as coming out. I view it as changing and evolving. It's a continuum.
It's mine 30 years ago when I was writing about it, John. It was brand new.
There were certain technologies, but technology as a whole, I know the word you don't like, holistic, but it's continually evolving and changing.
Well, that's true. I mean, Moore's Law was out a long time ago.
Welcome to technology. It changes so fast. I mean, again, we talk about all the long too. We got time, information.
But I go back, John, when the first computers I worked with, we had the 8-inch floppy disks. I mean, a 5 megabyte hard drive was about yay big. And it was a big deal to have 5 megabytes of storage. And let's not forget the Apollo 11 spaceship that went to the moon. I think its total capacity was 64K. So
I tell you, going back to those early days, even something as little as a cell phone, I don't know how business culture managed to get along with that, or without email. I don't know how it was done.
Let me tell you how it was done. I'll tell you a quick true story about my dad. So my dad, and I rest his soul, he passed away years ago, but he was the best businessman I've ever known. He one time back in the late 70s, early 80s, bought his secretary a word processor. He came to her about 6 months later and said, so you got this word processor. You're more effective than your typewriter. And she looked at him and she said, Chuck, not really. And he said, well, how can that be? You can edit it so much faster. And she said, well, before I had this thing, when you guys gave me letters to type, they were thoughtful and complete. Now you guys hand me junk and expect me to edit it. That's kind of technology. Before we had cell phones and emails, we were just more thoughtful. We just did things a little more, I don't know, basic.
Well, again, to your point about the whole change, another one I really love to talk about is that consumer mindset, customer preference. Everything has to be delivered so fast now. It's insane.
Say hello to Monica, who just came in, my brother's wife.
Oh, fantastic. Excellent. Hello, Monica. Talk about consumer preferences, so on and so forth. It's absolutely incredible how short that opportunity window is to grab and hold someone's attention. I think the average attention span, is at like 15 seconds now.
It's not even that. It's a second and a half or something goofy. I mean, and it shortens all the time. I go back, if you look at old movies, go watch Casablanca. The scene lengths are like 5 minutes. As you've come forward in life, those scene lengths shrink and shrink and shrink to now the average scene length is like 5 seconds. That's our attention spans. They just keep coming down. And that's where TikTok and all these things don't help, because we're enforced or reinforced with this instantaneous, show me 10 seconds, show me 5 seconds. And is that good? I don't know. When was the last time somebody read a book? That takes a lot of concentration. And
again, this is the part that I love talking small business. Regardless of whether or not it's good, bad, or indifferent, the fact is that's where we're at. So what does the small business community, what does that small business need to do to capitalize and act upon that knowledge? Saying, hey, I've got about 10, 15 seconds to capture my customer or prospect's attention, and then to really put a good, strong hook in there to hold it, and then to bring them into where I can actually have a conversation with them. That's the pragmatic approach with the McGraw Council that I love. It's, yes, theoretical, theory, yes, so on and so forth, but it's that next level to where it's, okay, here's what we know, here's where we're at, what do we need to do to act on it to really capitalize on that which we know?
Yeah. And John, I want to real quick, since you've just relaunched the video, for those who are just joining, we are watching the 24-hour Standing for Small Business Marathon. We're in hour number 7. We began at 8 a.m. this morning. We're going to run straight through till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We are standing for small business. We're not just raising awareness, but we're building membership, allowing the small businesses to get access to tools and resources with great value for $39 a month. If you haven't joined yet, you need to go to the McGraw-Council.com and join us. It's $39 a month, for which you receive about $2,000 in real services, not fluff, but real services, including the job fit analysis, business assessments, John, I'm losing my head here.
I was going to say, so technically it's actually closer to $4,000 because you have the $2,000 coaching session, the $1,000 financial health check, the $600 job performance report, the donated consulting hours, the financing rebates that McGraw Capital is contributing. And
it's all very real. And so if you haven't joined, do so. If you know somebody starting a small business, please share this video with them. They cannot and should not start a business in the United States without first becoming a member of the council. How many times today have we heard the people in the business community say, I wish I'd have known about you? Well, now they can know about us. Share this video, send it out coast to coast.
So true. And I think it's so true. So true. And I think that's another quick point to cover too. For the small business that's doing well, that's growing, but they know someone who's struggling, can you gift a membership? Absolutely. All you have to do is put in.
What a great idea, John. How about a Christmas gift, birthday gift, Valentine's gift for your business? There's all kinds of just gift the thing. It's a wonderful, wonderful tool. Sorry, you got me excited.
No, absolutely. It's true though. And again, we have the passion about it because we've seen it work. I talk to small businesses every day from across the country. I get to really get to know them, what they're dealing with, what their challenges are, what information they need, what education they need, and what resources they need. And again, it's all, I have such fun with it because there are always answers. There are always solutions to those different challenges, to those different obstacles. And it's so rewarding when you have a small business that says, hey, I got a real challenge with X, Y, Z here. What do I need to do? When we can then connect them with the resource that says, you know what? You don't have a financial plan. We're going to put you in touch with this firm who's going to create one for you for free at no cost. Or it's, okay, COVID turned my business upside down. I got to digitalize fast. We're going to connect you with a company out in California who's going to teach you how to do that step by step.
For real.
Yep. And no, I talk about this all the time, but our seminars that we host weekly, it's not book knowledge. Let me give you an example. We had a really cool speaker who'll be joining us later today, actually in a few hours, presented on virtual ethics and the different components that you need to be aware of in that whole realm. At the end of it, he has this summary where he's like, okay, you've learned a lot. I've shared a lot of information with you. Here's what you need to do to capitalize and implement what you learned. So no longer is this just an idea or just a fact that you can't use. It's here's the fact, here's what we know, here's how you use those facts, here's how you implement those facts into your business. And that's where it gets really fun because you're talking virtual ethics, you're talking implementing servant leadership, which again is a topic we'll talk about later as well. It's something that I studied a lot.
I have the 33 laws of stewardship literally sitting right over here because I look at them every day. By the way, I just sent you a text. There's no need. We are talking to each other. I ask if you forwarded this link to everybody you knew.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Good. So everybody watching today, send a link of this, copy it out of Facebook, go to YouTube if you need the URL. It's up on, we've shared it on LinkedIn. We've shared it on Facebook. Let's share it everywhere. Let's get 10,000 people to call John Michael. Wait, your phone number's not up there anymore.
You want me to put it back for a little bit?
Yeah, John Michael's put his personal cell phone up there. We need to have 10,000 people text him, call him, reach out to him because we are looking for 1,500 members during our marathon here. Those 1,500 members allow the council to do the kind of donor work it needs to do with small businesses affected by natural disaster, by the riots, by whatever civil disobedience has caused it. We need to stand for the small business. We need to help advocate for them on the $15 an hour minimum wage, the fight against 1099 employment, the fight against franchise employment. We need your help to help us advocate, educate, and build community.
It's so true. It's so true that those small businesses have always been there for us. Whenever we have a fundraiser for a nonprofit, whenever we are raising money for a cause that we care about, we immediately call those small business owners and say, hey, we need help. Can you help contribute here, please? Those small businesses need you right now. Those small businesses need us. That's why the McGraw Council exists. We are that support system. We are that emergency help button that small business hits when they have a question that they need to be answered, that they can't figure out, when they have something come up that they can't resolve on their own. They can hit that emergency help button, and we'll be there right at their side to help them get through it. Again,
because people can't tell, but we're both standing here. We're standing for small business.
Exactly.
I mean, this isn't like we're sitting down relaxing. We're actually paying a little bit of a price here.
You think we're paying a price now? We got another 16 hours of this.
Believe me, I'm conscious of that. It's going to get fun around 2 or 3 in the morning, guys, because my legs are going to get rubbery and my brain is going to shut down. But other than that, we have had people come on presenting new ideas in human resource management, new ideas in financial accounting, new ideas in business coaching, new ideas in all kinds of things to say, if you're a small business and you need help, join today. Again, the McGrawCouncil.com, click on that platinum membership. We'll introduce you to our virtual office space where you might find a virtual home. We've got so much going on, and John Michael has put together this 24 hours to stand for small business to promote this idea, to get the word out. So we urge you, share it on Facebook, share it on LinkedIn, share it on Instagram, share it wherever you can so we can get 10,000 people to call John Michael on that cell phone.
The more small businesses we
I'm just looking forward to that.
I'm going to have fun taking every one of those calls. I'm passionate about helping others. I'm passionate about serving them, helping them figure out what they need to do, what that next step needs to be. Again,
forgive me for turning my back, by the way. I have to open my window. It's hot in here.
Got to get a little for that 20-degree fresh air up there in Chicago.
Exactly.
I love it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, we're waiting for our next guest, but I do want to talk about good fresh air. Nothing like I might have to open my window later on.
Yeah, your fresh air is 50. Mine's 20, but it still feels good.
It's so difficult out here in Texas. It's sunny. It's 50 degrees. It's brutal.
Yeah, we have 6 inches of snow on the ground.
That's kind of cool, right? You got a bit silver lining.
Right? We're the Midwestern work ethic. We work sun up to sundown because in the summertime, that means you work 7 to 9 at night. In the winter, it means you work like 8 to 4.
It's funny you say that. It just brings to mind that everything that contractors have to deal with. It's something that hits home for me. Roy was on earlier, talked a lot about contractors. We got some time for our next guest. Let's talk a little bit about that 1099 argument. We'll talk about it again later tonight. But what is this deal with the 1099 thing?
This started in California, and the whole thing is when you have a 1099 employee, you don't pay workman's comp. That's really what drove it. The workman's comp system said all these 1099 employees are costing us money. Mm-hmm. So we want to outlaw 1099. The fact is these are W-2 employees, not 1099. Well, okay, so they did this, but there were 2 groups that came out vocally against it. First was Uber, who said, if you do this, we're out of business.
Yeah.
The second were the musicians. Picture a musician going up to do a one-night concert or one-night band thing. They don't W-2 their backup musicians. They're 1099s. They use them for one night. What the state of California was going for is to have them a W-2 employee, which means you got to go through all the payroll setup and all the rest for a one-night stand. It's stupid. But that is a push because workman's comp systems around the country are broken.
Massively broken. I got a quick reply here to a comment because we had Kenny commented on YouTube. Hard work and invest into your own business, work long hours and turn money back into the business to make it grow. And lastly, he said they have a foot of snow up in Wisconsin.
Well, that's good. In fact, I think that I know some people, who are heading up to Wisconsin pretty soon. I hope they enjoy the snow.
Indeed. But yeah, back to the whole 1099 conversation.
Yeah, going back, what you have, and this is it all ties into one big mess if you look at it. The $15 an hour minimum wage will not affect the big. It won't affect McDonald's. It won't affect Walmart. It won't affect Home Depot.
No.
The fact is they can, A, afford to pay it. B, they can afford to replace those workers. Who it affects is the small guy. The intent might be good, but the unintended consequence is you're going after the small guy. Now, the same thing's happening on the 1099. The 1099s aren't going to hurt the big guys. Nope. It's going to hurt the band. It's going to hurt the snowplow company. It's going to hurt the landscaper. It's going to hurt the people that we keep saying, we want to help you. We want to help you. When every legislative prerogative they have hurts those people.
Talk about 1099s. Let's just go over a few of the businesses that are kind of built on that 1099 model, which again, operating legally means they're using their own equipment, doing it the way they seem fit, very much like a contract.
And they're under their own time schedule. They don't go into the other guy's office always. Take a salesman. They are typically 1099 because they're straight commission. They operate on their own schedules. They do their own thing. They just generate a sale. If you take the entire sales world and force it to be W-2, guess what's going to happen? A lot less salespeople.
You kill it. Well, how about that construction company that has to outsource different components of its business?
They can't operate. This is literally a death knell for these companies. Again, transportation companies, nurseries, landscapers, construction, all of these businesses that say we need temporary work or we need contract work. We don't need a W-2 employee. We need somebody who comes and goes kind of on their own, but they get this job done.
So let me ask you this then. Let's paint a hypothetical situation. Let's look at that small business IT company that provides a service to a little bit bigger small business that doesn't have enough to do it in-house, so they have to outsource it. Is that not a 1099?
Not according to the legislation that California was trying to put across.
So they are literally mandating that the small business hiring that IT firm would bring it in-house as a W-2 and basically take a customer away from that IT company.
That's correct.
It's
absolutely
psychotic.
I go back. Let's look at the three things we've talked about with people today. You have the 1099 issue, the $15 minimum wage. Let's talk about the franchise issue.
Oh my goodness.
The problem the government has with the franchises is they're now taxing 500 small businesses. They don't want to do that. They want to tax one big business. So they're making the argument that these people are employees of the parent company because the parent company tells them what to do. The parent company tells them when to do it, how to do it, why to do it. So they're employees.
It's absolutely nuts. I mean, the franchise argument I'll talk more about in a minute. The 1099 just hits home for me so personally because I do a lot of business networking through the McGraw Council, through other groups. The 1099 format is essential to small business. Taking that away is basically saying, here's your economy. You're going to have big business at that little sliver at the top that has big money, but little, small in terms of volume of the industries, so to speak. And that big chunk, that really big chunk of small business, taking away the 1099 swipes that all out. It kills that small business economy. It kills that small business. That
John, go back to who the heck cares? Who cares? Because if you go to the halls of the state houses or the halls of Washington, who's lobbying? It's not small business. It's the big guys. And they're saying, you know what? Give us $15 minimum wage. It puts the small guy out of business. We lose competition. Do it.
And that's, again,
wipe out the 1099. We're fine with that. Wipes out my competition.
Exactly. That's where the small business owner, we're busy running our lives. We're busy running our businesses. We don't have time to sustain it. We don't have time to go down to our capital. I mean, Texas is a big state. It takes me 3.5 hours just to drive to Austin, which is our state capital. We're currently in our legislative session. I don't have time to wheels up and on a whim go down and say, you know what, I need to go speak on this. That small business.
They run their businesses 12 hours a day. They try to spend time with their families. So they go to NFIB, they go to the chamber, and they try to get it done. But there is no one who has said, we're going to give you that advocation. We're going to give you the education. We're going to give you the tools, and we're going to give you the community. Mm-hmm. That's what the council's all about.
And real quick, too, to your earlier point, Kenny replied on YouTube. He said, we will lose our part-timers if they push the $15 an hour. The small mom and pop shops like ours will close. And again, this goes back to our earlier point, why we have the McGraw Council going. We have got to bring all these millions of small businesses together because we need to be able to say, as a small business, I am telling y'all, if you push this through, you are killing me. That's why we built the McGraw Council.
You get 1 million, 2 million, 3 million small businesses working with us. They want to push that. We'll show them what it looks like when we shut down. We'll do a little shutdown holiday of our own, and their taxes will go to nothing. Don't listen.
It's so true. Our economy, our way of life as we know it, cannot sustain without that small business because
it's not a political issue. And that's why as a not-for-profit, we're not talking Republican versus Democrat or anything else. We're talking about policies that demonstrably will hurt these people. When you put the 1099 together with the minimum wage, together with the way they're doing healthcare, which is going to crush the small business owner, it already did, because they took my health insurance went from $800 a month to $2,300 a month.
It's absolutely insane. And again,
that was the Affordable Care Act's effect on me. Do you know what that does to normal small businesses? It crushes them.
We heard it from Kenny himself.
We're going to get involved in that.
We heard it from Kenny himself. If we go $15 an hour for minimum wage, it kills their business. They lose part-timers and they will close. That's where the rubber meets the road scenario. We want to publish and broadcast as loud and far as we possibly can to say, hey, if you make that call, here is what will happen. And by the way, when that small business up in Wisconsin closes, that's not good for anyone up there. They just lost a valuable business that was creating value. People just lost jobs. The government there just lost a sales tax source. I don't recall the property tax.
The employment taxes and the unemployment tax, all the other taxes. This
lose value.
Help anybody.
No, it doesn't. All you do is increase the cost of doing business. And in so doing, one of two things happens. Number one, the business can't afford it and the business goes under. Number two, the business compensates by raising prices, and then the consumer can't afford it. And again, we're back to that negative economic spiral, that the issue that was pursued to resolve by putting the improper solution in, it ended up creating a bigger problem than that which already existed. And you create this negative downward economic death spiral.
Unintentionally, because I would argue that if we sat down with one of the most progressive people in the world, the goals they have are similar to what we have. We want good, like we said earlier today, we want good healthcare. We want good education. We want senior care. We want these things too. The question is, how do you get there? The small business community would say, give us more freedom, give us more liberty, give us less regulation. Let us build our businesses in a free economy. I've got a guy I know firsthand in California who bought a building. So his building's right here. The city of, he was outside of San Francisco. I forget, it might have been Oakland. The city came to him and said, we want you to buy this building. It's right next to him. So he bought it. There was a door at the top that came over to the other building. But he has people working back here. So he said, I'm going to cut a door in from those two buildings. The city came back to him and made him undo that, lest he pay like a $10,000 a day fine, because these were different mail codes and he couldn't connect the buildings.
After they asked him to buy it.
It's insanity. But you wonder who pays that price? It's the small business. It's the small business employees. We ought to have them joining, because if your job is predicated on your small business, you bloody well better know they need this stuff. We've got it, with COVID. I got a friend of mine who runs a copier service company up here. He literally shut down because the government said, you're not essential. This was a multi-million-dollar company. They said, poof, you're gone. We have a client in Kentucky. They make wood products. The government came into them and said, you're not essential. Whoa. His family's now out of work. His family's bankrupted. His customers are gone. His vendors are shot. But for what reason? Because he's not essential. We need
arbitrarily defined. I mean, real quick, Kenny, I love you. Thank you so much for putting up these comments. So he's got another one. We were talking earlier about the ability of a small business. Kenny says,
okay, just want to wait for her.
Kenny says he has to pay 7 different taxes to pay for employees. 7 different taxes. And that's, again, part of the whole small business mindset that many people have no conception of. It takes so much to launch a business, and then again, so much to sustain it and keep it going. It's not an easy path. It's not like, we were joking about it earlier. Oh, you're a small business owner, you must be swimming in cash. If only it was that easy. It takes so much dedication, so much extra just to get to the business to a point.
Again, we're on a topic that could carry us through till 8 a.m. tomorrow. You're looking at tax schemes that say if you make over $400,000 a year, you're rich, and therefore we're going to hit you with our maximum tax bracket. Do you know who most of those people are? Small farmers.
Yep.
Small business people. So the small business person's business, which is taxed him, makes $600,000. He's paying now on that extra couple $100,000. That's like 39% tax. What happens there? He doesn't have the capital to hire somebody. He doesn't have the capital to build a new plant, to get a new office, to do a new marketing program. They're taking money away from the very engine that drives the economy. Why do they do it? Because there's not enough money at the top. You could tax the top, 1,000 people 100% of their wealth. It wouldn't do anything. The money's all in that bubble in the American middle, right? From roughly 50,000, maybe 75 on the bottom, up to about 600.
And again, that's the
where
whole
the money is.
That's the whole economic thing. If you were to put in a massive tax on the upper like that, they're business people. They understand money. They go somewhere else, and then you get zero from that, and then you're totally screwed.
You got it.
And that's why you have to let the free market roll.
Dividends as normal income. Who does that hurt? It doesn't hurt rich people. It hurts the people who are retired, who now live off their pensions or their IRAs and their dividends. That's who it hurts. But they've got a program going on here in Illinois now. They want to tax retirement benefits. Why do they want to do that? Because the public employee pensions are broke, so the public employees' retirements are risk. So they're going to tax this IRA or 401k and give it to this guy.
It's so true.
They wonder why people are upset. That'll do it.
It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
Anyway, I go off and I get going. You like wind me up.
It's stuff that people need to know about. If it's okay, we got about 10 minutes here. I want to upload a short podcast clip that we've done. Great. Michael Smith joined us in the past on a podcast and talked about those 3 tips that we mentioned earlier. But I think those listening would really get some good insights out of it. So let me pull it up here. Let me upload this baby. Short 10-minute clip, but really, really good. And again, I'm going to quick summarize it for you now so you can really pay attention and listen into it. He's going to be talking about, let me see here. Where's my sheets? It's going to be mindset, taking control of your mind, taking control of your day, and knowing yourself honestly. You got to be honest. We talked about it earlier a ton.
Time to get a cup of coffee.
Hey, you do that. You do that. About ready to upload this video. It's going to take just a moment because it takes just a little bit of time to upload 10-minute video at a time.
But chat does.
Exactly. We got time for
it. Markets took a pretty big hit today. I think they're finally dissecting what's going on. Markets don't like instability, and there's a lot of instability right now going on at the highest levels.
No, really?
Is that a surprise? Is it?
It's a shocker. What do you see kind of as we're waiting for this? As we
were down about 2.6% today, which is a pretty big drop.
Dang, that one hurts. 2.6%. That's a tough one to swallow. Where do you see things kind of going for the next couple of weeks?
On the market?
Yeah.
Choppy, this kind of thing. It'll go back up. It'll go back down because I think the markets are waiting for what really happens. They're negative right now because they don't think the stimulus bill is going to happen.
Yeah, that's the last thing.
Latest GDP forecast for this early 21 are like 5% growth because we're still rebounding out of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the argument is, why would you put stimulus into that? It's not needed. It's just a waste of money. And so you have a lot of the Republican side going, we're not doing this bill. It bails out the failed states. It bails out people who shouldn't be bailed out. And the people don't really need the stimulus because the economy's booming. So there's argument. That's what's causing the market fritz today.
Oh, hopefully it all gets resolved quickly because that's the last thing the poor small business owner needs, having their supply costs, their production costs get all jacked with. Next thing you know is it's unpredictable, so on and so forth.
That's right.
Okay, we got this video uploaded. Y'all enjoy. It's got 3 tips for small business owners. Stay tuned, and we'll be back on the other side. Be comfortable, so to speak. The moment you get comfortable and content, you better really, really watch out because there is someone out there who is just as motivated, if not more so, just as hungry, if not more so, doing what you do or something similar to it. And if you let them, they're going to catch up and overtake you. It's one of the tough things about a free market. The cream rises to the top, and those that can't adapt, it's going to be really, really difficult. You can't. Yeah, exactly. You can't stop investing in yourself. You can't stop improving. Even when we all hit that moment where it's like we feel like we're there. Yes, stop and smell the roses. Enjoy the journey. Don't get me wrong. But that's not the end destination. You have to keep pushing forward. Otherwise, it disappears.
Couldn't agree more.
So, Mr. Michael Smith, in your extensive and diverse career, we've had a really, really good discussion. Thank you again. If you were to have 3 suggestions for business owners across the U.S., 3 tips, so to speak, what would you tell them to start doing today based on what you've learned?
I love that. Thank you. That's a great idea. The first one I'm going to say is take control of your mind. That's imperative. You got to take control of your mind. You got to take control of your mindset. That however you accomplish that, I happen to follow a very consistent start to my day that actually puts me in the right mindset and sets the tone for the rest of the day. And not only sets the tone for me, but it sets the tone for my people, my staff.
Right.
And if you go to a customer's house who's having a really, really bad day, but you've already set the tone and taken control of your mind, then that's going to bleed off into them. They're going to see that, and they're going to start believing that, hey, oh my gosh, these people are so positive. They're so eager to help. Maybe today's not as bad as it seems, and that's huge. And it's all about power, positive thinking. Your mindset. You might get kicked in the teeth, but it's your character is going to show us how you get back up.
Exactly.
And how you react to that. So, we can't control what happens to us, but we can control how we react to that. And that's
Amen.
Taking control of your mind. So take control of your mind would probably be key number one. Along that thought would be take control of your day. And I struggled so much with that because, I'm in a reactive business anyway. And it's hard, but I've actually done a so much better job. I don't miss my morning thing at all. I just don't. That's that's imperative that I do that every day. So take control of your day would be along the same lines as taking control of your mind. How are you going to take control of the day? Okay, well, one, there are certain things that I'm going to do every day. I know I'm going to read for 20 minutes every day. I know I'm going to write for 5 minutes every day. I know I'm going to meditate. I'm going to go over my affirmations. I'm going to have my visualization block. I exercise every day. I take care of myself. And if you're saying, I just don't have enough time in the day, it's because you're just not making time. That's not. There's 24 hours, you block the time. That's as simple as that.
Cold hard truth right there.
And that goes for everything. It's like, trust me, accounting, oh my gosh, I'd rather catch myself on fire than do accounting. But it's got to be done. I need to understand where my business is at, at least once a week, so, I've got to do the little piddly stuff I don't want to do. And, that may be, hey, I blocked an hour a day for prospecting, and, I've got to have X amount of touches today, and I've got an hour. I'm going to make that happen. So I block my time, and that taking control of your day, a lot of times means maybe forwarding your phone to your office manager, shutting your email down.
Yep.
Whatever you got to do to make sure that you've got those things done. I kind of took some takeaways from some other books, and I've got my 3 mitts, my most important tasks of the day. I block time for those every day. And, just take control. Just make sure that your day doesn't get away. And it's easy to do in my industry. It's like, hey, we got a call.
Imagine.
We got a flood. Oh my gosh. Hey, everybody, all hands on deck. We got to go deal with this flood. Or, something happens and, I have to go do something else. But at the end of the day, there's certain things that have to be done every day. And, you need to make sure that you're taking control of your day and not letting it control you, because it will do that. And
yes.
If it's certain things that, it's like, well, I can put this off till tomorrow. Like, if I don't get the accounting done today, if I do it tomorrow, it's okay. But, why? Is it because I'm procrastinating and not taking control of my day? Not as I want to do it, or is it because, John Beeman's house blew up and he's got sewage running through it, and I got to go take care of it. You know?
Very
Which, if
different
that's the
situation.
case, that's the case. But I can understand that. But if you're just putting it off because you don't want to do it, and that's not taking control of your day.
Exactly.
That's basically procrastination. And I think the last one goes into leadership. Be honest with yourself and look at yourself and do some self-evaluation. Do a leadership chart or something to figure out where your strengths and weaknesses are, because at the end of the day, I mean, you're kind of limited by your abilities if you're the number one person. And there's an old saying I always loved: if you're the smartest person in your company, then your company's in trouble. And I love that saying because I mean, I'm really good at certain things, but there's some things that I'm not, and actually being, and that's really hard for me, John. That's always been really hard for me to admit, because I'm pretty sure I'm good at everything, and there's nothing I can't do. I just don't, except maybe give birth. But I just don't. My mind doesn't work that way. I'm like, well, if it can be done, I can do it. But sometimes you just got to say, okay, I'm not good at this, or I'm not great. If you're not average, if you're average or below average at something, you need to identify that and say, okay, I'm not good at this. Who can I leverage that's good at this? Because we're all different. I mean, there's people out there that are good at things you're not, and that's okay.
Absolutely.
Those are the people that you need to be either hiring or subcontracting out, or whatever you need to do.
Partnering with.
Yes, absolutely. So, don't try to be everything to everybody. Just identify your weaknesses and bring in people that are going to compliment you. Because if you're able to do that, and it's the same concept as investing. You're compounding that interest. You're going to basically take their skill set, and it's going to make you take leaps forward. And I think that's a very, very big thing. We talked about the law of the lid a little bit ago. If you're kind of limited to here, but if I hire, my office manager who's really good at what she does, then that's going to free me up from the stuff that I'm not good at, but I'm muddling through, to do something different. And that also goes into, knowing your worth. I mean, you talk about knowing your worth. Well, what's my time worth?
Exactly. You can put a number on that. Yeah.
I mean, if I can hire somebody for, $20 an hour to do X, Y, and Z, but my time's worth, $200 an hour, whatever it is. I mean,
you've got your financial
really,
ratio then.
Right,
you've got that measurable formula.
Right. So you're being smart with your time if you're doing, menial accounting entry when you've got somebody that can do it. Because one, for whatever reason, either you don't want to give up control or whatever. So yeah, I'd say that would probably be the third one, to be identifying your strengths and weaknesses, and just finding people that can complement you to take you to that next level, and let you be a better you, and let your business be a better business.
It's huge. It's hugely important. Michael, I cannot thank you enough for your time. Thank you so much for coming on here, for sharing the life story, and for sharing the 3 tips, so to speak. There are a lot of people who will benefit. I've benefited as well personally. I can tell you there are a few things that I need to take more control of in my day. So thank you very much for making time today. I always enjoy the time that we have.
Well, I appreciate your time, John. That's always a pleasure, my friend.
I'll have to do it again soon. You take care and stay safe.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Alrighty, that was our podcast clip from the podcast we had with Mr. Michael Smith, small business owner. Hope you enjoyed it as much as that. It's always good stuff. Next up, we have our guest all lined up, Mr. Jim Aremka from up in Illinois. We're adding you to the broadcast studio. Testing. Can you hear us?
I sure can. How are you doing, John?
Doing well, thanks. How are you doing, Jim?
Welcome to the
Doing
program.
great.
After what have we been on, 7.5 hours now? It's still going strong.
Very good. You guys are doing awesome.
Thank you. Appreciate it. How are things going up in Illinois with Merchant Masters and the small business environment up there?
Everything's going real well out here. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure being on your show today. So again, thank you for inviting me.
Oh,
So yeah, I can give you a
absolutely.
little insight on a couple small businesses I talked to over the last couple days. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone to join me. I had one person that was camera shy, a couple people that were just away. So, but I'm here.
That's okay. Well, hey, thanks. Please tell us about those small businesses. What's going on?
Sure, absolutely. Merchant Master works with a good 150 different businesses out there. It's a variety of shops that we work with, from anywhere from landscapers to auto repair. We have funeral homes, nail salons, hair salons, etc. So I'll give you just a sample of three. So one is actually a landscaper. It's called SS Landscape. She's over in Antioch, Illinois. Not only is she a client of mine, but I also purchase all kinds of landscape from her. She has a great little business, family owned. It's her and her husband and their two daughters. So they've been in business, about 25 plus years. So this last year, of course, what was very challenging with COVID and everything. One thing that helped them out a lot is they were able to have a terminal that they were able to take to people's cars so they could do transactions. So no one had to go physically in the shop, so they could just order, pick up, and they also deliver as well. So yeah, so she's doing quite well. Her biggest issue is she has a Home Depot that's close by. So as you can imagine, the different supplies that she sells, etc. She has that big issue with some people still purchasing at those larger box shops. But overall, her key is her customer service, and her pricing. So she unfortunately has to keep prices pretty consistent to deal with those stores. But boy, if you have time, anyone in the area of Antioch, Illinois, go to SS Landscape. What a pleasure to work with her.
I really love hearing about those small businesses that have been around for so long. They found a way to not only survive but thrive. It's kind of funny. There's this small business down here in Garland, Texas called Rowlett Florist, and it is a super cool little store. And they've been around literally for like 50 years now. And it's so cool to see people working hard to achieve their dream and then actually making it a reality.
Exactly. So another company I work with.
I am listening to. I'm inviting people to join us.
Oh, excellent. Thanks, Steve. So there's a small Mexican restaurant called Taqueria El Charro. They're in Waukegan off of Washington Street. They have an amazing menu, great food. I've eaten there several times. They've been in business about 7 years or so not too long. Again, family owned. One thing, their food is always consistent, which is always great. I mean, it's just delicious. It's priced well, priced great, actually. And you get the smiles of all the workers there. So COVID was interesting for them last year. They obviously struggled a little bit because they weren't able to have, 30, 40 people indoors.
Right.
But the one thing that people did, because they were such loyal customers, is they ordered. They took so many phone orders. So their business went down, but not tremendously like a couple of other restaurants that I have. So again, just depending on the size of the business, location maybe, and again, being a newer business, I was amazed at how well they were able to hold up and survive during the economy.
It's really interesting. The businesses that accepted the situation for what it was and said, I don't like it at all. I don't like anything about it, but we've got to find a way to adapt. That was one of those keywords of 2020. We got to find a way to pivot. And again, that's
John, where that really, and again, Illinois is one of the 3 states that's really bad. So it's hard to look at us as an example of anything. But one of the problems you have, like here in St. Charles, a third of the businesses took extraordinary measures to stay open during the winter by putting in either the igloos that they do or a fully encompassed, gas heated area.
Yep.
2/3 of them didn't do it, but stayed open anyway, because they just said we're going to go out of business if we don't. The shame is that those others had to spend that money for nothing. They could have just stayed open too.
Exactly. And that's get into the rule of law discussion. It's like, dang, you get into a really dangerous precedent now where you have a law and no one's following it. It's like,
you got it. And as much as I'm one of those who went out, what are you teaching kids? Well, you don't follow it if you don't like it. That's to your point, it's a dangerous precedent.
Very dangerous. Very dangerous.
Jim, you also have some convention halls that are conference halls that are clients or were clients. Are they still even in business?
Steve, that was actually the next person I was going to talk about. So this other banquet hall, it's called Bobeck's Signature Events. It's in Seven Bridges or Woodbridge, Illinois. Chris is the owner there. It is a family-owned business as well. His mom started the business years ago. They've been around probably 40 years or so. So a lot of people go there. Great hall, etc. 2020 was crippling for them. They are still in business. One thing they had to do, Steve and John, is and what they did, and I give them a lot of credit. They actually made just regular meals. I mean, they're used to hosting, minimum 50, 100, 250, 500 people at their banquet hall. And then going down to having orders of 10 to 30 a day was a major struggle for them. So they're in very tough times right now. So they're not happy at all what's going on in Illinois.
Is there anything, Jim, that you think the council could do to help them out?
Well, there could be something possibly with financing. I don't want to speak for them at all. Some type of short-term financing. Right now, they're trying to work on the different PPPs that are out there. Not everyone is getting that, of course. So there's that. So
well,
yeah,
if they can, Roy can help them get that done.
Right. I appreciate that.
They want a CPA filing those things. You don't want to do it yourself.
It's interesting you bring that up, Steve. I had someone reach out to me this morning looking for an SBA loan. And they're like, hey, I got this challenge going on. What can I do? And I'm like, well, you got a couple of different options here. Number one, you probably the first phone call you want to make is to your banker, see what the situation is. If the bank can't help you, then you want to start going down one of two paths. A, look for a different bank, or B, to your point, get a good CPA that'll be able to help you go through that self-filing process. Because you can go through that process on your own. There's a way to do that. However, probably a very good idea to consult with someone who's well-versed in that tax/lending arena, aka CPA, because they're going to help you out with some very important details.
And I will tell you why. It's because of the forgivability of it. If you don't do it right, the loan's not forgivable. If you do it right, it's forgivable.
Exactly.
So
again,
Jim, a shout out to anybody in the Woodbridge area. Stop by Bobeck's. What's it called? Bobeck's
Signature Events.
Signature Events. Stop in, say hi to them for us. Do some business with them. Anybody in Illinois that's within driving distance of there, let's reach out to these people. They have given their heart and soul to their dream, and it's been ripped away through no fault of their own. So let's be there to stand for them.
Thank you, Steve, for the plug. I appreciate it.
It's so true. Those businesses have always been there. Anytime there was a big fundraising event, anytime something like a hurricane or storm ravaged the community, those small businesses were one of the first people there. As we all know, they need us now. We need to stand together for them. We need to be there for them. We have to give them the tools, the resources that they need. And that's why we're so excited to hit that 1,500 membership mark. At that level, we'll be able to go in there, go to these event centers, go to these restaurants that are struggling and say, you know what? Not your fault that the government came in and limited your production, limited your capacity. Here's a little bit to help you get through the next month. Here's a little bit to help pay the rent. Here's a little bit to keep the lights on. That's what we can do. We can be that Red Cross for small businesses. We just have to reach the scale to where we can't sustain it year in and year out.
Indeed.
Fantastic.
So as we've talked before, Jim, it'd be nice if we could get your mailing list of all the Merchant Master companies and get them on as members. That's a big task. It's an easy ask, but a hard thing to do. But it would sure be nice if we could migrate in that direction.
Absolutely. Definitely here for you.
So much we can do for that, for those businesses too. And I think you also bring up another good point, Jim, because we got about another 10, 15 minutes here. When you're talking, you talk about, a little bit of the mobile terminal earlier. There is so much changing in the whole payment process. Whereas it used to be all about swiping a card, people still like to direct it to that rate discussion. It's really more about what does the system do for them? Because there's so much capability out there, whether it's tracking inventory, tracking commissions, tracking products you can sell, integrating it with an e-commerce platform, literally scheduling appointments, so on and so forth. It's much more of a holistic approach. Again, Steve, I know you don't like the term there, but boy, you can save so much time and headache by having a highly integrated system. I know one of our clients actually uses a software that takes care of fleet management. It's a contracting company, fleet management, inventory, invoicing, estimating, payment collection, so on and so forth. But it's all one system tied in, highly integrated. And that's where you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. And we're able to integrate with companies like that through Authorize.net. So we have several that can do that. So again, it's just, for me, it's educating the clients, letting them know what we can do for small business, all the different resources that we have, whether it's an online tool, it's an app, it's we have that technology for them.
And I think that's another thing too. One of my big discussions on the whole customer journey, and don't worry, y'all, we're reserved a whole hour for this later on the night, so stay tuned around 11 p.m., 1 a.m. That awareness that awareness part, I am shocked by the number of people I talk to. And we'll be talking, things like point of sale, inventory, HR, and we'll be talking about the latest piece of technology. And there's that exists. I didn't know. That's really cool. And again, earlier, we were talking about blind spots. You don't know what you don't know. That's okay. That's going to happen. But you want to put yourself in a position where you can hear the latest of what's going on. That's why we've got the McGraw Council. Jim, you've been in Verbella. You've attended our seminars and stuff. And Merchant Masters is a huge contributor. Merchant Masters, real quick plug for them. Y'all are actually offering discounts and coupons on equipment and software packages to the membership, and that stuff adds up fast. I mean,
I've been jumping up and down about these companies, right? I walked into a wine store the other day, and it's a pretty good size one. It's called Safeway Liquors, and I was buying a bottle of wine. They have 2 credit card terminals sitting at the checkout table. One of them doesn't work, so the guy's back there getting mad. He's like, "That stupid thing, an expletive doesn't work." So go over to the next one. He's like, "This one doesn't work," and I'm like, "Why do you have this problem?" He said, "Because people just don't care about this stuff. We can't get it supported." I'm like, "Well,
Steve, did you happen to pass in my card?"
I'm actually in the conversation with their owner as we speak.
Very good.
But the idea is that these companies don't understand service, support, and integrity. They get sold a bill of goods by somebody who says, "I can save you a nickel," and then they get it, and then they're left high and dry. They should have 2 replacement terminals in there that day. And that's the kind of service and integrity that Merchant Masters does. So again, everybody needs processing. There isn't a company out there that does it. Again, if you're starting a business, call us because you got to get online. Chase Bank won't work with you. Amex won't work with you. Most of the majors won't work with you if you're new because you're considered high risk. Let us know. We'll get you up and running online. And that's a huge part of digitizing anything.
We'll talk about, starting off what to watch for. I am shocked by the number of business owners that start a business. They get a Merchant Masters, payment process, that whole industry. That new business will sign up a merchant account. And they won't know it, but they'll jump right into a 3-year agreement. And then they're looking at stuff. They're going, this doesn't do what I need it to do. It's not meeting my needs, but here I am stuck in a 3-year commitment. Just one of those things, again, when you're working with an honest, ethical company like Merchant Masters, all of those things are foretold in advance. Merchant Masters, by the way, doesn't have any contracts. It's all auto renewal month to month. But it's one of those common industry problems. They'll slap a 3-month contract in there, a little fine print about having the authority to raise rates as needed when they see fit arbitrarily. And it's just like, holy cow, how am I supposed to budget for this stuff? But again, it's all about working with people you know and trust. And that's the benefit of the McGraw Council. We vet those people. We don't just make blind recommendations. We know our resources. We know who they are. We know what they do. We know why they do it. We don't ever recommend a solution that is untested, so to speak.
Very true, John. I've run across several businesses that have signed 3-year, 4-year leases with terminals, POS systems. They have ended up spending anywhere from $4,000 to $8,000 for a basic terminal that would cost only $200. And when they find out about this, this is real money and a lot of money. So something that should be explained, which we do at my company so easily, but that credibility comes in so quickly. But Jim, unfortunately, there have been so many people. I'm sorry, Steve.
There was a situation recently with chargebacks where somebody wasn't getting their money back on a bad charge from a customer.
Yeah, their chargebacks are fairly rare. I mean, they do happen from time to time. The key with a chargeback is the processing company doesn't always see it initially, so it does go to the client. So when the client finds out about it, it's something that has to be acted on extremely quickly. But again, a business can be out literally thousands of dollars for a chargeback, and they had nothing to do with it. So we have in place through email, which is fantastic. Most are through mail, but I set everyone up usually through email on this, where they're going to find out within a day that, hey, they were hit by a chargeback. And then when something like that happens, notify me and I can get it handled immediately to save them lots of money.
Yep.
Good call, Steve.
So true. Another one of them.
You lose a couple $1,000 for a restaurant. That's you're losing a couple days revenues, and that hurts.
Well, I'll tell you a funny restaurant. The average profit margin for a restaurant, net profit margin, is about 5% or less. So
you own a business, you're a rich person.
There ain't no shortcut to success. It's hard work day in, day out, over the course of an extended period of time. I mean, we talked about it earlier. I'll mention it again. Coca-Cola sold about 60 some bottles, I think, in their first year. 67.
And they had cocaine in it. They could only sell 60 bottles.
Different time, huh? Different time.
Try that today. You'd sell 6 million real quick. And then you'd be in jail, but that'd be another story.
It's only 420, Steve.
Yeah, exactly. We're past 33% officially now. We only have another 2/3 to go.
You're getting there, though.
For those who are in on this second session, by the way, this is the 24-hour Standing for Small Business Marathon, sponsored by the McGraw Council membership, a 501c3 not-for-profit organization devoted to providing education, advocacy, community, and tools to the small business community. We hope you're enjoying your time with us. We hope you'll share this with your friends and family. And Lord knows, if you know someone starting a company or who owns a company, have them come in and watch. Have them consider joining the council for $39 a month. What do they get, John? We decided over how much in actual rubber meets the road resources?
Over $4,000. Over $4,000 for less than $40 a month. Any small business, any individual for that matter, can sign up, get a free $1,000 business financial health check, get a free $2,000 coaching session / product, because there's more to it than just a sit down discussion. You get also the job fit report, which is $600 retail purchase price. In addition to the rebates and discounts, thank you, Merchant Masters, for sponsoring to our members, several hundreds of dollars of value there. The donated consulting hours, the list goes on and on. Virtual community, virtual learning, connection with other business owners, money back guarantee, no risk. This is truly the small business support center built by small business for small business.
As we've been labeled the Red Cross of small business, and that we are.
Exactly. Jim, I know you're busy and you got a lot going on, but thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for taking some time out of your day, highlighting those small businesses. Thanks for sponsoring the McGraw Council, for contributing your time, your effort, your resources. Truly appreciate you.
I believe in that effort. I see a lot of good things in the future. So, gentlemen, thank you both for what you're doing. It's an amazing feat. 24 hours on the air. I'll try to come on later tonight if possible.
Yeah.
But otherwise, keep up
and watch us really having fun.
Keep up the great work. I can only imagine how much coffee Steve has had already today, and I'm sure it's going strong.
Oh yes, indeed.
I actually had water too.
Excellent. Very good. All right, gentlemen, thank you again. It's been my pleasure. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Jim. You stay safe, stay blessed.
Okay, take care, guys.
Jim definitely knows his stuff. Oh, there we've got our next guest on, Kristen Bennett. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm great. I'm wondering how you guys are holding up. I've been watching you for a little bit today and thinking about how I can get off like a 2-hour Zoom meeting and act like I've just climbed, Mount Everest, and you guys have been on this for hours. How you holding up?
Okay, Kristen, let me tell you what it is. Your name popped up. I thought he brought my wife in.
Really?
That's my wife's name. So I looked, I said, Kristen Beeman, what the heck? Yeah, so that's how we're holding up.
Wow. Well, does she spell it?
17 hours to go or something.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Well,
so truth be told, it helps. Rockstar energy drink. We're getting 250 calories. Where's the caffeine label on this?
Yeah, I can't drink those things. I'd have a heart attack on camera.
I'm to the point where I can't even find the caffeine. That's not a good sign. I got over 15 hours left. I can't find the caffeine label.
Do you have another one of those though for like 5 hours from now?
Oh, I got 5 more. I'm totally set.
You know,
Okay.
a really good combo is a 5-hour energy with a kickstart. You
Oh
know,
boy,
Mountain
now my heart
Kickstart?
would explode.
Here's what happens: you pour the 5-hour energy in it, and you drink it. You'll go for 5 hours. At 5 hours and 1 minute, you fall asleep. So if
Or
you're
go to the
driving in your
hospital.
car, you better be somewhere at 5 hours and 1 minute.
They're not kidding when they say 5-hour energy. That's all you get.
That's right. If I drink them straight up, I get a stomach ache. If I put it with a kickstart, I just get energy.
Wow. Wow. Well,
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
I would be delirious at this point if I were you guys. I'm really impressed. So yeah, I logged on this morning at 8 and watched the first little bit, and I've kind of popped in and out as I've been working today. And I keep thinking, surely they're going to let you guys take a break, but I guess not.
Not
No,
really.
they're not going to let us because they're us.
Okay.
Well, that's the point we wanted to communicate with, standing for small business. Even when COVID hit, we all know small businesses didn't get a break then. Even though we might have been, issued the stay-at-home orders and you can't work, the bills didn't stop coming. And that's what we really want to bring awareness to. We want those small business owners to know, hey, there are people out there that have your back, that are just as invested in your success as you are. We want to be there for them. And that's, again, the whole purpose of standing for 24 hours. We want to show that we truly do stand with those small businesses. We lost over 100,000 in 2020 nationwide. True tragedy. There are, we believe, over 29 million left. We want to make sure that those 29 million small businesses know we are here for them.
Well, thank you. Thank you guys for having me on, and thank you to the McGraw Council. I think this is a hugely valuable session. And whether people watch 24 hours of it or pop in for 30 minutes or an hour, every time I've gotten on, I've heard some really valuable stuff. So certainly appreciate your support, and I'm really happy to be involved today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for watching. And it looks like we have our other simultaneous guest coming on, Mr. Craig Carter. We are going to bring
I know
Craig
him.
into the studio
How
here.
do you know Craig?
Testing. Can you hear us, Craig?
Hello, how you doing?
Doing
Hey,
well.
Craig.
Thank you.
So, Kristen, how do you know Craig?
Well, Craig, how do I know you?
Oh, let me count the ways.
So here's the true story. Craig Carter is my cousin Ronnie's husband. So we are related and buddies and friends. So
I float in a pool.
Very small world that we have.
yeah, indeed. Yeah, he does. He and his wife come and float in my pool sometimes in the summer. So we get some good quality time.
That's the way to do it. You got to have that small business support, right?
Absolutely.
I think you're
Absolutely.
in a different direction then.
Right.
Indeed.
Steve, you and John don't look any worse for wear. Hats off to you.
I feel pretty good about it. I'm not hurting that bad yet. I'm thinking around 8 o'clock tonight, I'm going to hit a wall. And then I'll hit another one at midnight. And then another one at 1, 2, 3, 4.
I can imagine. Well, Kristen, thank you so much for joining us. Talking about Indiana University, you're now a small business owner. You're a mother of 2. In fact, I think you are running 3 businesses simultaneously. Is this what you thought you would be doing when you were doing your undergraduate and graduate work?
Oh gosh, no. Goodness, no. I have a very strange little journey to owning 3 small businesses. I started out as an opera singer. So I have an undergrad degree in vocal performance from Texas Tech University. And then I got a master's, guns up. And I'm still kind of reeling from that loss to West Virginia in basketball, but that's okay.
Wait, whoa. Got to stop there. John, who was on earlier from Texas Tech?
Coach Brad Clark.
There you go.
Oh, well, okay. So it's a Texas Tech kind of day. I like that. So I went from Texas Tech to Indiana University, where I got my master's in vocal performance. So I really thought I was going to be an opera singer. And when I finished that master's degree, I spent about 5 seconds in that world and realized I actually, in fact, did not want to be an opera singer. I really craved a little more stability than that sort of a lifestyle. I spent a little time in New York auditioning for some opera companies and agents, and it felt cold, and it felt like just the wrong fit for me. So I ended up moving back to Texas with literally zero plans for my future. I thought, well, I guess I'll just figure it out. So I moved home and I taught some voice lessons for some high school kids. And I thought about getting a teaching certificate and going to be a teacher. And around that time, my dearest brother, who is in the oil and gas industry, he called me and he said, hey, I know you're looking for something. We've got this big oil and gas project and they need people to come run title. And I said, well, I don't even know what that means. I don't know how to run title. I don't even know what title is. They said, don't worry, we'll train you. It'll be fine. And then he told me that what they were going to pay me. And I was like, oh, they're going to pay me. I mean, this is like, I was like this destitute kid with no plans for the future. And there was pay involved. So I jumped on board immediately. And I ended up learning how to run title. And then I learned how to buy easements. And I learned how to be involved in the construction process on an oil and gas business. On an oil gas project. Then I worked for a company for a good bit of time doing oil and gas and kind of transferred over into the transportation sector of the right-of-way industry. So it's a very niche industry. A lot of people don't even know it exists. It's kind of real estate adjacent. But basically what I do is I'm involved with any projects that are under eminent domain with condemning authorities who are going to do something like widen a highway or maybe buy a sanitary sewer line easement. And I'm involved in that process from the negotiations to making sure that anybody who's displaced because of those projects gets their benefits that are due to them under federal regulations. That's called relocation, that specialty. So
Yes.
no, I did not anticipate owning 3 small businesses and being in the right-of-way industry. I didn't even know it existed.
So we had Jim Owens on earlier. He leads one of our companies called Job Formance, and he does a lot of placements. So I'm going to have to tell him to go reprogram his approach. Opera to land services. That's a direct route.
Direct route.
I was actually hoping, John Michael, that you brought the entertainment on for tonight. It's not just you and me. We got to have somebody singing for our supper.
Oh, she could do that. Trust me. She'll knock your socks off and probably take your eardrums out while she does it. She has some pipes. So
I'll meet
let me
you
ask you this.
fun, okay?
So let me ask you this, Kristen. So it's one thing to be gainfully employed, a graduate student, gainfully employed. I'm still working on 2 or 3 kids to make that jump. But what took you to be a small business owner? What was that about?
Well, it was one of those things. It was one of those things that just kind of started as a little bitty glimmer of an idea in my brain. I was working for another larger service firm, a right-of-way company called Sendero Acquisitions. Wonderful firm based out of Abilene, Texas. I worked for them for about 8 years. And a couple of years before I left, I just started kind of thinking, I do a little bit of marketing for them and I help with the proposals. And, I was a manager at that point and I thought, I think I could do this. And it just was like a little spark. And then over time, it became a much bigger spark. And I think that I don't really have much more of an explanation other than when it got to the point that I couldn't stop thinking about it, that I was waking up in the middle of the night thinking about it and planning this like hypothetical situation where I would leave and start my own company. When I couldn't stop thinking about it, I knew it was time. And I had a wonderful conversation with my employer and said, I have to do this. And they said, I know, go do it. Good luck. And it was a really amicable departure and they were very supportive, but I had to do it. I just had to do it. I'm very passionate about it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's a fantastic story. So if you have 3 businesses, you got to be doing something right. During these uncertain times, a lot of businesses are struggling, especially in the restaurant segment with the pandemic. But you must be seeing some growth. So tell us how you're driving growth in your businesses. Well,
okay. Well, I'm gonna share my screen so I can show you guys a couple of things. Can you see that?
Let me see if I can pull this up for you.
Or is it going bananas on your screen too? There
How
you
about
go.
that?
Yeah,
oh, there you go.
You can see a little information. So, Craig,
Very impressed, John.
First of all, to be clear, the 3 businesses that I run are really, really interconnected. It's not like I have a dry cleaning business and a dog walking business. They're very interconnected. So, Blackbird Right-of-Way is my first love. That was the company that I started here in Texas. It's a full service right-of-way consulting firm specializing in those relocation assistance services. And then through a lot of networking with the International Right-of-Way Association, which is a professional organization, I got to know a lot of people in that organization really around the country and in fact, around the world. And I met some folks in the Virginia and North Carolina area that had a real need for my specialty, which is relocation assistance services.
Mhm.
So over a couple of years of kind of sussing that out, we decided we ought to start a new company there. So Pendulum Land Services is also a full services right-of-way company that is based in Virginia and services Virginia, North Carolina areas. We have attorneys on staff, relocation assistants, certified folks on staff. It is also a woman-owned business. And then, okay, so the third business, this is kind of my new and fun baby, is called the Pendulum Land Podcast. This is my COVID baby. So along with my partners with Pendulum Land Services, we started that company in February of 2020. So I think you guys know what was going on, the weeks following that. And we had these grand plans to go to all these events and do some in-person marketing and do some meet and greets with some potential clients. And that, of course, all got canned with the COVID. And so none of us really like to sit still. So we decided, you know what, let's take this time and maybe kind of build our platform and see if there's some other way that we can use our talents and our energy in this industry. And we recognized that there was really a deficit in any sort of platform for people who do what we do. And in fact, I've had some people who might watch this and go, oh, you're an eminent domain. Oh, so you're a bad guy. Okay, yeah. I get it. And I adamantly disagree with that statement. I think we're the good guys. Everybody likes running water in their house, and everybody likes to take a highway when they drive to another state, and everybody likes to get turn on their light with the electricity.
Here's the thing. I like running water in my house. I don't know about the next door neighbor's house.
Fair. But none of that exists without right of way and eminent domain. So we really started this podcast to kind of just to open a dialogue, and it's really it's a podcast.
Kinder, gentler annexers.
Yeah. We really created it. We call it a podcast by right-of-way professionals for right-of-way professionals. But what I've found is I've had a lot of people tell me, oh, I didn't really know anything about eminent domain, and I listened and I understand the process a lot better. So it's also a great tool for anybody who's been affected by that sort of a project. So that was just kind of a side little hobby thing. And now, that's a whole other entity and a whole separate business. We didn't really anticipate the success and the reaction that we got from it. So that's a whole new thing.
Kristen, if you're doing podcasts, you can extend into a 24-hour one. It's a lot of fun.
I think you guys are really more cut out for that than me. Our podcasts usually run about 35 to 40 minutes, and I'm pretty good with that. Go ahead.
May have a favor to ask though, because I think Steve's next door neighbor is still drawing water from the well, so you may have to condemn some property so they can get the running water over by Steve.
Just condemn their property.
He should at least be able to soak up some of his neighbor water from.
I got my shotguns out. Don't you come on my property?
Okay.
Hey, not in my backyard. I know. I hear you. But you know what?
You need to watch the series Yellowstone.
I'll check it out. But that's a common misconception. I get people tell me all the time, hey, that intersection over there is terrible. You ought to get TxDOT to come fix that highway. And unfortunately, I don't really have that kind of pull. But once they're out there doing the project, I'd love to be involved, of course. So,
of course.
Yeah.
It's a valuable service that you provide, and it's one of the many, many small businesses that make this ecosystem work.
Indeed.
So why blackbird? Is that your spirit animal or something?
Oh, wow. I love this question. So when I was starting the business, I didn't really want to put my name on it. I wanted it to have a name that was kind of catchy and I could have a neat logo. So I started thinking about things that are important to me, and I love the Beatles. So I was thinking about the Beatles, and I actually sing my two little girls at night when I tuck them in, I sing Blackbird to them. So I started thinking Blackbird, that's got a ring to it. And I also have a weird, this is kind of some weird juju stuff going on, but I do have a thing where I find black feathers all the time. Like I step on them, I find them, they're on my car. I see black feathers all the time. So the black feather and the Beatles, that's it.
Okay, well that's a good story. So let me go back to the podcast.
Okay.
So, and well, we can stay with the Beatles. You probably could do them way better than I can. I know that for a fact. But anyway, back to the podcast. How important do you think a digital presence is and a digital profile and growing your businesses. Has that been part of the recipe from the beginning?
Oh gosh, yes, absolutely. For both Blackbird and Pendulum Land Services, and then maybe even more so for a podcast. And I think if you're starting a podcast for a niche audience, and it is indeed a pretty niche audience, you don't just put it up on Apple, on iTunes, and hope somebody finds it. You've got to find that niche audience. So we relied heavily on the things that are available to us free of charge, like social media.
Mm-hmm.
We've exploited the heck out of every single avenue of social media that there is, including, and in particular, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. And we try to stay active. One other thing that we did, which I really think is cool, that we found a program. Let me show right here. So there's our logo for the podcast.
Oh, I love your logo. That's really cool.
Oh, that's a great logo. Yes.
Thank you. So we decided that when we were pushing out episodes for our podcast, it would be really cool if they had like instead of just seeing this Pendulum Land podcast logo all the time, if there was some sort of a logo that would just grab your attention. And so we signed up for this service where you can design your own graphics. It's very affordable. It's called Snappa. Love it. And so every single episode that we put out, we design a new graphic, and we use that when we push it out on social media. And so here's the one. We just started season 2. It dropped yesterday, so it's brand new. And here's the graphic we did for season 2. So,
Fantastic.
But it's a lot of fun. We use that graphic program a lot when we're pushing things out on our social medias, and we try to stay active. We just dropped season 2, but in the past several weeks, we've been kind of reminding our followers, hey, if you missed it, check out this episode from season 1, or we'll comment on stuff or interact with our followers is a big part of it. I think that may be even more important than posting a lot, is to interact with the people that are paying attention to your business or paying attention to your podcast.
So you mentioned an association. I think it was International Right-of-Way Association. How important is your participation with that group to getting leads and being able to get contracts?
Well, the International Right-of-Way Association is just an incredible professional organization. It's not for profit. It's worldwide. I think they're in 15 countries, and there's like somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 members, and it's all right-of-way related. It is a educational and credentialing program, or they have education and credentialing programs. I don't know if you saw on my first slide, I have some initials by my name, SRWA. That's one of their designations that you can get through their credentialing program. But to address, leads and meeting people through that, I will say, when I started in the right-of-way industry, it's not one of those kind of industries where
Kristen, I actually thought.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually thought those were the initials of your former boyfriends. I wasn't quite sure what they meant.
Hey, inside jokes are not allowed.
Not quite, sir. Not quite. No, but
okay.
It's big. I will say, besides the credentialing and the education through that association, I think for the most part, 99% of people that I know in the right-of-way industry, I know because of my involvement with the IRWA. Their mission statement is, we improve people's lives through infrastructure development. And I think that's true. It's a great organization. I've been highly involved both at the local level and on the international level. I'm actually right now I'm the International Professional Education Chair of that organization. And it's been hugely valuable both to my career and my development in this industry.
Got it. So you talked about, actually, that's the IRA. Now that I think about it, that's a very fitting acronym for you. Member of the IRA. Okay.
Don't forget the W. It's the Right-of-Way Association.
Oh, there's a W in here. Okay, I got it. I just had this image. Of some Irish roots or something. Right. Anyway, so you're involved with that group. You got 2 kids. How do you have time to be involved in the community, and is that part of your strategy?
Oh gosh, absolutely. And I'm flipping all over my PowerPoint, but I'll show you something here. So these are my girls. Ellie's my oldest. She's the blondie. She's 12, and then Mimi is 9. So they are in 6th and 4th grades. And one of the greatest things about owning your own business is that I noticed I was able to go to more of like the Christmas parties and the dentist appointments, and I didn't have to call my boss and get a pass to go for 30 minutes and go check in on the Valentine's party. And that's been really important to me. That has also been one of the things that's been really hard for me as a mother during COVID is that this year I feel like I know their teachers virtually and I know them by name, and I've looked at their like profile on the school websites, but I haven't had any FaceTime with their teachers. I don't know their friends in their classes because we don't get to go to the school. We don't get to sit in the classroom and see what's going on. And I just desperately miss that. And it feels like at their ages in 6th and 4th grade, like those class parties are going to be a thing of the past in about 2 seconds for me. So that's been tough, but I do make an effort to always set some boundaries so that I do get to spend some really good quality time with them and be involved with the schools as much as possible. And I'll show you where they go to school. They are in the Azle school district, and Ellie goes to Azle Elementary, which is commonly known as the Rock in these parts. And then Mimi is in 4th grade at Silver Creek Elementary. So we love these schools. We love our teachers. We love the administration. I just miss being able to go in the building and say hi and hobnob with the teachers and stuff. But
well, I can imagine. But that'll come back. That'll come back. I'm sure.
I hope so. I hope so.
So involved in their lives. So my last, I guess, paying gig was with a Big 4 firm, which meant I had to starch all my shirts. It made them very uncomfortable. But one of their issues, especially with women and trying to help women get to the partnership, was maintaining that work-life balance. Is that an issue with a small business owner? Do you feel like you have some advantages? And what is your view on that? How do you do it?
Well, that is a really interesting question, especially now during COVID, because as a small business owner, I've always officed out of my house. So I'm in my home now, my home office. This is where I office. And for a long time, people would say, "Yeah, but where's your physical office?" And I would say, "It's right here." Blackbird has 1 employee. We both office out of our home. I don't need to go pay a big lease somewhere. But I did notice that at the beginning, officing from home, it was hard to go, okay, the workday's over. I'm going to go cook dinner and hang out with my kids and go to their piano lessons and, hear about their day and make slime or, whatever the project is of the day. And it was really hard to set those boundaries for myself, but I did. And I got to a point where I went, okay, by 5:30, I'm going to shut the door. I'm going to turn my computer off and I'm going to act as if I'm not at the office. And so, and
Krista,
sometimes that's
that is
hard.
one of the hardest things in the world to do. I mean, I work at home. A lot of us do. And it is incredibly difficult to ever leave work because it's always here. You can always come in and pop it on the computer. You can do those little things. And it's ubiquitous in your life. It's just around.
So here's a personal question. So what is your average number of Zoom calls a day?
Oh, gosh.
If you're working from home, it's got to be what, 6, 7?
It depends on the day. If it's a day, like there's always a lot of calls on a Tuesday and a Thursday for some reason. And then I do a lot of my volunteer work with the International Right-of-Way Association. We have calls on Friday afternoons. Those are sometimes tough. I have to have an afternoon cup of coffee for a 3 p.m. on a Friday, but I would say at least 1, sometimes like 10, but probably average 3 or 4 a day. And that's one of the developments of the COVID that I kind of appreciate. I think it's a silver lining because as someone in the right-of-way industry who does a lot of work for condemning authorities, for instance, TxDOT, you have a weekly status meeting. And I would drive to Mesquite, Texas, which takes me from Azle on the west side of the Metroplex to the east side, about an hour and a half to get there. And I would drive there. I would get there early, so I'm not late, sit in the parking lot for a minute, go in, say hello to everyone, shake some hands, sit through the meeting, which would only last, 45 minutes to an hour, then drive. So my whole day was shot just getting to that point and back. And I've realized I think we're all saving a lot of money and a lot of time by doing some of those meetings virtually. And as much as
you were commenting on that earlier because you've saved a huge amount of time not transporting through Dallas.
I actually calculated it, and the number of the amount of time I saved in 2020 was 27 24-hour days of driving.
Oh my gosh!
Which went went straight into productivity, and I literally cut out 90+% of my overhead. I'm like, all right, I missed meeting in person. I missed the chamber lunches. I missed the in-person networking and all that. But dang, I feel like I just gained a huge chunk of my life back.
Exactly. And as an employer, I have an employee and he, I pay him his time and his mileage and all that. So he's doing less than having too, which is beneficial to my company for sure. So yeah, I do like that. And I don't want to go, I hope it's not the new normal. We never see another human in real life ever again, and we don't have our luncheons and our networking events, but some of these meetings I think work pretty well on a Zoom call. And I do hope
You ought to take a look at the virtual world that we use, this Virbela thing you've heard us talk about.
Mhm.
It's a really cool way to virtually office with someone else. It's not live. You can't shake hands. You can't look in their eyes, so to speak. But it really does, when you get into it, start to feel like you're sharing office space. I think,
Yeah.
John and Craig, you've experienced it to some extent. I mean, I think it really does function like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm always battling where I am is my internet connectivity, and I have a problem every once in a while that my Zoom will drop. But one of the advantages of Virbela is that it seems to once you get it up, it stays up. It doesn't seem to drop as often. So we kind of use it as a surrogate for Zoom, because it has the ability to show presentations. Now, John, that's also part of your offering for membership, right?
That is correct. So for less than $40 a month, we're talking about all the other benefits, Steve. But yes, every platinum member gets 24/7 access to that virtual platform. They can come in anytime they want. They can access all of our weekly educational seminars, communicate with us directly, all 24/7. Absolutely.
Wow. What a value. That's that, and those virtual platforms, some of them, if they work well, are expensive. That's the deal.
It's not half bad. It's funny. I'll never forget the first time Steve showed me. Because he was telling me about it, and I'm like, I intellectually understand, but I don't get it. So he's like, I get it. Come work with me for a day, then tell me what you think. I get in there. By the end of the first day, I'm like, holy cow, I see it. And so literally at the McGraw Council, we've got like 6 different companies officing together in Virbela, and we're thousands of miles apart. New York, Missouri, Texas, Illinois, all those different states where we physically are, but we work together just as though we're in the same brick and mortar space. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty dang cool.
That is cool.
It really is nice. You can just stroll into someone else's office and say hi. I mean, it's an easy thing to say good morning to someone.
That is
Yeah, I will
so
tell you though, I have run into a number of doors and walls, trying to go from office to office, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. I'm pretty bad
Learning
with
how
it.
to walk and talk at the same time.
Yeah, that's not a skill I've acquired. So, in closing, Kristen, what would you say are the 3 most significant lessons learned you have in forming your business and operating your business and juggling all of this, the home, community, work? What advice would you have?
Well, I think, I think one of the big things for me, when I started the business, my first business, which was Blackbird Right Away, my biggest obstacle is I thought, well, I don't have an MBA. I didn't take a lot of accounting courses or marketing courses. Like I took German diction, so like, what do I know about running a business? What the heck do I know? And a good friend of mine, his name is Casey Fields. He's in the oil and gas industry. He said, you don't have to know it all. You just have to know what you don't know and figure it out. And that has been the biggest, most valuable lesson from the get-go. And I think about it all the time. I don't have to know how to do every single thing. What I do need to do is I need to know what I don't know, and know when I'm out of my depth, and know when I need to outsource something, know when I need to reach out to my mentors, know when I need to find somebody that's done this longer and is more experienced and smarter than me, and get their input. You don't have to be the smartest. You don't have to be the most experienced. You don't have to be a jack of all trades. You just have to recognize that you can't possibly know everything that you need to know when you start. Number 2, I've learned is you don't ever stop showing up. You never stop showing up. And that, there are days when at the beginning, when I was building Blackbird, when I would wake up and just kind of feel overwhelmed. And it's like, oh my gosh, no, you just keep showing up. And then the final bit of advice that I would give, and that I give to myself on a daily basis, is that you never, ever ignore an open door. And I've jumped through some open doors. I didn't even know why or what the real opportunity was, but I've jumped through them. And without fail, those open doors have led to things for me that I never anticipated, having to do with, accepting volunteer positions with the International Right-of-Way Association, showing up, putting in a proposal on a project, whatever it is. I think it's really important to jump through those open doors because you never know where it will take.
Oh, that's just brilliant insight and advice, Kristen. Thank you for that. Steve, I kind of dominated the questions. Do you have, I know you're going to have some questions queued up. Do you have a couple for Kristen?
I'm just impressed. And I do think, Kristen, you face some interesting challenges. And I think the most, I'll say, wise thing you said is knowing what you don't know. So how did you come to understanding that? And what methodology do you use to keep in track? We talked earlier today about the fear of not knowing what you don't know and the blind spots that you don't see coming. So what methodology do you use to make sure that you don't get hit by those?
You know, that's a fantastic question. And there's some obvious ones, like when it came to like figuring out how to get like errors and omissions insurance and liability insurance for my company. I need to find somebody to point me in the right direction. That's obviously not in my wheelhouse. But I'm also a little bit stubborn, and I tend to, if there's a problem in front of me and I don't really know the answer, I will sit at my computer for 4 days trying to figure it out. And I kind of have to check myself. And I realize if I'm getting frustrated, if I'm getting nowhere, if I'm going back to the same website like 6 times and then going down a rabbit hole, it's done. So I kind of have to check myself as far as, my time is money. My time is valuable. And I can get myself spread too thin if I get too caught up on problem solving something because I'm being stubborn. So I just check myself and think like, if this isn't something I can look at my computer, go to the Googles and like quickly figure out, I need to outsource it or ask somebody that knows more than I do. And that's a big part of the networking too, is knowing the people that know more than you that you can reach out to. That's a big part of it for me.
I salute you for that. I see it time and time again where chief executives don't understand that of themselves, and they therefore are subject to black swans all the time.
Right.
Because they just don't look outside themselves. We were talking earlier today about the humility factor it takes to be a good CEO, accepting the fact that you can be criticized and people can know more than you, and that's okay.
Yes.
It doesn't threaten your job. That's what your job is.
Now the Black Swan is not an opera, is it, Kristen? Oh, that was a ballet movie, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Based on Swan Lake by Tchaikovsky, which is a ballet, but no, that was a movie with Natalie Portman.
Yeah. So the takeaway here is that I'll never think of opera again in the same way after this session, Kristen, or without seeing.
Out in some opera right now.
Oh, deeply appreciate you joining us and sharing basically your secrets to success and best wishes for continued success.
Well, thank you guys so much. I don't know if you can still see my screen, but if anybody's interested in contacting me or keeping up with my journey, you can follow me at ReloKristen on Twitter. I love to hear from people out there and talk about small business ideas and opportunities, and I'm all ears if anybody wants to reach out to me. And I want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you. This is just an incredible opportunity for, I think, anybody that's been able to log in or join you guys. I salute you, and I hate to tell you this, guys, I'm probably not going to watch the whole 24 hours. I will be fast asleep while y'all are finishing up, but kudos and Godspeed for the rest of your time.
By the time it ends. Well, Kristen, thanks. Look forward to seeing you again soon. And again, for everybody watching, this is the 24-hour Stand for Small Business Marathon. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. We end tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And we are out to stand with and for the small business community, the 30 million strong who have had such a difficult time through the post-COVID era. We want to thank you. We want you to join the McGraw Council at www.themcgrawcouncil.com, where you will find we provide you with several $1,000s worth of good, tangible services. And John, you can go more into that as we go, but it's something we want everybody to do. Your money goes directly to help us build our donor programs so we can stand with the small business community tangibly where they're affected by natural disaster or man-made disaster. We want to stand with those people and let them know that we're there for them. So, Kristen, on behalf of all of us at the council, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Y'all take care.
Thank you so much, Kristen.
Thank
Y'all
you.
stay safe, stay blessed.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Talk soon, guys. Thanks,
Take care.
Kristen. Bye.
Oh, that was absolutely fantastic. What, again, living the small business life cycle.
Oh, I love it. So you don't think my voice is holding up, huh?
Well, no, that wasn't me that said that. That was one of our viewers. I think it's holding up just fine. You know who you are if you're listening. All righty. 5 o'clock.
Back there for a minute.
We are coming up with our next guest, Mr. Scott Airton. We're bringing Scott into the studio here. Testing. Can you hear us, Scott?
I can hear you loud and clear. How are you?
Doing well.
Scott,
Thank you
hi,
so much.
how are you today?
Hi. Hey, Steve.
It's good to meet you, my friend.
Likewise.
How is 2021 treating you?
Much better in 2020.
Oh, what a crazy year.
we
goodness.
teleported or something as of January 1st. It's amazing.
So tell me, please, what have you got going on in 2021?
Well, let's see. 2021 is for me, well, I should say for my business, it's the year of reinvention. 2020, for a lot of people, me included, changed just a ton about how I work and what I was able to do. And obviously, 2020, I have a company called Leadership Systems. It's a consulting and training firm, and it's been around for 23 years. Well, in 2020, we weren't really able to do a whole lot of work. And so that was a wake-up call. And it was a chance for me to really take a look at what we're doing, why we're doing it. And like I say, we've entered into a reinvention based on that process. And we're moving from simply being a consulting and training firm to more of a multimedia company that incorporates some of the things that we have traditionally done.
Fascinating. I think that's, the big keyword 2020 was pivot. But I think you bring up an interesting word with reinventing. I think it makes a lot of sense. Our last guest was talking about, we really hope this doesn't become the new norm. Certain components of it won't be, but certain components of it will be. I mean, digitalization is one prime example of that. The efficiency improvements that we've seen, the overhead reductions that we've seen, you can't ignore it. I mean, there are countless examples of productivity actually increasing while efficiency simultaneously increased, and you just can't ignore that.
Right. And it doesn't, there's nothing in my best interest in running this company to pretend that I know where things are going. So the reinvention has to encompass, the various possibilities. And for example, training consulting firm, our bread and butter was going to somebody's facility, doing assessments with their people, gathering a ton of data, and then coming up with solutions to the problems that they brought to the table. And then going beyond that, if some of those solutions were training, it was within our training niche, we would help with the implementation of that. Well, we're not going to see hardly anybody anymore. And in 2020, we went and saw one client. One client had us in their facility in all of 2020. What if that's the new norm? So our pivot is that we're now, taking our copywritten intellectual property and we are, putting it online so that people can access it differently. Now, you lose some things, and like you say, you gain some others when you do that. And we've always resisted that, but resistance is futile, as they say. We're neatly rolling into that right now.
Hey, Scott, let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought about the virtual space like we use at Virbela to conduct some of your training?
What's funny is back, oh my gosh, in the 2000s, maybe around 2005, 2006, I was actively trying to see if there was something that I could do that, oddly enough, winds up looking a lot like Virbela, where, like
a Second Life type thing?
Yes. Now, I had, in my mind, it was more like a a city, not an office, but it looked in my mind a lot like that. And then come to about 2012, 2013, somewhere in there, I was actively working on creating learning portals, learning environments where maybe you didn't have the icons and the avatars and you're not sitting at a desk, but it was an online on-demand electronic platform for every kind of training that you could think of.
Okay.
That proved to be extremely expensive back then. And I got pretty deep into it, but wound up dropping out of that because it wasn't clear the route towards profitability with that at the time. Fast forward to 2020, when you guys gave me the insight into Virbela, I was pretty well blown away because there was the dream that I had the whole time, and here it is. So yes, I have thought of it. I haven't taken any steps to actively move in that direction, only because we've had some higher priorities in our reboot.
Scott, are you a member of the council? I don't know. Forgive me for asking.
I am not a member. I have spoken.
And I don't want to beat the dead horse here, but the memberships are $39 a month, and that includes several $1,000s worth of tangible stuff. But it also includes access to our suite in Virbela. So you could use our conference room. You can use our joint spaces to conduct some of those training seminars. That's what John Michael does when he runs our conferences and trade, like our what would you call them, John? Our educational programs.
Very much seminar, yeah.
Yeah, and that sounds amazing. Right now, to do that, I think that would be something we would definitely want to talk to you guys about and consider as we move forward over the next few months. Right now, we are taking a lot of what we have and redeploying it specifically in the webinar format. We've got several people that have asked us to use it on their site. We do the webinar one time, they record it, and then they continue to make that available to their customers.
Almost like you're recording a seminar, then you replay it or have replays available per their schedule. That's a format that I really like. It's one of the things that our membership really talks about, especially early on. We'd have seminars. There were several people that watched yours after it was recorded. They were like, "Hey, I've got stuff going on. I can't make it. Can I access it later?" And we're like, "We're already on it. We record this stuff. We'll upload it later."
That's become the problem with like what we're doing now with live television. It's not on demand. And our society, especially when it comes to multimedia, is an on-demand society. That what they would want is this cut up into 1,000 clips, and then each clip being available whenever they want it.
Exactly.
Well, I think that there's something to be said about even if you can't clip it, having bookmarks where they can stop at any point and then pick up. Just like if you're watching a TV show. And you have to turn it off and run out for a second. You can come back and pick up right where you left off. I think, that's a lot of what we're doing right now. Is our standards are really high. So as we're creating this new format for us, we need it to be not just for the webinar in the moment, but if it needs to be well thought out. If it's played a year from now, it's still just as relevant, powerful, and effective.
Sounds a lot easier than it is, doesn't it?
Yeah. For us, it's just work. It really is all it is. We've just got to put in the work, and but it's not easy. there's a lot that goes into that.
Question. John, I don't have the clock in front of me. You know our time better than I do. But Scott, how did you get into the leadership training stuff?
That's a wonderful question. So back in the 90s, I worked for Southwest Airlines. And so Southwest wasn't necessarily what it is today, Flying International and this huge company. It was always back then the underdog. And in '93, I was asked, I was shoulder tapped basically, to get with this small group and create something called the University for People. And so I had the opportunity to, on the fly, figure out what that is. What is a corporate university? And, how do you measure success? What are the standards? What are the watermarks that we are striving for? And, our mission basically was to maintain and enhance the competitive advantage of the company, which was its culture. And so the culture, it embraced excellence, but it embraced, individuality and, making a decision as opposed to being scared to make decisions, and, enjoying, creating an enjoyable work environment, those types of things. And so I broke my teeth basically figuring out how to create a corporate university. And back then, we created it. We ran it for a number of years, and the company changed significantly enough that we had to reinvent ourselves. And so I got to sort of recreate it and recreate it in a different role. And since then, after leaving Southwest, I've created a couple other corporate universities and formed Leadership Systems, which got me into this space. Yeah.
It's fascinating. I find the whole journey of small business
How do you two guys know each other?
through a referral network. So we were both part of a networking group in Garland, actually, which is, and you were actually part of the Rowlett Chamber of Commerce for a while too, if I remember correctly, Scott.
Yeah, my history with Rowlett goes way back. I was chair of the board there. We had our executive director pass away, so I doubled as the basically the CEO, as well as chair of the board during my time there. And then I was on the board there for 10 years. And I'm not sure if that's where we met though. We encountered each other there, but I think you're right. We met, I guess, through the Garland.
I believe it was the Garland group is where we first met, because then I did a double take at the Rowlett Chamber. I'm like, wait a second, I know that guy.
Right.
Yeah, we went out for lunch, started getting time together, building that business relationship. Then you ultimately came to a virtual reality, presented on virtual ethics. We're going to show a clip of that actually in a little bit here. It was really cool. Again, applicable. It's all
Scott,
applicable.
wait a minute. I'm connecting a dot. That's how I know your name. Then I watched that.
Yeah. I think that's where we met too, was at that presentation, Steve, just for a moment.
Yeah. Exactly. Fascinating.
Once in a while, I can't stay around for those, so I put my avatar in there, and then I have to go something else.
So, Scott, I know your time is precious too. Before we let you go here, a few small businesses that you love locally. What are some? We won't say favorites because we don't want to be picking favorites over small business. But what are some of those small businesses that you love?
Well, I'll give you one right off the top of my head. I really have an affinity for a small business that has struggled. It's gone through it, basically, the ups and downs. But it's served as an inspiration to me in another entrepreneurial business. In addition to the things I've talked about, I also have a movie production company, a small business that does that. Cool. And me and my business partner spent all of our creative time ironing out, the details and the plans and the direction and all of that at Intrinsic Barbecue, which is in Garland, Texas, and it's in the downtown square, and so it's a wonderful restaurant. Has an outdoor space. The food is amazing. They are a brewery as well. And they obviously with COVID had a lot of struggles last year. And I watched the owners, Carrie and Molly, just really get super creative and inventive in the ways and means that they chose to salvage their business and thrive, get to a place where they were able to thrive, but they had to change a lot. And so, they come to mind first and foremost. I am always super impressed with them. Other small businesses, there's another small business in the town that you mentioned, Rowlett, that I really love, and it's kind of similar, to be honest with you. It's called Bankhead Brewing, and I love Bankhead. I don't get out there nearly as much, obviously COVID, but that place, they're fairly new. I mean, it's a few years old, but they have done nothing but figure out ways to grow and thrive. And I really enjoy going out there. Those are two that come to mind right off the top of my head.
Solid choices. I just love that whole small business environment, that whole small business lifestyle, so to speak. It's someone having a passion about some specific component. They take it, they run with it, and they push it and push it and push it and push it by sheer willpower until it turns into something that's scalable.
Absolutely.
It's incredible to watch.
Coming from a corporate background like Southwest, I would always preach that the reason that a business was around, that it existed, was to make a profit. I think that making a profit in business is the most critical element, but it might not be the most important. And in small business, and I think in small business, it really is about there's definitely a tie to individuals, to people, and it's got to create some sort of life satisfaction, right? It's got to do something that makes the people associated with it better. And I think that might be the most important element of small business, while the most critical element is being able to be around to do that through making a profit. And so it's the combination of those two things that I think that make small businesses magical.
Wholeheartedly agree. Agree. When you get
it's
that,
interesting to hear you guys talk. I'm old enough to remember before Wall Street took over business. You think about the industrial economy and the companies that ran. Most of those were run with the idea that you build the better product, you satisfy the customer need better than anybody else, and the profit will take care of itself. It wasn't until the 80s, really, when Wall Street took over and said, no, you gun for profit and let the customers worry about it.
That's exactly right. Yeah, I mean that is the timing. That is, when that notion came into being. And I remember in the 90s and into the 2000s, but starting with Southwest Airlines, being very aware of what a company could and should do in its community, and until that became not just something that it could and should do, but a responsibility. You are a member of a community, and while you're there for whatever your profit motive is, you still have to pull your own weight in terms of community.
Again, we've talked about it earlier, but go look at Hershey, Pennsylvania, the home of Milton Hershey. Go look at the work that Quaker Oats people did. These were companies that made enormous sums of money, but they didn't do it for the money. They did it for the passion and the product and everything else. Money took care of itself. I'm not suggesting for a moment profit doesn't matter. That creates sustainability.
Absolutely.
But by the same token, if all you're out for it, I've made a lot of money in my life. I've never done it for the money. I've done what I love to do, and I happen to get paid for it. And
yeah,
I think
I agree with you.
That.
I have chased the money one time in my life, and that turned out badly. It's not. It's. I mean, a lot of people do it, and this is a great forum to get a message like that out there. It's not about getting involved with something to chase the money. Don't, just all of a sudden decide I'm going to start shorting stocks. Just because I want the money, right? Everything comes with its own risks, but there is a chunk of your soul that gets eaten away if it's not instead fed and grown.
Money is a harsh taskmaster.
Absolutely.
The most miserable man I've ever known in my life was one of the wealthier ones. And he was just twisted. He thought money was everything. Counter that to Chuck Schwab, who's the chairman of Charles Schwab, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He never set out to make money. He set out to give a better way to trade stocks.
Right.
That's what you want. You want to create a better mousetrap. And yeah, if you get paid well for it, so be it.
I think money is one of those things. It makes a great reward, but it makes a very poor purpose.
Yes.
Yeah. A very poor taskmaster.
Yep.
Very much of a tool. You can use it for good. You can use it for evil. But man, the very moment you give it ownership over you, you're on a bad road.
Over.
You're on a time clock. It's only a matter of time before the bomb explodes.
And Steve, I do remember those old Charles Schwab commercials.
Well, if you follow Schwab, they have something called the Schwab Equity Rating, which is derived from the work we did at CIA.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because you actually sold your business to them.
Yeah, it was a very, very successful buyout for Schwab. They wanted to move into advice, and our quantitative models gave them the ability to have scalable research that was consistent among their branches. So
that's interesting.
It was a terrific synergistic buyout.
It's good stuff. Scott, I want to thank you. I know you got stuff on your schedule. Thank you so much for fitting us in, especially right around that dinner time. Thank you.
Oh,
thanks
absolutely.
Thanks for all the work.
I appreciate the invite, fellas.
Oh, the pleasure was ours. Thanks for presenting in our virtual reality too. We had a blast with that. We'll be playing a clip of that soon.
Much appreciated.
Sounds good. All right, thanks, guys.
Stay safe. Stay blessed.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, man, I tell you, Scott's just one of those really cool people to spend time around.
Yeah, I remember his presentation. It was very, very strong. And I want to go back. I think people get a misunderstanding when we talk about business and profits and shareholders. The shareholders are the number one goal of any business. That's a fact. It's how you get there. If you serve your shareholders by building the better mousetrap, by building the better value proposition, then it's a holistic win. If you simply go out and try to squeeze out another penny's profit, that's the private equity model and what's now become known as vulture equity.
Yep.
It's a not sustainable model.
No, it catches up to you. And I think, again, it goes back to everything we've talked about today. Why are you doing what you're doing? If it's truly all about the money, you're in the wrong business, because the money should be a good reward. But in terms of overall purpose, there needs to be that driving force. I'm doing business because X, Y, Z. I'm doing it to bring a smile to a customer's face. I'm doing it, to see the joy in someone's face when they have the cake that I make at my bakery. Whatever it might be, there needs to be a deeper purpose.
John, I have joked for 40 years about writing a book on the guaranteed secret to success. And what I envision is a book about yay thick. So picture 300-400 pages. Pages 1 through 201 are blank. Pages 202 through 400 are blank. And on page 201, it says, do what you love for a very long period of time and do it well.
There's no shortcut to success. It's a matter of passion and a matter of time.
It is. And then if you do what you love for a long period of time and you do it well, it's not about the money. It's about the fact that you've lived a successful life. Somebody said to me, do I ever want to retire? And I said, no, I love what I do. I absolutely love the small business community. I love what you're doing in the membership and what the other McGraw companies are doing. I don't want to retire from this.
No. There's again, it's another one of those, what's the right way to say it? When you look at someone's life cycle, so to speak, too many times it's all about getting to retirement and calling it quits. If you're doing what you love, you never quit doing it. You might scale back some hours, but you're never leaving the game, so to speak. We're in it because we love it. That's the whole point of being in it.
The older you get, you won't even want to scale back the hours. What you do is you dial down on the risk. When you're a young person, you might take extraordinary risks, By the time you hit 65, 70, you want to dial down on the risk because you don't have time. You know, the old joke, overnight success takes 10 years. Well, at some point, you don't have 10 years left.
It's so true. Again, another one of those things. Patience is super difficult, especially for the business owner that's very much go get it, make it happen, get it done yesterday. Being a small business owner takes patience. And again, that's why it's nice to have that support group, which, speaking of the support group and the McGraw Council, it's time for that reminder. If y'all want to help us support small business, if you want to help us stand with small businesses, you can do so in one of three ways. Share this live stream with your Facebook page. Help us expand the reach here. Tag a small business that you know and love. Say, we love you, thank you, and we support and have your back. Number three, join as a platinum member. If you're a small business looking for that support system, this is absolutely for you. As we've talked, there's about $4,000 in tangible, real donated products and services that you get as a member for less than $40 a month. It's very easy. Just go to www.themcgrawcouncil.com. Scrolling on the bottom here, click join the council, sign up as a platinum member, and you'll be able to claim each and every one of those benefits. And if you're someone that's just looking to help and support a small business, feel free to gift it. Put their email in there. They'll be in the database. We'll be able to get them the resources that they need when they need it most. Also want to thank our sponsors, McGraw Capital Partners, a non-bank financing firm up in New York. Thank you so much for supporting our vision. Thank you to Merchant Masters, Job Formers, Exiva, and Get Sprout Funding. Y'all are really, really helping us. Without you, we could not achieve our vision of educating, uniting, and advocating for that small and micro business. It's a demographic of business that needs what we do. We know it. We've seen it. Now it's just a matter of getting it out there, and we're seeing great progress. So thank y'all so much. We really appreciate it.
And for those who are tracking, we're now 9.5 hours into our 24-hour marathon. We're coming up on our 10-hour anniversary. John, what do you have coming up in the next segments? I'm not even sure I have the schedule anymore.
Great point. Well, in the next minute or two, I'll actually play a short clip from one of our virtual reality seminars presented by Scott Aratown on virtual ethics. Later on, we have some marketing experts joining us. We'll be talking about online digital e-commerce. Then we have a president of a chamber of commerce joining us later around 7 o'clock. And then we're going to be telling some small business stories and playing some clips of our podcast in case you haven't seen, because they're really cool stories behind small businesses. And then as we approach 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 3 a.m., all that fun stuff, hunker down because we're just getting started. We're going to be talking digitalization, HR, networking, branding, so on and so forth. So stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Whatever other random thought comes out at that time of the day.
Who knows? Stay tuned and find out. All righty. We're going to roll here into this 10-minute clip and have fun. We're going to have some fun talking about it afterwards, too, because our next guest isn't until 6 o'clock. So kick back, enjoy the clip, and I'll see you on the other side of 10 minutes.
What about being able to review decisions, not necessarily get people in trouble, but to better teach and align people. And then, finally, how we punish and reward. Those things help to close the gap. And then, we have to be able to evaluate what's the risk reward when we take the ethical high road. And, to shortcut this decision, I will tell you, I have not come up with anything that's appropriate to say the risk reward forces us or compels us to not take the ethical high road. If we can identify the ethical high road, and then, we identify the risk reward of doing that, there are times where, we have to reevaluate the decision. The ethical high road costs us too much of something, but that's, that's actually documented and we can see. So how do we take the ethical high road, but mitigate those costs? You might have to go back to the drawing board, but to just see the ethical high road and then just take the low road, haven't come up with a risk reward proposition yet that supports that. So in real time, I'm going to just very quickly allude to these things. The Tylenol situation that Johnson & Johnson had, where the DEA hypothesized that someone was literally going into stores, purchasing extra strength Tylenol, injecting the red side of that with cyanide, and then going back and finding a way to put those bottles back on the shelf. I think it was the FDA who hypothesized that it was a disgruntled employee on the line at Tylenol that was doing it. Nobody knew, and it still to this day has not been solved. But once it was an issue, Tylenol literally stopped down and pulled all of their products, costing them millions and untold millions. I don't know what the true cost of that is. There's case studies on this, and it's not necessarily conclusive how much money they lost, but it was the right thing to do. I mean, not doing that was risking lives. So they just did it, and actually, not unintentionally, they didn't know it would turn out this way. To do that is simply a loss. Maybe they have some insurance to help cover it, whatever, but it turned out to be a boon for them because people looked at them as an ethical company with integrity and supported them once they started putting products back on the line. So that was the impact. Southwest Airlines, Operation Desert Storm, 1990, 1991. They were finding that, troops, that were in the theater of battle would get time off. They would be brought back to the States, but not necessarily back to their home, and a lot of them couldn't afford to fly home and be with family while they could, while they had the time. And Southwest got wind of this, and they chose to allow any troops to fly free during this time frame. Now, you have to understand that for Southwest, they knew that one person per flight over the course of the entire year was where, I don't know how that happened. Okay, was where their profit came from. One person on every flight. So if you removed one person from every flight, they would not make profit, they would break even. And so they knew this. Yet what they did is they let the troops fly free, which meant they were transporting people and their weight, costing fuel, all of that, without getting any revenue. But they were also potentially giving up revenue generating seats at the same time. Somebody else might have wanted to pay for that seat. But they knew that this was the right thing to do, so they did it nonetheless. And along the same lines, they did it because it was the right thing. And it turned out that garnered them so much support, just from, people, military or not, that backed that decision. All right. An ethical action test. I'm going to go ahead and skip this for the sake of time. Where do we draw the line? And this is a great exercise to do, maybe even to do with the people that work with you, and just have, create the discussion around ethics, define what that is, and then say, where do you draw the line, and have them write, above the line behaviors, stuff that's acceptable, stuff that is needed, necessary, and right, and then below the line behavior, stuff that they feel like this is where the line is drawn. We cannot participate in this. We cannot do that. And then gather everybody's answers and have a discussion about it. And really, get everybody on the same page. The last thing I want to talk about is right versus right, when there appear to be two right choices. And oftentimes this is brought up by two separate people, but oftentimes it could be just us sitting there thinking about what do we do with this and brainstorming solutions. And now we've got a couple different answers that we can go with. Both of them are the right thing, but what do we do? Well, obviously, for me, the first thing that you want to look at is if you have more than one right answer, and it's a business thing, you're looking at, okay, so how does this fit into our vision and mission, right? Which one is better aligned? From there, You may even want to, especially if it's two different people, you want to look at some collaboration stuff where you can come up with a win-win, meaning that you create a third right answer that incorporates all of the rights from the two that you had originally come up with. So you say, we don't want to lose any of this. How can we create something, a completely different approach or method or item or whatever you're trying to create? How do we create that? What do we do? What can we do that gets all of that? If we can only have one right answer and we've got two, how do we create a third that gets us everything, right? And really go through the exercise of trying to create that. And that, to me, that level of collaboration is most important when it's high stakes, right? You can pick one or the other, but coming up with a third that's different, but that captures the essence of both of them might be the difference between, a moderately successful company and an incredibly successful company because of that level of creativity to collaborate. Always do right. This will gratify some and astonish the rest. The real thing to consider is that everything counts. Your people have to know everything counts. You don't turn ethics on when you get to work. It's who you are. It's built into your DNA. And that's why I brought up hiring earlier. It's important to hire people and evaluate how good a fit are they for who we are as an organization, for our culture, for what we're trying to be, and measure each person, their belief structures, what they believe right and wrong is, and ask a couple questions that allow you to get at that with folks during an interview process or during the hiring process somewhere. And because everything counts 24/7, what we do forms our greatest habits. And, to use a sports analogy, how we practice is how we play. So who we are when, there's no light shining on us, no microphones, no cameras, nobody watching, shadows of that are going to be what we see when people are watching. That stuff doesn't just go away. With that, I'll conclude, take any questions, comments, thoughts, anything that you guys want to talk about.
My one quick question, Scott, would be, because that's, again,
So that was just a short 10-minute clip of an hour-long seminar that Scott came to present to us in our virtual reality. It was super, super good. And I do want to quickly chat. Welcome back, Steve. I want to quickly chat about those final three application points that Scott had for us. Number one, explore what is right as a team. Number two, measure and support good ethics. And then number three, manage competing rights, so to speak. It's very much something you need to get buy-in from a small business team perspective. Yes, absolutely strong leadership, clear vision, so on and so forth. But boy, you really want to incorporate that team structure into that, especially if you're a young business. You need buy-in. And again, then that translates into the whole team leadership with the John Maxwell stuff, get the right people on the bus, the wrong people off the bus. And Steve, you actually attended that seminar ways back. And one of the interesting components that Scott talked about was taking gifts as an ethical dilemma. Obviously, there's a part of, wine and dine, so to speak, that's perfectly legitimate. At what point in your experience does it cross the line where it's no longer appropriate?
It's a little bit one of those, I'll know it when I see it, because in your own heart when you're doing something to bribe somebody, and that's what it comes down to. If you're doing something just to be nice because you want to reward a friendship, that is what it is. But I think in the old school, everybody knew when you crossed the line to say, hey, I expect quid pro quo for this gift to something for my business. And it was much more common 50 years ago. I mean, it's faded over time. We have to go back to a world pre-World War II and post-World War II where literal bribery was an accepted way of doing business.
That's the weird part, too. You talk about cultural differences. There are parts throughout the world where it's very much considered the norm. Very much so.
That created big problems, John, for American business back in the 70s, because they would go to foreign countries where they were expected to bribe the people to get the business done, but it's illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
So if they did what they needed to do, they violated U.S. law.
Mm-hmm,
So I get, in today's age, I think we go to it. I'll give an example, and this is going to be kind of a weird example based on my life. So when I worked at Wharton Econometrics, when I started there in the late 80s, the purchasing done at places like Helene Curtis, which was one of our clients, was very much the old boy network. The head of purchasing, if they needed something, would call up a friend and say, listen, I really need this. I need you to do me a favor. So they got things done through the old boy network. Within a couple of years, they had fully automated the purchasing function. So now the head of purchasing didn't have those relationships, but their argument was, we don't run into the problems that we used to run into. So, we saw it migrate from this old boy network of sales into a more automated marketing type function. And I think we continue down that path. I've spent my life in sales. I started selling pots and pans door to door. I think a lot of what we're seeing is that the old-fashioned salesman is really going to be a thing of the past. They're not going to be used because we've digitized marketing. We're digitizing sales. And I think they'll still be, but it won't be nearly the career path or the quantity that it has been over the last 100 years.
No, it's very, very different. It has changed so much. I mean, you can just, again, put yourself in the customer's mindset today. Back in that time period when you literally went door to door selling pots and pans, wasn't abnormal for some random person to come up to your door and knock, introduce themselves. Hey, I've got something I'd like to show you.
And where would you buy them? Because you didn't
that
have
was the other thing.
You go back when I moved to Chicago, and this goes back to 1987. Michigan Avenue was a big deal because it had all the stores. Well, if you wanted to go to Saks Fifth Avenue, you had to come to Chicago. If you wanted Tiffany's, you came to Chicago. It drew people from all around, many, many states, because it had that quality of store. Well, today, you push a button on your computer and you're in their digitized space. Is it the same experience? No, but it's getting more like that same experience every day. And as that's happening, again, these big cities, which were a draw for so many reasons, that's part of the dynamic causing them to fade.
It's so, and again, that's the whole shift in economy. If I forget who it was, there was basically a business philosopher that was like, we've seen three major revolutions. You get the agricultural, you get the industrial, and he was like, the next one coming up, it's going to be informational. And it was so ahead of its time because that is exactly where we are right now. We're in this transformational revolution of information. You can just look at social media as one prime example. Why is social media so valuable? Why does Facebook, as a public company now on the stock exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, have a huge value? It's because of the information. And again, just identifying that shift in the economy, what is valued as an asset, it might change over time. But as that small business owner, you got to be aware of that.
Shift, right? We were for generations this agricultural economy, and that's what drove it. So it was your ability to get the land to produce for you, the timber, whatever you needed. We then shifted to the industrial economy, where there's ability to manipulate physical goods and get it out the door. We then moved into a financial economy beginning around 1980. We now are in an unprecedented weirdness of a government-generated economy and a technology-generated economy. And I don't think any of us know where it's going to go because we've never been there before.
Well, again, that's why you want to get the brightest minds as far as ranging as you can, as far as wide as you can, into the same space, sit down and have those brainstorming sessions where it's like, okay, what are you seeing in this industry? What are you seeing in that industry? What are you seeing happening in New York? What's happening in Texas? What's happening in Florida? What's happening in Ohio? Being able to bring those minds together is exactly what we're doing at the McGraw Council, bringing those minds together and saying, hey, all right, what's the latest happening here? What's going on? Because as you know, in the finance world, history, and this is one, I'm going to plagiarize you here. History won't repeat itself precisely, but the patterns repeat continuously.
It's a poetry, right? It's going to rhyme to some extent. But you go back and you look, John, at what we've talked about so often. It's easier to look in the rearview mirror and build businesses, to build new ideas based on what we have known. It's very difficult to sit here and say, I forecast X and then build to it. Look at the great evolutionary technologies. Apple Computer did not grow because Steve Jobs had a vision for where it would be. He just knew this little device can do really cool things.
Exactly.
If you look at Facebook again, they didn't build that to be the dominant information source in the world. They built it to connect guys and girls in college. So some of this technology evolved almost accidentally. The question will be, A, can we get our arms wrapped around it to control it, or is the beast out of the box? And then secondly, how do business people move into that generation, again, on a curve like this, to say, I know how to use it? You brought up earlier in one of our sessions the idea of TikTok. Okay, is TikTok a safe technology? It's owned by a foreign government.
And that's
but then you start to get into some really weird stuff. In 1980, I took my freshman year in college. I took a 500 level class. It was my favorite class in college. It was a political science thing on the presidency. And at the end of it, we had to write a paper about where we thought the democracy/republic would go and all that. My whole paper's thesis was that in the end, corporations would rule the world and we would do away with nation states. I think I'm more right now than I ever was. I think that you're holding on to these images of nation states that aren't going to be there. We've crossed the borders intellectually.
Well, to your point, if you look at the way it's been documented that Google, and again, we don't get into politics, but it's been well documented that Google and Facebook have the power to dramatically influence elections. And we've obviously seen the power that they have in controlling the sharing of information and speech. That kind of speaks to your point about corporations having a lot of power here. It's massive power.
Well, it's massive power, and it flies in the face of the traditional historical nation state. What's the value of a border on a nation anymore if the culture is driven by a technology that is cross-nation? I mean, what's the value when language no longer is a barrier because you have real-time translations? I don't know the answer to these things, but they're the questions that we have to look at, because the future of everything relies on it. And I think I've told you this before. I believe we're entering what I'll call now a hockey stick economy, right? Where that big bubble that is the middle class gets compressed way down. We end up with the top 20, 30% having assets. So you either buy, you own it, you innovate, or you operate up here and you make good money.
Yep.
All these people down here are superfluous with respect to technology replacing them, but they become the gig economy.
And I think that theory makes a lot of sense, especially when you look at regulations that are being passed and that are being proposed. Again, not getting political, but just looking at the situation, the different tax brackets, how it's, when you literally have 400 grand in revenue, not net profit, revenue, you enter that different tax bracket and it really adds a significant burden. Yeah, it contributes to that gig economy theory where it's, you no longer have this traditional small business as we know it, but rather you'll see one individual having 3 or 4 businesses to rely on for their income. No longer just one business as the main source. It's going to be split up through several different gigs.
You go back to this information almost defining what is a business, right? Is it a legal entity? Is it an idea? Is it a what? And so this is the kind of more brain candy that we'll go into as the night progresses. But it's the idea that we are seeing this massive, and again, overused word, systemic change that's at this angle.
It's so true.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say,
in the area of thought leadership, one of the things the council has to do is be able to guide their customers, their members through this time.
For
and we're
sure.
watching it day by day. Now, when it comes to the legislative agendas that you and I have talked about, we have to recognize that legislation always is done in the rearview mirror. It will never catch up on this because it's always back here. So regulatory environments will never keep up with this. It will be the Wild West to some extent. But our clients will have to understand that digital universe, how it plays out, and how they prosper from it, as well as we will have to figure that out.
Well, and again, I think a point you made earlier, you're like, we don't necessarily have the answer right now. You don't necessarily have to have the answer right now. However, you got to be thinking about it. Just
Right.
even taking the time, 10, 15 minutes even, to look at it and say, okay, where does this go? How does it impact my industry, my current business situation? What does it look like in the future? Because that is where you're going to really make a difference in the sustainability of your specific situation, your specific business, to where you'll be able to kind of forecast out in the future and say, okay, here's what's coming down the pipeline. Here's how I'm going to position my company. So when that regulation passes, it's not a shocker going, where the heck did that come from? It's, I've been tracking this for 3 years. I'm ready for it.
And
Not what I want, but I'm ready for it.
Some of it, I believe, is so predictable, it's not even funny. We know, for example, already that the nature of virtual world will grow. It's just a fact. The world will become more virtualized. We know that. Number two, we know that government regulation will become more attempting to solve a problem, more onerous on people, because you can't regulate Facebook. You'll regulate the users of Facebook. And so you can see these things, and we know, auto drive cars, they're done. They're here. This is just when do they roll out? I think battery technology is going to give us a whole new capability in robotics, where now if you go to Boston Dynamics and you look at Atlas or some of their other very advanced robots, these are humanoid in form sometimes. They'll be able to do an awful lot of the labor around a house in 10 years. This is a done deal. This is not hard to predict.
The technology exists. How do we respond? How do we respond? And also, I think another big component is the consumer ready for it? Is the average consumer ready for it in the sense that they're ready to pay a specific price for that product or service? And
let me change your thinking. Let me completely throw your thinking into a reconfigured thing. The consumer wasn't ready for the internet. The internet dragged them along. The consumer wasn't ready for the iPhone. The iPhone dragged them along. As these technologies develop, the consumers won't be ready because they're looking in the rearview mirror. This technology is going to come out and drag them.
And that's where, as a small business, you want to be out in front of it as much as you can. No, you might not pioneer the new technology, and that's okay. You don't have to, especially if it's not in your industry. However, you need to be aware of it because you can be on that front end of it. What's the old quote for margin call? Be first, be smarter, or cheat. It's like, yeah, we don't cheat. We're not going to do that. You might have a really smart team. Congrats if you do. But it's a lot easier, as the guy says, to be first or be one of the first.
We also know it didn't take the first cereal company to make you money. Sometimes you can tweak that and come out with a better mousetrap. I'm actually surprised that there hasn't been a legitimate competitor to Facebook. It's not that complex a code.
Again, remember, think of one of the biggest competitors to Facebook, and this is where position yourself as a small business. One of the competitors to Facebook was Instagram. Facebook went in and bought it. They acquired it.
Well, and again, that's why the big are going to get bigger, and you're going to get the hockey stick.
Which, again, as a small business, know where these trends are going. Get out in front of it so you can position yourself, to use the technology for your benefit, to create more value for your consumers. But also, if you happen to be in the right place at the right time, position yourself so that you can sell to those big companies. That's not a bad thing.
Talk specifically, John, about the McGraw Council and our family of companies. We are largely rearview mirror looking companies. Take Jobformance. Human resources is a rearview mirror issue. It's not 22nd century stuff. But what Jim Owens has done in response to that is created a digital product that will help on a scalable basis with the job fit analysis. I think if you look at, what's happened at McGraw Capital, which they are working in an increasingly debanked space. More and more businesses under 20 million can't get bank financing. We're right now involved in doing import finance. Okay, merchant, this kind of merchant funding and trade funding, the banks don't touch it. We're doing it. It's an evolution, but it's not revolution. It's an evolution. You look at Merchant Masters with your idea that it's no longer just about saving a nickel. It's about the system solution to a broader need. That's an evolution, not a revolution. So these are all things that can make us better. Exiva, the ability to make it a remote, part-time CFO or fractional CFO, that's not revolutionary. It's evolutionary.
Exactly. Recognizing the differences in there. And again, you don't necessarily have to be the revolutionary to earn a profit and to serve a specific need.
Absolutely not.
A small little tweak here and there can go a long way, very long way.
Our breakfast aisle wouldn't look like it does.
It hasn't changed that much since my lifetime. I'd wager it hasn't changed that much.
Cereals invented all the time.
But
Kashi's
you still
Gold, that was just introduced 10 years ago. That's not a long time.
And you still got the same old aisles filled with boxes of cereal.
That's right. I'll bet you somebody right now is working on a better cereal, better for you, tastes better, cheaper, whatever. That's competition. A friend of mine, Jim Dorsch, who worked with me at the bakery, invented the stackers, the pickles.
Yeah.
Because he and his team were sitting around there and they worked for Vlasic Pickles. And they're looking at the pickles going, these are really the best pickles you can do. There's no way to improve them. Until Jim came up and put one on a sandwich and said, that doesn't work. So they invented the stackers. It's that kind of evolutionary growth that can make people an enormous amount of money.
For sure. And meet the consumer demand. If it's something that will fulfill a need, desire, or want, something along those lines, you're probably in a good space. If it's
Think
not
about it this way. They talk about the bleeding edge. So let's talk about that bleeding edge as the technologies that draw the consumers along with them, where the leading edge already sees the consumer demand and responds to it. Now, there are massive mistakes there. I still don't know how Motorola doesn't own the portable phone market. So going way back when I worked in trunk radio, Motorola and GE had the market for trunk radio, which is the precursor to cell phones, right?
Yeah.
How did they not win that market? How did this little Steve Jobs guy come up with better technology than they did? And it's one word, passion.
Amen. I was just going to say it's so much more than just a product or service. It's so much more than just a marketing plan. It's that passion, that internal fire that no one can put out, that no one is going to put out or quiet or dim or whatever have you.
See the world a little differently, and you say, what if I built that? I'd like it.
Exactly.
I look at what you're doing at the council membership. I think you're unique. I don't think you're a revolution in how business is done, but I think you're an evolution in how business can network together and partner together to build a better environment for their overall thriving and success. That's a huge step. I think that's necessary. We've talked about things privately between you and me that could be revolutionary. Maybe someday we'll do some of that.
Absolutely.
But right now, go ahead.
I was just going to say, back to the whole evolutionary thing. It's not like the McGraw Council created consulting or created this health check or created coaching. However, the way in which we're doing it is very unique. It is the first time someone's doing exactly what we're doing in the way we're doing it. No, again, going back to food who doesn't like food as an analogy? We didn't invent the cake, but yeah, we invented a new recipe here that people are really liking, that really creates value.
But use that analogy of music. There's only so many chords.
Yep.
The fact that it's the way they get used that makes somebody sing and somebody not. So invention and reinvention and this ability to adapt and thrive in different environments is the magic of the small business model. We're little speedboats. We can go left, we can go right. We're not the big battleship. I mean, my gosh, when I worked for Schwab, which is really the only big company I've ever worked for, they were so concerned about the brand, and they have to be. I don't fault them for that.
Yep.
You weren't allowed to do anything in that company without lawyers looking at it, marketing people looking at it. It goes back to the Ford versus Ferrari movie when Carroll Shelby said to Henry Ford, "You can't build a winning race car by committee." And that's true in most business. So the small business innovation always, I forget the number, but it's like 56 or 60% of all patents are filed by small business.
Yeah, that's where innovation takes place. We talked about it earlier. We're talking now. We'll talk about it again later. It all starts in that small business environment.
Yeah.
So true. And with that, looks like we have our next guest ready to join us. Leah Hops with Vision Force Marketing. We'll bring in Leah into the virtual broadcasting studio. Testing. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Leah, good evening. How are you?
Hi, Steve. Hi, John. I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing
Doing
great.
well.
We're entering hour number 10 of our 24-hour marathon for the McGraw Council membership.
Ooh, I'm impressed.
We're still alive. We're still breathing. Still standing.
You look alert. And
Yeah, but what we haven't done lately is tell people go to www.themcgrawcouncil.com and sign up. Platinum members for only $39 a month receive thousands of dollars in tangible goods, as well as access to our virtual world. They get access to people like Leah, who's on with us now. So, go visit themcgrawcouncil.com, sign up today, help us support the small business community.
So true. And Leah, I want to talk a little bit about what you do specifically. So what I do want to share real quick, y'all helped us build our website and CRM, but it's again, we're talking about digitalization here. It's a very highly integrated system that connects a member portal, our payment processing, our CRM database, our email marketing, which has the ability, it's open API, so we can connect it to text marketing as well, phone calls, phone recording, so on and so forth, which all ties into our website. So y'all do some pretty cool stuff.
well, thank you. And that is our sweet spot, is not just understanding one thing, not just website design or website hosting or marketing strategy, but understanding how everything works together. And that's the number one thing we hear from small business owners is they're just fragmented. And so we help them put a lasso around everything and really make it work for them so that there is a return on those marketing dollars, for that investment. So get some ROI. And that's something you don't hear a lot of marketing people talk about, unfortunately. They want, they'll talk about SEO all day long, or they'll talk about, the beautiful websites they design or how many awards they won from creating some logo design, but that really doesn't help their end customers at the end of the day. And so that's one of the things that Sean and I really have worked hard on over the last few years, of really understanding that from a practical standpoint. It's
so true. And I think you bring up a really good point there. 3 simple letters, ROI. It's one of those things. It's very easy. We were talking about finances earlier with Roy and Exiva. It's very easy to see a new business toy out there and be like, ooh, that thing's going to be super cool to use. What's your return on it? What is it at? What value is it delivering to you that allows you to create more value for your customers, to serve them better? Because if it's not, it might not be something that you need.
Right. And there's a ton of them out there. I get emails all the time from our clients asking about, whether it's a website plugin, whether it's, new software, whatever it is. And hey, this sounds really cool. Hey, I'm in this mastermind group and everybody's using this.
All right, stop it already. I'm guilty as charged.
Everybody is, Steve. I could say that. It doesn't matter what client I'm in front of. Every single one would say, oh, I've done that. But that's what we're here for. And we do the same thing. We just, we don't have someone else, we're vetting it ourselves, obviously. But Sean will come to me, or I'll say something to him, and, and we have to vet those things and always take a step back, because when we first started, we jumped into every single one of those too. And we spent whatever, a lot of money on things going, okay, this is the thing that's going to change the business, right? And we learned there's not one thing that changes your business. We make a lot of bad decisions. It's how many good ones can you make close enough in a short amount of time to keep your business afloat, right? And to get your business going. And so those are the things that you just have to be careful of, because it doesn't matter if it's, $30 a month, because sometimes those little things add up, and then all of a sudden you're looking at your monthly expenses going, I'm not using, 6 things on here. And you're better off spending on something bigger. So you just really have to look at those things and be very cognizant of it, just as you would with your own, your home finances. And I think a lot of business owners really, they get overwhelmed because there's so much, and then they start doing what they're good at, right? Whether it's they're a restaurant owner, or whether they're a CPA, they're doing what they're good at. And so they think if they do this one little thing over here in marketing, that takes care of it. And unfortunately, that's not how it works.
If only it were that simple. It's like, it's one of those small business equations. Everyone's always looking for that magical formula to where I'm going to spend XYZ dollars over here and I'm going to get Z dollars out. Perfect. Simple as that. There are businesses that build up to that point, but it takes a lot of time to get there. And then it goes back to all that glitters isn't gold. So true, especially in marketing. You guys actually saved us on that one because I found a funny little story again about having people you trust. Found a little online platform like, hey, this is like really cool for generating leads and stuff. Sent it your way. Like, you read through the details and you're like, this is actually 100% scam. You want to notice down here? I'm like, good catch.
Oh, those are things that, I'm used to. Just like if I sent things that are in your, in your bailiwick that you pick up on. So.
Indeed. You guys speak the same small business language, right?
Yes.
But again, everyone's going to have their silo of uniqueness.
Draw me out real quick a roadmap for the small businesses that are going to see this video, what they need to do to begin, comprising a digitization strategy.
I always start with putting some kind of marketing plan together. You have to understand where you are and where you want to go and map that out. And it can be as simple as writing some things down of where you want to be at the end of the year. And whether that's a revenue dollar goal, whether it's a percent growth goal, whether it's achieving some very tangible things, you need to have something out there as a goal. And then how are you going to achieve it? And you have to have some type of roadmap. You have to know, okay, by the end of February, I'm going to have these 3 things done. By end of March, I'm going to have these 3 things done. So it really does start there. From the digitization side of it, you need a website. You have to be found on, so it's not just a website, but search engine.
Is there any business out there that really doesn't have a website?
Some old, I would say I still run into once in a while people that have just the old school business.
It's got to be 98% have websites. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So question, Lee, I was looking through, there's it used to be called Reference USA, and then they got bought out by someone. But there was a business listing that they had in there, and you can search, for businesses by size and everything. But one of the categories was with or without a website. And I was running a search once, and I clicked must have a website, and it eliminated like 30% of the listings. Are there that many without a website?
I don't know if that's maybe they just haven't filled in, the website on that listing. Okay. Because they get their listings, they do business listings, and I think they get them from a number of sources, whether it's, some cities you have to have business licenses, right? And so they're pulling from a lot of places, and then businesses can opt in to update that information. And if they don't fill that out, so that's where I think that's coming in.
Okay, gotcha.
But I was on the last vacation Sean and I took, ran into a business owner that didn't have a website, so, and obviously they were a very small local company, but, and I think this last year proved more than anything how, critical online presence really is. But it's more than just the website. It's being found, because it's not the field of dreams. It's not build it and they will come. You have to drive people to that traffic. And, and I don't know how much we want to get into search engines, because there's a lot of discussion, a lot we could talk about with Google and social media these days, and in the last month or so, which is very concerning from a small business perspective.
Hey, real quick on that, have you seen the show, The Social Dilemma?
Yes.
Did you agree with its premises and its outcomes?
Yeah. I mean, it was interesting. I knew a lot. Most of it didn't surprise me. I think because just understanding the algorithms and the privacy and knowing how much is out there and that they're collecting all of that. I was not aware of how they were able to manipulate their algorithms with getting people to engage. That was very
I thought
fascinating.
it was insightful when they talk about how the like button so changed their business.
Yeah.
Again, non-intentional. They didn't expect it to go where it went. It just did.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
And
it was interesting. I was joking around with people because I said, I watched that movie and I didn't watch it with a critical eye to the big tech guys. I just said, how can I do that?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, and, some of those people on there, I think they admitted that they were, they were part of it. And then they started seeing it take a very sinister turn. And I think that was the concerning part. But yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff, we've known from the beginning. If if you've been involved in digital marketing, you at least had an idea what was going on, but maybe not to the extent. But yeah, it was fascinating and disconcerting and spooky all at the same time. And one of the challenges and one of the questions I've been getting a lot from clients just in the last 30 days is, okay, now what? With the censorship, with all of these things, what do we do? And what are our options? And right now, it's all I can say is we just got to see where everything flushes out. There's a lot of new social media platforms, but some of them are getting taken down. Some of them are on threat being taken down.
I don't think any of us, and I mean any of us, saw the risk of the big tech companies shutting down their servers.
Yeah.
Well, only the conspiracy side. So there were a few people that way back were like, I don't like the power that where this is going. And I got to give them credit. It ended up going down that road, which is something that was totally bizarre, but here we are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And, and that's what's difficult for small businesses, because if you are a small online business and you're depending on this, how do you navigate that? And what do you do to protect yourself? And it's one of those things. I'm not so worried about Facebook, because Facebook has long been pay to play. If you didn't make your money on Facebook when they first started, you've got to pay for ads, or you've got to have a really strong network of people sharing your posts to get anything organic to a business page. And certain businesses are still seeing very good return with Facebook ads. But at least with most of our clients, that is not our client base. And so most of them are not doing Facebook ads, and they're not really seeing, anything change there. I think the concerning thing is Google and what's happening with the Google search. Right now, we haven't seen them deplatform or penalize any small businesses in terms of the Google My Business profile listing. We're not seeing that, but there was an article the other day and I posted it on LinkedIn. It was a company out of Texas, and John, I don't know if you were familiar with them. I don't know. I meant to send the article to you and I got distracted. They make N95 masks to compete with the Chinese masks, right? Yeah. Made in the USA, made in Texas, and Google won't show them in their listings. They do not rank. They cannot rank. And that's scary.
What causes that?
Well, and that's what is coming to light now is typically we would say, oh, we can handle that for you, right? Because that's just search engine optimization. You just got to know what the game is and how to improve that. Well,
right.
In industries, we can do that. But from that article, the reason why that made me concerned is if we've got the big tech companies not even honoring their own system, and over here in this one industry, it doesn't work because they're just going to do whatever they want with the search engines and those keywords.
Yeah.
Now we're not on a level playing field. It used to be a level playing field. Whoever paid the most worked the hardest. It wasn't always about dollars, because it's just, you can do a lot of blogging and things like that to get your keywords higher ranking. You don't have to hire someone like us. You don't have to hire someone to do SEO for you, but you have to put in the work. But if this is the trend, or in certain industries, that's not going to work because big tech is decided that they're going to favor this company or this country of origin. That's really concerning from a market standpoint.
That just it presents a huge challenge for that small business again, because they don't have the time, money, or other resources to go in there and position themselves like a massive company and say, okay, how are we going to compete with this company getting better algorithm reach or an exposure from this company south of the border or whatever it might be. It's a very, very difficult challenge to overcome.
Yeah.
Leah, let me ask you this question. If a company came to you and said, we don't feel comfortable using public cloud servers, we want to build our own, I presume that that's doable and not all that expensive.
Yeah, I mean, there are companies, servers out there that they're not Apple or Google servers, and they are private companies, and that's, you know, and then we have dedicated servers for our websites, and you know, we're using the same technology that some, you know, people like Sean Hannity are using, right? That might be targeted, but you know, they're not out there on the public.
That, I guess, is the part where people probably should have thought early on about let's do our own servers.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it can be done. And it's not that you have to have your own servers even. You just have to work with companies that aren't, you know, that are going to support everybody and that have taken the stance that, hey, as long as it's legal, we're going to support you. And there's plenty of those out there as well. And so, you know, it's, yeah, I mean, the
right now, would you not have a niche market, Leah, going after gun shops?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you not have a market niche going after gun shops? Because you know they're going to be taking off these servers.
Yeah, if they're not already on, you know, on dedicated servers, then yeah, it's definitely a niche. So yeah, any of those that have been targeted certainly need to be thinking about moving their hosting over and getting away from the shared hosting. And just so people understand what the difference is, shared hosting is like an apartment building, and you guys probably have both heard our analogy on this, whereas a dedicated server is owning your own home. When you're in an apartment building, someone turns up the music at the end of the hall, it affects the entire building. When you have your own home, you can play drums and you're not bothering anybody. When you're on
the cloud is just a server, is it not?
The cloud is a little different, and now we're starting to get outside of my ability to technically talk about that, because there are servers that are physical servers. And then you do have cloud, but then there's still technology behind that.
It's got to be a server. I mean, it's just
right.
A big bank of them. But
well, there's the technology and regulation, because I do know there are certain things that are required to be on that physical server.
Right. And so one of the things, and I will have to, after this last statement is probably the most that I can talk about servers. But we were working with somebody that custom software development and a massive project, and that they were looking at what that would support going on. And we were looking at initially is that Apple? I don't know. I think it's the Apple cloud servers. Well, I got to tell you, now I'm rethinking that. They're not in an industry that should be affected by any of the censorship, but it concerns me that that's a company that has taken a hard line saying, oh, we're just going to pick and choose who we take down. So those are the things that as a marketing company, we're, really looking at and watching really carefully what's moving, how this is moving forward and how this is all going to play out.
John, I think it'd be interesting to have somebody come on and talk about the difference between the cloud and a server. I think it's the same thing.
Let me text someone and see if they're available.
Yeah, because that would be, again, that's kind of where my expertise ends.
At some point, there's a disk or some virtual static storage, right? It's got to be in that kind of a matrix serving environment. Now, granted, if you're Apple, it's going to be huge. They're going to have rooms of these things.
Right.
But if you're a normal business and you're going to run 1 million people in your system, that cloud would not have to be that huge, I don't think.
So yeah, we'll see if John's got somebody, because I don't want to mislead or misspeak.
I might need like an hour or so, but texting a few people, seeing if they can speak to it, if they'd be able to join us for even just as little as 15 minutes.
I
to talk
think
about
that would be fascinating, because all this technology, again, is growing, and Moore's Law is one of them, but there are other laws too. And as this technology grows and the costs come down and the virtuality of it all grows, I think you're going to have a situation in which people own their own homes. They're not going to have these apartment building servers. They're going to own their own.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's back to your analogy about, what everyone said about computers too back in the day. It's impossible to ever get to the point of affordability where everyone can have one.
Right. Yeah. And it's not that, and dedicated servers themselves, they're not, it's not that they're cost prohibitive. It's just doesn't make sense for for a business to have their own. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't.
And you get into, and John, this is why we're on for 24 hours, because around 2 or 3 this morning, you want to have this discussion that simply hypothesizes with this intra-connectivity or extra connectivity that's coming down the pike.
Mm-hmm.
When everything is connected to everything.
For sure.
Now the concept of a private cloud can't work because it's not going to communicate with this and this and this. So you're going to have that as almost a public utility, I would think.
Well, again, there have been efforts to make something like the internet a public utility. I'm sure you might have even seen it up in Illinois, but there are a few people calling for it down here in Texas.
I think the internet is a public utility, isn't it? Isn't it run by ICANN?
Well, right now it's still implemented locally. You still have different companies you can choose.
That's distribution. It's like oil and gas, right? Where you have the oil and then a different distribution line. I think the internet is public domain. It just comes through these different pipelines.
I'd have to circle back with a specific expert on that so I don't get outside my realm too much, pretending like I know all about it when I don't.
It's not late enough to do that yet.
I know we still have 20. No,
hours,
not 20. Oh,
14.
13, 47 minutes and some seconds, I think. So real quickly, I know you got stuff going on too. Tell us about a few small businesses that you love locally near you.
Well, I got to say, I'm very fond of the businesses that have fought over the last year and have fought and stood up for the right to remain in business. And so one of those is a restaurant. You want me to name?
If you please, yeah, tag them on our Facebook feed. Tell them that you love them and that you're thankful for them and that you got their back.
Okay, all right, yeah, I will do that. I always have to think of hang on, because I always do it. I always say this one wrong. Hang on, make sure. Yeah, it's Foxfire. I always get it wrong with the browser. Firefox. So it's Foxfire in Geneva, Illinois, actually, that was proactive in fighting the governor's orders and was able to stay open, and actually was able to make it so that there was a cease and desist, so nobody could even come onto their property to try to shut them down. And I thought that was just, I was proud of them for, taking a stand and staying open and, doing that for their employees and for their businesses. And
Foxfire.
So that's one of my, I've, this year changed a lot of my perception with a lot of businesses. And so that's one that I would say was probably one that stood out.
I love it.
And, I think, there's others too, but I think when you take a stand like that, that shows leadership, it shows strength. Anybody can say what they're going to do, but when you actually follow through with it and you do that, that just shows. And I think that also showed other businesses in Geneva that it could be done. And, and I just think that that's huge when business owners actually exercise their right and stand up.
For sure. That's a really inspiring. What a great way to use the.
Can you
hear me?
Oh, I can hear. Did I get cut off there?
No, we heard you every bit. I heard every bit
Okay,
there.
okay, good.
You know, I was just saying, I think it's really cool when you see a small business like that know the law and know how to apply the law because they did everything legally. They got a cease and desist ahead. Don't you come trespassing again because I'm not breaking any law. So I was speaking.
Several restaurants here in Illinois that had very good law firms representing them. In fact, there's one that specialized in it. And if I could remember the name, I'd shout them out because they really did a nice job. But hey, Lee, a quick question. How's West Palm Beach or South Florida?
Oh, Key West?
Yeah.
That was interesting.
All's well that ends well?
We still don't know. We're still waiting. February 4th is the next date. Do you want?
Well, in your honor.
Ugh. Can't do it. Won't do it. There you go.
Okay, so there's a little bit of a backstory there. You know, we won't get into it right now, but there's a very good inside joke with that.
Yes. Sorry for those that are part of that.
That's awesome. Leah, thank you so much for joining us, for talking to us, sharing your insights, and talking about Foxfire as well. Really, really appreciate it.
Can I give just a couple tips?
Oh, please.
Okay. Because I want to make sure I leave people with something. Because
Like, how do we get in touch with you?
Oh, well, yes. Okay. So you can reach me at visionforcemarketing.com or Leah, Leah, at visionforcemarketing.com if you have questions. We also do free reports. So if you need to understand where you fall, where your website ranks, where some of those gaps are in your digital marketing, we will do free reports for you and do a whole presentation for you so you understand where your competitors are weak and where you'd be able to take some market share. But one of the things that I want to tell people is if you're running Google Ads, I just did this with a potential client. I was able to expose they had not actually tagged or toggled on their negative keywords. Negative keywords in a Google Ads campaign is critical. And I will tell you this because this was a dance studio. And as I went through the presentation, they showed me their Google Ads. They shared their screen with me. It was pole dancing, pole classes. And I'm like, I didn't know you guys did that. And he said, we don't. I'm like, all right, you need to toggle those on your Google Ads as negative keywords so that when people are searching the pole dancing near me lessons, right, they're not clicking on your ad using up your ad dollars. They didn't know that. A lot of people who do ads themselves on Google Ads don't know that, and that's a huge feature on Google Ads. So that's one tip on Google Ads. Number two, if you don't have your Google My Business location already secured, do that. I've had
Wait, your what location?
Google My Business.
Okay.
You might remember old Google Plus, back when Google Plus, right? And they phased that out about 2 years ago. Now it's Google My Business. Not every business. So if you are, let's say, a leadership coach, you can't necessarily have a profile. If you're an author, you can't have a profile because they want it to be a business. It's not for personalities. It's not for just a public figure like you can do your Facebook page or an Instagram account. This is for businesses. Now, if you don't have a physical address or you work from home, you can toggle. So when you're setting it up, so your business is not physically shown, they still will send a postcard to your home to verify the business, which helps just verify, validate all of that, but your address will not show up online as part of your profile. But it's a huge piece, and we call it Google juice, but it's a huge piece of that Google ranking factor. And I still find a lot of businesses haven't claimed it. They don't post pictures, they don't post information, they don't have their hours correct. I see that a lot. People don't keep their hours updated, and I use that all the time. If I'm looking for someone or looking for directions and I see they're closed, I may still call. Sometimes I won't. But you want to make sure that those hours are updated. And we actually very frequently, when we get a client's Google My Business first up and running, they will actually start seeing phone calls and hits to their website and new leads coming through, and they think we've started their SEO campaign. And I'm like, no, we haven't even started that. That's just because that's how big of a deal Google My Business is. So that is one of the biggest things.
Question on that. I could go again all night with this stuff, but to what extent, if somebody said to you, I really don't want to use Google, I don't like their business. I don't like who they are. I want to use Firefox. Is that still the same search engine? Or is it Firefox's search engine?
Firefox is different. And I will tell you, you know, I would argue that there's sometimes you just, it doesn't matter if you don't like them, use it to your advantage, get the dollars you can, right, from it. And because until something is as powerful as Google, you don't want to cut off your nose to spite your face.
Is Google 10 times more powerful than everybody else? Right?
Yeah, they dominate. They own the search engines. And, you know, and what I don't know is if, you know, Firefox ever going to be there, you know, is DuckDuckGo ever going to, you know, I don't know if any of these are ever going to grow to that point. And so they're hard questions, you know, and these are, I'm glad you're asking because I'm getting a lot of questions recently on this.
I don't search on Google ever. I don't ever use it. I don't have it on my phone. I don't have it on my computer.
It will be interesting, I would say, in another 3 months to see what their market share has done and to see how much, because DuckDuckGo I know is getting a lot of traffic, and we'll see if that affects, you know, their market share at all.
I certainly don't notice a difference. I couldn't tell you if I'm on Google or DuckDuckGo. It's all the same thing. You do a search and you get results.
Again, it depends, because if that's not for the algorithms, because remember Google has a big ad placement, a lot of those first clicks go to that front page ad. Leah, am I wrong there?
Yeah, and then you can tell what the ads are because it'll say ad or sponsored. So you'll know what are the ad and what are the organic. I can't answer that, guys. I wish I could. But what I'm telling people is if I have clients that that want to get off Facebook, I'm like, sure, fine, go ahead, get off Facebook. I totally understand. That's not going to make or break your business. Right now, if you are ranking well and people are finding you on Google, you don't want to delete your Google My Business profile. And I heard this once from some attorneys. I overheard them in the courtroom once. And I think this applies here. They were talking about, and there were two opposing attorneys, interestingly enough, and judge was out of the room. They were on recess. I had stayed in the courtroom, and I heard them talking about that their clients, they were laughing, unfortunately, about, I don't even know what it was. But they were talking about when a client doesn't care how much it's going to cost, but on principle, right, they're not going to give in. They're not going to give in to the other party. They're not. And they were talking about how you can be so right, you're still wrong. Or, you know, on the other side of the coin, you can be wrong and still right. And I think that really comes down to this with Google. And this is this, you know, where I kind of come down on it right now is, okay, you can disagree with what they're doing, but are you going to just stop doing what you love, stop doing your business, stop doing what is working for you on principle? And on the same hand, yes, we have to have people that walk away.
If we all did that, it would affect them.
Absolutely. But one of the things, and this is where I will caution people on that too, and it's two sides of coin. When everything started with the whole pandemic at the beginning of the year, I'm like, people aren't going to put up with this. And if we all just stand up, we won't have an issue. Nobody stood up. And so what happens is then the ones that do are the ones that lose, right? It's the arrows in the pioneers, right? The first pioneers, the ones with the arrows in their back, right? And so that's where I'd say just ride this out for a while in terms of leaving your business where it don't delete your Google My Business profile. If anything, why would you not use it against them? Try to get your business, build your business so you can use your dollars to build something and to go somewhere else. It's one of those things. Small businesses were vulnerable, and you know, and there isn't a great answer right now for any of this, unfortunately. And so that's why I would never tell somebody just delete your Google My Business profile. because until everybody does it, how else are they going to find you?
John, do we have one?
Google My Business?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do. It's one of those things too, through Google Analytics, you can track kind of where your traffic's coming from.
Yeah.
And if you're getting traffic from there, that's going to have to be a common sense business decision. You're going to have to keep that sucker in place. Now, at the same time, if you're not getting anything there, then you might be able to pull the plug without a problem. But again, to your point, Leah, it's a tough call to be the first one out. You really want to make sure that if you're pulling a stunt like that, you have a lot of support.
Yeah. And, Firefox and, they're pulling from Google. I like, some of these search engines are just pulling from Google too, and so, and, as long as there's only 2 platforms of phones and Google is the prime, if that's what's the default on the phone, and with the maps, the Google Maps is part of that. So that just gets into a really hairy thing. And as much as I'd like to say, all right, everybody get off this platform, go do this. It's just the reality is that's not going to happen. It's going to take time. And you just really have to be careful with what you're doing right now.
Very true.
Fair enough. That's good advice.
Rock solid.
Because I think a lot of small businesses are really upset right now.
Oh,
And I think they're looking on, we don't know what to do. We don't want to support this, but we can't avoid it. We're selling them the rope that will hang us.
Right. And I totally understand that. And that's where, in things that people can do if you don't want to spend Google ad dollars. Now, I've also had people say once they pull their ad dollars back, they don't get the leads. Not that they can actually see a direct result, that they know that those ads are giving them visibility in those 1 and 2, 3 spots, but you can blog, you can add content to your website on your own. You don't have to pay anyone to do that. Does it help to have someone like us do it? Well, of course, because you don't have to do it yourself, but you can do those things yourself. You can add content to your web pages. You can do your own research on what makes a good blog for search engine optimization, right? You can research your own keywords. You can make sure that you've got good blog content out there. And, I still think, and I've been saying this for several years now, the belly to belly hasn't gone away, and it's going to come back. It's never going to go away completely. I don't care how many people embrace the whole virtual thing. People are meant to be, we are meant to be together. We are meant to, have that human interaction and connectivity, and it's going to come back, and we just have to continue to find other ways, to market ourselves and other ways to communicate and not discount human to human contact.
You'll never beat shaking someone's hand, looking them directly in the eye. You're never going to beat that level of interaction. I do wonder though, if we are entering a new normal. I mean, especially if you look at, like larger companies, it's been well documented, sources like the Harvard Business Journal, this virtual work zone has increased productivity and simultaneously increased efficiency. And it's like, hey, that's not something you can turn a blind eye to. That's something that's pretty darn hard to ignore. So in terms of, kind of going back, I agree. I definitely think face-to-face will always be an important component. I do wonder though, if that's going to be the main means like it used to be. I mean, obviously,
look at the 20-somethings, right? Look at the next generation coming up. They're much more comfortable in their phone than they are in the interpersonal communication. I mean, I don't know how permanent that is.
And that's against, the whole marketing thing that, Leah, you can probably talk to all day long. As a small business, you've got to be where your customer is. And in order to do that, number one, you're going to have to know who your customer is. I mean, it's that whole small business thing. Well, who's your perfect customer? Anyone who does this. Well, that's not your perfect. That's just a potential.
The reason that Google and Apple have been so successful is they get that who is your customer down to a very fine-tooth comb.
Yes.
Right? They know exactly every word that we're speaking right now. They're going to be sending us ads based on all this stuff.
Right.
They will.
Yeah.
So they know their customers because their customer is their user.
And they know inside
who our customers are, and all of our clients need to learn that to that level of finite detail.
Mm-hmm.
And the good news is there are many places you can get that data. It took maybe 7 months of doing Merchant Masters in Texas to really know what the Texas market was, to where we could pinpoint it down and say, hey, we can build a customer profile / avatar here pretty darn well. if you're just starting out, it's going to take a little bit of time.
Mhm.
Typically, that small business owner has experience in some form of business, and they're kind of able to look at their history and say, you know, generally speaking, this is who my customer is. This is what they do. This is what they like. This is who they are. And that, again, will tell you if they're spending their time on Google, if they spend their time on Facebook. And then that's where, and again, fact-based decision-making, where they're spending where are they spending their time? That's where you need to be. And again, for a lot of these, especially local businesses, yeah, I mean, Leah, it's all, like you said, it's all on Google.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, Google and Apple also have the, I would say, unfair advantage of able to manipulate their demographic and turn them into what they want them to be too. So, you know,
clearly, right, because they know how to reinforce behaviors, and they
right,
that's
right.
Very legitimate point, though. Again, that's not something that's to be overlooked, because that gives them, you know, if you ever compare, I think I've seen it before, first-hand experience, where there is a comparison made between my small business, you know, Facebook or Google or Apple. Just remember, they've got a little bit of a competitive advantage there, because they do have a certain ability to reshape.
Yeah.
But yeah, a great point, Leah. That's a really good point.
Yeah. And I think, you know, one of the things for local businesses is, you know, if you are hyper local, now, you know, it's different when you are working online and you kind of serve a global market. But for anybody who's in a local network or, you know, a hyper local, you know, to just get involved with your other local businesses, because I think this last year proved that too. Those that were able to stick together and band together, those, whether they were in counties or, you know, towns that banded together, were able to stand up together. They're, you know, they always strengthen numbers, just what, you know, what you guys are doing here with the McGraw Council. And I think when you are local, making sure you know who those other business owners are. And that's what I mean by the belly to belly and things like that too, because certainly you're right, Steve, things are changing and we don't know yet, you know, as this younger generation matures, are they going to mature to the point where they do crave that person-to-person contact because they didn't have that? That's entirely possible. Or are they going to be so removed? Are they always going to be like this? So, you know, I don't know what the psychologists say about that. I'm not one, but I think it's going to be very interesting to watch that over the next 10 or 20 years. But I think if you have, you know, and I think more important than ever as we come out of 2020 into this year and figuring out what this year is going to look like, we have a lot of responsibility to change that ourselves by, okay, what am I going to put up with and what am I not going to put up with? And what am I going to change about this year? And how am I going to do business differently this year, no matter what goes on, you know, politically? And it's a great impetus really to reinvent yourself. People were forced to do it last year. You know, this is something we should always be doing as small business owners. It's something you should be doing every year, thinking about what's next and how can I do the next thing.
So true. You got to be that, like Steve, we talked about earlier.
Commentary, Leah. As you know, you get into the philosophical on some of this because we don't know where it goes. We just know that for the first time, at least in my life, I don't think tomorrow looks like yesterday.
Oh
my goodness, no. Very, very
That's
different.
a weird thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty sure the sun's going to come up in the east. That's about it, though.
I would agree. I would agree with you on that. Yeah, this is, and I think that's where banding together and like what you're doing is so great, because this is where you've got to rely on other people. You're not going to survive as an island unto yourself. You know, not that you could do it before as a small business, but I think even more so now we're seeing that we really have to. We have to stand up. We have to, you know, bounce ideas off of each other and ask questions and find out, you know, what other people are doing. And it's not the time to go inward, even though I would say that's probably what most people wanted to do, because that's kind of what we did. Yeah. And that's what we were kind of forced and told that we needed to do last year. And I think that's also something very dangerous, because corporations can say that because, yeah, they can go inward because they still have 5,000 people that they can talk to and integrate with, right?
Right.
Small businesses don't have that. So if we listen to that, we die. And so I think that's even more important to be vocal, to understand, you know, what your local governing laws are, what other businesses are out there like yours or who are like-minded, and who you can do some reciprocity with. You know, I've always talked about that, of working with different small businesses that can promote your products, and who are the adjacent people out there that if they get a really good customer is just a natural referral for you, and vice versa. And how do you build those types of relationships? And I think this is, that's something that you can still do.
Exactly. And that's, again, it's that whole small business. It's never going to stop. It's going to change, and it could change quite dramatically.
Yeah.
But it's never going to stop. And if you're a small business owner, you don't have the luxury of sitting back and just waiting. You got to be proactive, looking out for where this stuff is going. Otherwise, you will get left behind in technology and marketing, whatever the silo might be.
What you just said is so true. And again, it goes back to the thrust of the council to begin with. Small business does not have access to McKinsey. They don't have access to KPMG. They don't have access to 5,000 people they can talk to.
Right.
They need to come to something like this and get those 5,000 people, get those focus groups, get that understanding of where tomorrow is going to lead, because otherwise they are going to be left in the dust.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so true. It's so true. Leah, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for your expertise, your insights, the fantastic dialogue. Always learn something new.
Cool. Good. Well, thank you so much for having me, guys. I'll be thinking of you in a few hours as you're getting your next cup of coffee, I guess. And
as y'all get ready to go to bed, enjoy the evening. We'll be slaving away out here. But no, thank you so much for all that you do for small businesses, the insights, the expertise, for partaking in the McGraw Council and sharing our vision. Truly, thank you.
Absolutely.
Please
Thank
say hi
you.
to Sean for us.
I will do that. You guys have a great night. And
Hey, we'll see you in the morning. We'll still be here.
Okay. Yeah.
Tune back.
I'll see if there's any bags under your eyes yet. Or
I'll be in sunglasses.
Exactly. Well, you have a great rest of the night, and we'll see you around.
All right. Thank you for all of that you do.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Leah.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was fascinating. You talk about getting an interesting dilemma. I'm going to cheat just a little bit here. I'm going to lower the mic like that so I can still see, but lean against the wall there just a little bit.
Oh, now come on.
All right. All day. I'll give you credit there. But no, I do think that was a really interesting discussion, especially on the whole concept of, as a small business, can you leave Google? Can you go somewhere else? Can you leave Facebook? First question is going to be, where's your audience? Where's your customer? If they're all on those platforms, hate to break it to you, but you really can't go anywhere. That's where you got to be.
It goes back to strength in numbers, John.
Oh, my
if we
goodness.
have 30 million small businesses and they say, you know what, the heck with it, we're off of Facebook onto our own thing, that has power. One guy does it, he gets shot and dead.
Yep. I think there's a Bible verse on it. A cord of three strands is not easily broken.
Yep.
It's so true.
Well, the 3 strands, by the way, goes back to even the old English marriages. They used to wrap 3 strands around their wrists.
Again, if you're standing together, we're going to be strong. We'll be able to have a voice. But if you're trying to pull a stunt like that on your own.
So let's go back and let's tell everybody we're in hour number 12 almost, right? Or 11.
11. Coming up on hour number 11.
Coming up on hour number 11 of the 24-hour Stand for Small Business Marathon hosted by the McGraw Council. We're a 501c3 not-for-profit organization dedicated to advocating, educating, building community, and providing tools to the small business community. Our memberships cost a whopping $39 a month, and in return for that, you get thousands of dollars of tangible, usable, rubber meets the road services, plus you get access to our virtual world for virtual networking events. So for a $39 a month investment, you get, I don't even know, John, what do we get? A job fit assessment?
Job fit report that costs $600.
Business analysis.
That goes on and on. We have the business financial health check, which costs $1,000. Members get for free. We got the coaching, which costs $2,000. Members get for free. We have the job fair report, which costs $600 for free. And if we hit our membership goals today, if we hit 1,500 platinum members, we'll have enough sustainable cash flow to sustain a small business grant program. So it's big vision. We've been dubbed, people have, drawn an analogy to us being the Red Cross for small businesses. That's exactly what we want to be. We want to achieve that vision. And y'all can help us in 3 easy ways. Share this video on your Facebook page, tag a small business in the comments, say that you love them, thank them for all that they do, tell them that we've got their back, that you have their back, and join us as a platinum member. We just went over those benefits, really, really good benefits that really, like you said, Steve, they're tangible, they're real, they have a real impact. And again, I've been through each and every one of them personally, actually, so I can truly speak to their effectiveness and how much of a value it is.
Yeah, and John, and so we keep going and we keep marching forward. We got a great top of the hour. We have the Chamber of Commerce joining us. We have a continued good agenda for those of you watching us. Stay tuned. It's going to be very interesting. And John, when you're done, when we complete this tomorrow morning, assume we're both still standing. This is a recorded video. So we're going to put up snippets from it. How are we going to handle that?
Absolutely. This is all going to be recorded on Facebook, YouTube, and we're going to be able to cut this up into a million little micro moments. So y'all get ready because they're coming your way for your Facebook feed. Okay, so really quick, we'll speak to that. With the whole discussion we just had with Leah, we know for the membership and we know for Merchant Masters, Facebook is actually our prime target audience. Our members, our prospects are most active on Facebook. We've looked at the other platforms. Not super active on LinkedIn. I mean, they're there, but they're not super active, whereas they are very active on Facebook. That's where we get a lot of communication and engagement with our current members and our prospective members. And again,
I've never done the search, but John, if you go search Facebook and their ads program for small business owners, I'll bet they have millions.
Oh my goodness, it's huge. And so again, this is where you can talk to a social media expert. I know a little bit, but not as much as someone who's dedicated to it. You can really refine your target audience to a very, very specific customer profile, their interests, their hobbies, where they live, their marital status, their income bracket. You can really get a lot of information together and draw up that customer avatar. And again, that's data that if you've been in existence for a few years, you've got that. If you've been tracking it at all, you're going to have that information. You can go through your customer database, your CRM, and say, okay, let me take a look at my customer base. Who are they? What do they do? What do they like? And that will enable you with the knowledge where they spend their time, which is where your marketing efforts need to be concentrated.
Yep.
It's a whole thing.
We've got to become like them in order to compete with them.
Exactly. 100% agree. You have to be able to speak to them in their language. And that, takes a very customer centric approach. I'd advocate that every business should be customer centric. Some people talk about it, but don't really back it up. When you put yourself in the shoes of your customer, that gives you huge insight as to what's important to them. So for example, I'll give you a perfect example with Merchant Masters. It's so easy to get sucked into the rate discussion. Everyone talks about rates. As you really talk to people, though, that's a secondary concern. The bigger concern is it easy? How hard do I have to work to use this system? If you don't really have to work, there's your value right there. People will pay a premium for ease of use. At least that's what we found for our database. So we knew that not only
That's
did the
true about anywhere. But John, going back, I want to highlight, I think one of the things all of our small business members need to think about is, do they know their customer as well as Facebook knows their customer or Google? And the answer is no, they don't. But you're at a competitive disadvantage right there.
Exactly. And you may not know your customer as well as Facebook, but you can gain a lot of good, valuable information from just, again, you literally pull up a few. Here's one way you can do it. It's a little raw, but you can do it pretty darn quickly. Pull up your favorite client, pull them out of your customer database, go to Facebook, go look at their business, go look at their profile. And as you get into that, write down all the commonalities that you kind of see for all of your current customers. You will see specific trends to look for. You will see commonality among interests, among hobbies, among age, so on and so forth. And as you do that, you'll build that profile, and then you can market in a targeted manner to that audience. I think it'd be safe to say, Steve, social media has matured past the point where it's no longer a good idea to just shotgun it. Yes, you always want to cast a wide net for a variety of reasons, but it has become very, very targeted and specific. It's not like the old days of just pure content marketing, build it, they will come, write it, they will read it.
Anything from Facebook and Google and the others, it's that you are targeted like a laser beam on that one individual most likely to buy your stuff. And then
Exactly.
And you find customer avatars, to use your phrase, that look just like that.
Exactly. And that goes back to data. Get the data together. Once you have the data, you can make very fact-based decisions, and that is much, much easier. Shockingly easy, because you can go, all right, based on the data, we do this, this, and this, and this. The hard part's getting the right data and making sure that it's verifiable and credible data. Social media helps with that. And one of the downsides, that we don't like with Google or Facebook, they track everything, but many times it also enables you to get data. And again, we can talk about Google Analytics more too. What a great way to understand where your traffic is coming from. So literally on our Google Analytics page, I can see where people are coming from down to the city. I can see which platform they came from. I can see if they clicked an ad or if it was a truly organic click. You can see if it was generally searched for, if it came from our email newsletter. And that's the type of data that will tell you where your customers are coming from, because once you identify where they're coming from, that's an easy decision. That's where you invest your marketing dollars. But in order to make that decision, you got to have the data first.
I think that's what you have with, again, the Facebook Google model is when you go to them and talk ROI, they know it implicitly.
Right off the bat.
They know if you go to that audience, you'll sell that product.
And
they'll help you sell it.
Exactly. They made it very easy to sell product, extremely easy to sell product. But again, that's where we'll talk about it again, around 1 a.m., that awareness. How are customers
That's
becoming?
a frightening thought, by the way.
It's true. It's true. Okay.
It'll
And
be
again,
around 1 a.m. That's a frightening thought.
oh, the one. We only have 6 more hours until we get there. We're not even at halfway. We're coming up on nearly hour number 11. I think it's also a good time to thank our other sponsors who helped make this event possible and our vision possible. McGraw Capital Partners, McGrawCapitalPartners.com, an alternative financing firm up in New York. GetSproutFunding.com. We have Job Formants at JobFormants.com, MerchantMastersDFW.com, Exiva.com. All of those companies have contributed to our vision in some shape, way, or form. And they wholeheartedly believe in our vision. They believe in what we are doing, not trying to do, what we are factually doing. And so thank you so much for your support, for making our vision possible, for making our dream a reality. And our dream is to help support those small businesses, to help make their dreams become a reality. And like I said, it's no longer a question of if. We're doing it. We're doing it every day. It's just a matter of scaling it. And that's why we're super, super excited about it.
Well, John, thank you. And again, at the top of the hour, we have a Chamber of Commerce joining us, which is nice.
We do indeed. Any moment he'll be coming on from the Rowlett area. And that's another really cool question I want to kind of highlight. We've had some people ask, so you guys kind of compete with Chambers of Commerce. No. We partner. Exactly. We complement them. We'll never be able to, and we don't want to recreate that local community. No one's going to know that local community better than the Chamber of Commerce. However, what we can do is bring them additional resources and connectivity to other areas throughout the United States. And that's where everything that we're doing continues to become even more dynamic. It's really, really cool what we've done. Even in partnering with Chambers of Commerce, you'll see a chamber here in Texas compared to a chamber up in Illinois, Missouri, California. We can tap into those markets and say, okay, what are some of your subject matter experts on this? And they'll have people that will come into our virtual reality and present. It just becomes a super, super fascinating, cool is the wrong word because it underplays it, but for lack of a better term, it's super cool to see everyone coming together, everyone contributing, saying, yes, I'm in for this vision. What can I do to help this small business owner on the other end of the country achieve their vision, to make their dream become a reality? And that's where we've gotten some really funny people presenting. One of our speakers was actually from Arizona, and he's been on the front page of USA Today, talked about servant leadership. We'll show a clip of the seminar later tonight. But just to, again, It's really rewarding, and it's incredible to be a part of, to see all of these different people, all of these different backgrounds, these different visions, these different perspectives coming in to that same platform, to that same space, where we all have the same vision. We're all chasing a dream. We all want our dream to become a reality. How can we do that? And when you hear someone from California speaking into it, you hear someone from Texas speaking into it, Missouri, Ohio, Idaho, Florida, Washington State, the list goes on and on. It's a very, very cool thing. It's something very special to be a part of.
It's nice, John. And again, that basic mission of advocate, educate, build community, and provide tools, you're moving along all of those quite strongly. So I think the membership will continue to grow. Your ability to support the businesses will continue to grow. And you're on the beginning of a trajectory that's going to take you places you never dreamed of.
I think we're getting into some extremely, extremely exciting times. I mean, there are obviously going to be very difficult challenges to overcome, but man, the opportunities we have to really achieve that vision of helping others make their dreams become a reality.
We've talked all day today how necessary it is. You go back to the people who've come in here presenting the different ideas, whether it's human resources or accounting help, whatever the help. There are people that are watching tonight that need that help. If they're starting a business, running a business, you don't have that kind of support group behind you. You need the counsel. You need it now. And for $39 a month, it's an incredibly reasonable investment. Not only do you have a small amount of commitment, you got a 30-day money back guarantee. Yep. You've got $4,000 of free resources. So it is a no-brainer. And I think that I'm hopeful that we will come close to that 1,500 number when all is said and done. If we exceed it, that's a wonderful thing. If we don't get there, that's fine too. The bottom line is we're doing what we can to spread the message, and we're doing what we can to help the business community so near and dear to our hearts.
It's so true. It's so true. And again, that's one of those personal experience things. I've lived in that small business environment. I lived in it growing up. You've got extensive experience and background in it. I've been able to see firsthand the blessings that it truly is to families, to real people. It's not just one business entity. It's not just one business owner. It's that business owner's family. It's the employees that work there. It's the people that willingly and voluntarily go there to purchase products or services. It's so much more than just one person or just one transaction. It's so much deeper than that. And I think those who are in small business really get it and see it. And I think those in general who are very community oriented and committed to their communities, they get it also.
Yeah. As we've talked about, one of the things I mentioned way earlier, I keep on my countertop over there, the 33 laws of stewardship. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a mindset that I hope we can put into our small business members, that you're really not the owner of it. You are a steward over it, just as we are stewards over our families. And I think that mindset empowers you to do things the right way.
So true. So true. Talk about doing things the right way. Michael Gallups with the Rowlett Chamber of Commerce. They know how to do things the right way. We're going to bring Michael into our virtual studio here. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us, Michael?
Yes, I can. How are you doing?
You're doing well, thanks. How are you doing with 2021 and everything that transpired in 2020?
Oh, I'm good. I apologize for being a couple minutes late. I was actually watching the Rowlett City Council meeting tonight, where they are discussing coming up with some more funding for another round of Robust Grant, possibly.
Oh, fantastic. Excellent. Can you talk a little bit about that program, please? Could talk about helping small businesses when they need it.
Well, what we've done so far, we've had 3 rounds of the Robust Grant. The first round was pretty close after the shutdown happened. The city contributed $100,000 from their economic development fund, and then ultimately that was refunded by the federal government through the CARES Act. But the initially $100,000, we were able to help 19 local businesses with money from those funds. And then later we had a second round. The city had some additional funding come in from CARES Act, and we were able to take that money, and everybody that had applied in round 1 that had not been funded, that qualified, was able to get funding. So there was another couple $100,000 there. And then there was another round of money, another $250,000 or so Ultimately, we ended up helping about 96 businesses with about $400,000. And there's another, or no, about $400,000. And there's another 400,000 or so that they're talking about in another round of grants. And just depending on how it works out, how it's finalized, it could end up being, $10,000, $20,000 grants. So it could help another 20 to 40 businesses possibly.
That would be fantastic. And I want to give you a shout out in the Rowlett Chamber. Shout out. You have been so proactive in getting that information out there, saying, hey, here's what's available. Here's how you can tap into it. I'm on the email list. We're members there. So we get all those emails. And it is so cool to see the resources, how proactive y'all are being. Because again, supporting that small business community, y'all aren't giving it lip service. You're truly delivering where it matters most.
And I appreciate you recognizing that and seeing that. We, when this whole crazy mess started, we realized that we were going to have to change what we had been doing. Obviously we quit doing events, we quit doing luncheons, but we still had to, we had to provide value, and we needed to support our business community. And I will tell you that we did that for members and for non-members. We were able to get communication information, contact information for a lot of businesses, and have included them on our emails whenever it was about CARES Act or about PPP or about changes in the governor's orders or the county's orders. We shared that information with every business we had contact information for, including early on in this thing, between staff and volunteers. We made over 2,500 phone calls to small businesses to check on them, to let them know about the opportunities that were available. And of course, I have to really thank my staff and like I said, my volunteers, my ambassador team, and some of my board members really, really stepped up and helped with that, because I can assure you, I can't make 2,500 phone calls. So it was nice having that help. But it's just to be able to reach out and touch our business community and to do something for them.
It's so true, and especially for a small town like Rowlett, y'all are so connected. The community to the small businesses, to the mid-sized businesses, it's so interconnected and well-connected. It's a true community, and stuff like that doesn't just happen. It takes effort. It takes continual, consistent effort and dedication, and it's a blessing to be a part of it.
Well, I appreciate that. We're happy to have you as a part too. You have done quite a bit yourself, and everything the McGraw Council is doing is absolutely amazing.
Oh, we're excited. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. So tell us, please, a little bit about what should small businesses kind of be looking forward to in 2021? I mean, obviously there are probably more questions than answers here, but kind of from what you're seeing at the chamber level with your interaction with local governments, what should small businesses kind of be looking for?
I think. Hang on, let me turn my phone down. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So funny story. That's exactly why we love doing this. It's real small business. It doesn't stop. People
Right.
talk about owning a small business like, oh, you must be swimming in cash, control over your schedule and all that. A flexible schedule, yes, but it's 24/7. So it's never like you're really off.
Yeah. Flexible as long as you can do it all the time.
Exactly. 100%.
So, I think there will be businesses that still struggle this year. I think just because there are so many things that are different with the way that businesses are having to work, with limitations on how many can come in. But I think with the vaccinations that are getting out there, people are aware of the safety protocols. They know what they need to do. More and more people are being vaccinated. I think we're going to get back to normal. It may be a new normal, but it'll be some sort of normal. We're going to get back to that this year. I think we'll be back to having in-person events, and we'll be able, to have full capacity in restaurants sooner rather than later. That's just my personal opinion. I think that with the vaccines and with the precautions people are taking, I think that there will be a new normal. But I'm an eternal optimist. So for me, it's like I have to see the best. I have to see the brightest that's going to
Michael,
come.
when
in
you say the new normal, what do you mean?
Well, some people are calling it new normal. Some people call it next normal. I think there will always be, in restaurants, there may always be plexiglass between tables. There may always be, if you go to Barocos, downtown Rowlett, they have, they've created these dividers that they can roll in between tables. So it's not fixed. So they can seat a group of 10 or a group of 5 or a group of 2. I think that'll continue on for some time. I think we will probably continue seeing people wear masks for possibly years to come to some degree. I don't know that it'll continue being a mandate, so to speak, once more people have been vaccinated. But I know there are other countries around the world where during flu season, they just wear masks. It's just normal for them. I personally hate it. I'll tell you that. Anybody that knows me, I absolutely hate wearing the mask. But I think it's just something we can come to expect and just kind of get used to. Just like, you see in other countries around the world. I think people are going to be more aware of not necessarily COVID, but of those kinds of things. Even now you hear somebody sneeze and everybody looks. It used to not be a big deal. I think that's the new normal. Is we're just going to be. I think we're always going to be kind of sensitive. Hopefully not hypersensitive, but always kind of sensitive to those kinds of health issues and those kinds of concerns.
Interesting take. I think a lot of it makes sense in terms of predicting where it's going to go. And there's obviously going to be some variability. The closer you get to a Dallas or Chicago or LA, obviously it's going to be different than as you start getting out into the suburbs and then into the really rural country areas.
So is this going to be the death of the big city?
It's a good question.
It's interesting. I'm right now I'm working on my master's degree, and that actually came up in a class in a conversation last semester on one of our discussion boards about the big city, and there are a couple of authors. Richard Florida is one of them. There are a couple of authors who've had some big debates on what's going to happen to the big city. I don't think the big city's ever going to die or go away. I think people are just going to act a little differently.
So, question for you. In your line of study then, Michael, the current existing big cities never die. Would it be a fair guesstimate or theory that the concept of future urbanization has changed so that we may not, in theory, see any more Chicago's pop up, but it's going to be more of the Rowlett Rockwall model where you see pockets, or maybe it's like a Boise, Idaho, where you see pockets of a couple 100,000 people. You have a little 100,000 people metro over here, another one over here. Kind of fair theory, you think?
Yeah, and that's kind of the debate, because we had gone from this long period of urban or suburban sprawl and to this reurbanization and rebuilding of downtowns and everything. And I think that may slow down, and we may be going back to more of a sprawl. It may end up being more rural. It may go out even further. Already you're seeing it grow up in Royce City, Fate, out towards Greenville and beyond. So there's always a cycle, though. It's always going to shift. It's
you're certainly seeing Manhattan, right, going through one massive transition. Chicago going through a similar one where people are just vacating. They're just gone. Prices in suburban real estate around Chicago have actually gone up quite considerably because of all the people moving out from the city.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, will the cities ever have the allure again, given the not just germophobic nature of society, but the social unrest nature of society that's coming?
It's a good question. I really don't know.
It's one of those $1 million questions. Whoever can get it right first is really going to be prime positioning. But, I think especially in regards to that small business, again, we've talked about it a lot. We'll be talking about it throughout the night. being able to reach your customers where they are, a lot of it's going to be digital. I think you can really speak to this, Michael, for the downtown Rowlett area. There will always be a downtown gathering place for sure. But the new normal that you're talking about, yeah, it will look a little different. It might change form a little bit. It's the function of it. The core of it's still going to be there. But a lot of that interaction, I think it'd be fair to say a lot of that will continue to take place in that virtual/digital space.
Yeah, absolutely. Even on a lesser scale, it was interesting watching businesses, and I hate this word, and I'm sure you're tired of it too, but watching the businesses pivot when some of them didn't have an online presence at all and had to go that route just to survive. And I think they have discovered that it's beneficial to them. Whether it's them marketing through online or through virtual, or whether it's them interacting with customers that way. So I think they've found benefit in that, and I think they're going to continue to do that. Absolutely.
Fascinating.
There's absolute truth to that. I mean, the digitization of everything is happening as we speak. It's going to accelerate. The virtualness of what we're seeing now will accelerate. And again, like we've talked all day, the communication between all of this stuff will increase exponentially. So we enter a brave new world for sure.
Yep, absolutely.
Undoubtedly. So question for you, Michael, going into 2021, how are y'all really sustaining community? Because that's been one of the big challenges throughout this. It's continuing and sustaining that engagement, that community among people when you can't really gather. What's kind of like the outlook for that going into the future?
That's kind of the challenge for chambers, for any kind of organization, is to keep that community. Obviously virtually, we're doing what we can there, finding ways to safely meet, and understanding the dilemma that there are some who are completely not worried about safely meeting and others who are extremely worried about it, and being able to meet in the middle. We even some of our meetings at the chamber, we are doing some things where we have a hybrid where those people who are okay with meeting face to face are meeting face to face, and those that prefer not to, we bring them in on Zoom or some other platform. I think we're going to kind of on a personal level, I guess, I think we may see people who struggle in the months and years to come because of the lack of interaction. Just emotionally, we need to be around people. Yeah. And this on camera isn't the same. It just doesn't do it.
We talked about that in our last segment, though, and I'm curious your thoughts on this. We have a generation of kids coming up today in their teens and early 20s who aren't used to face-to-face discussions. They sit next to each other in a restaurant and don't even look at each other. They look at their phones the whole time. Are we possibly creating a society coming up in which interaction between people is digitized? I mean, it's unfortunate for us, right? We grew up before this. But is the up-and-coming generation one in which they're as comfortable with this as they are being face-to-face?
I think they're comfortable with it, Steve, but I don't think it's good for them.
I think that's a
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
That's a profound statement. Michael, you might know some of the statistics already, but the mental health issues have dramatically increased in 2020. What's like the one
John,
in...
Just real quick, you can track the idea of depression to the growth in social media. It's a one-to-one correlation.
It's true.
To that point that Michael brings up, whether this is good or not, I think that's generationally to be considered and statistically to be considered. But it doesn't stop the juggernaut that is. Right now, I think in the early 20-somethings, and I'm not saying all, but I think there is a massive number of them that don't have the same wants that we have. They literally are going to say, give me a 1-bedroom apartment with a computer, and I'm content.
It's a massive shift in economy. I mean, we talked about that earlier. It's the minimum sustenance.
The consumer age.
The end of the potentially what we're talking, the end of value creation. And again, that's, what kind of economy do you want? Do you want a little more of the Soviet? You're going to have everything you need, but just barely, or do you want an economy where it's, free market based, small business based, where it's the best years are ahead of you. Go create it, go get it. You can create whatever you want. Time will tell, but
What
I do
happens
think
if the demand isn't there, though? What if the demand has been so stymied that it is and I hate the the analogy, but a Soviet model in which you have what you need, but you don't care about what you want.
I think we're kind of bringing you into this, Mike. What are you seeing in terms of the business side of it? Business are obviously, they're going to follow the profits. They have to go where they're able to sustain and create value. But in terms of that demand, what are they kind of seeking? Are generally our businesses a little more of the pony up, let's go get this sucker opened up, or is it kind of split there like it is amongst the people?
I think it's kind of split. I think the smart businesses, the business owners, they're going to go wherever they need to go to make the money. I mean, bottom line, they're going to do what they need to do to make a profit. And if that's going virtual, I mean, you have consider service type businesses, real estate, or not real estate agents, but insurance agents and financial reps. They're dealing with doing things virtually. They're handling that okay, and they're going that route because that's kind of the direction that people are wanting to go, and I think that works for them. But then there's other opportunities. I mean, there's some things that just aren't going to work that way.
I mean, I know firsthand of a car dealership now that sells new cars all virtual. So the idea of the car lot's gone.
Right.
Yeah. How far can that idea run? And that's another great question too. Is it going to be cultural?
But the more we get people in this germophobic, afraid state, the more it's going to drive that. And to your point, Michael, if we're now at a point where masks become the norm, you're driving people like me to stay in my house because I don't want to go out in that. I would rather do business online. Even though I don't like it, I'd rather come and shake your hand and look you in the eye.
Yep.
But I'd rather not go out and have to wear a mask and have to wear all this fear protective stuff as I see it. So it drives me home and I go virtual. And I know I'm a certain percent of the population.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Steve. I'm very much the same way. I would much rather just go out. I would not ever wear a mask. If somebody wants me to wear a mask in their place of business, I have no problem with that if that's what they want to do. And if I want to go there, and I can respect that. But like you, if I have a choice and I don't have to go out, I mean, the big box that my wife and I buy our groceries from that we have delivered almost 100% of the time now, I've probably been in 3 times in the last 3 months. I used to go 3 or 4 times a week.
I was literally just talking to my wife because one of the problems I physically am experiencing as a result of this is I have to start working out now because I don't get up and walk like I used to. We used to go out and walk around Costco and Home Depot and all these just to do it, just to get out.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do that anymore. We don't leave our house. We don't have to because it's not a pleasant experience. You've turned people against people so that they're not pleasant. Nobody, as you said earlier, God forbid you sneeze. If you have an allergy when you go out, you're a pariah. I mean, my son has asthma. He has to wear, I think, a star here that says asthmatic. So,
right.
So it is changing how we interact. I don't know. I don't like it any more than you do. I just see it as real.
Yeah, I can tell you, my wife works from home now and I think she's been to her office 4 times since last March.
Wow.
The only other time she has left is on Sundays when we go to church, and the church I go to is having face-to-face services. We have been since May. We go to church on Sunday mornings, and then about every other week we'll go out to dinner somewhere or go to a friend's house. But other than that, she's here almost 100% of the time.
I think
my kids and dog love it. The dogs love it. My kids love it because mom's home all the time.
Yeah.
Like my dog doesn't even recognize me anymore. He goes to mama. He's like, yeah,
Most
okay.
of the kids in this house like it when we're home. There's one of them in particular who'd rather I was out.
Yeah.
That my son Josh just walked in the room, so I had to dig him a little bit because he likes to have the basement to himself.
I think it's one of those funny cultural things too. Again, that whole community development, that community building, so to speak. I think you hit the nail on the head, Mike, when you were talking earlier about a hybrid model. I think that's going to be the most logical outcome. I do think that, as you said, we are in a new norm. I mean, I don't like the terminology of new norm, but I think the writing's on the wall. A lot of this mask stuff or plexiglass stuff, I don't see it going anywhere. I think it makes too much sense from a business standpoint, especially if you're in somewhere like Dallas County or up in the Chicago Metroplex area.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense to reverse it and take it down right now. And then if you kind of look forecasting into the future, what's it going to take to incentivize people to go back to the old normal? I don't know if the incentive's there.
Then all that says, John, is this idea of digitization and virtualization is going to explode from where it is today. And all we can tell our members is you better be digital. You better get ready to serve the people out of their home, not out of your store.
So true. Phenomenal.
You know, it's like we were talking earlier again, Mike, we've been talking for 10, 12 hours here, so we've covered a lot of ground. But I was telling him one of the problems with Grubhub and all that is they don't have ovens in their car, right? They bring it in an insulated bag, which is good, but it's not great. Somebody's going to come up with a true meal delivery car that has an oven in the back that keeps stuff genuinely. That's going to explode that business. Because the only reason my wife and I go out now is we can't deliver home really good steaks and stuff. It's always a little bit not as hot.
Potential for a small business.
It's enormous potential.
It's funny you say that about steaks. One of my favorite steak restaurants in the Dallas area has. They are now having in-person seating and stuff, but you can still go online. You can order your steak and all the fixings, and then you go pick it up or have it delivered, and it's not even cooked. You get to cook it yourself. So you're paying their restaurant price for food. I'm talking $100 steaks that you get to bring home and cook yourself.
I would make the argument, and this is kind of, again, we're not late enough in the night to have this discussion, but I think one of the things you're going to see come back are things like in-home cooks, because people want the experience of a fresh cooked meal. They just don't want to leave their house. So the idea of a cook coming to your house and cooking for you will become commonplace again. I also think you could see houses get bigger for the wealthy because people won't want to stay at hotels.
Again, that's really touching on an interesting point for like tourism and stuff. That could be the whole concept of selling an experience got turned upside down in 2020. Obviously, we as human beings love that experience, that going to see something new in person, traveling, whatever it might be. Where does it go in the future? $1 million question.
Do you want to stay at a hotel or do you want to stay at a bed and breakfast where you're assured that it's just you there and it's a clean, safe environment?
Mm-hmm.
Great question. Great question.
I don't know the answer. Michael, to your point, I spend a lot of time connecting dots, looking out. In fact, at the council board meeting, I said to the guys after the meeting, I said, what does the world look like to you in 2030? The problem I have is I don't like what it looks like. And under almost any scenario I devise, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I don't like it.
Personal preference type thing.
And it's because I'm old. I'm 60, right? So I hearken back to a day when you did go out and make a sales call, when you did have personal relationships.
60's not old, though.
Pardon?
60's not old.
No, not at all. But it gives us a historical perspective before the world went like this.
Right.
I'm down in this area when it was relatively flat. So again, digitization, virtualization, automation, all that stuff, we push our members to focus on that.
So
I think the chamber has the resources to begin working in those areas. Clearly at the national level they do, because the big companies are already doing it.
Right.
Yeah, the technology exists. It's just a matter of getting it delivered to where a small business can implement it as well.
I mean, if I have a takeaway, John, from the last 12 hours, it's that the world has changed. Tomorrow doesn't look like yesterday. And the future is all about digitized, virtualized, automated worlds. And
So
it may
true.
not be here tomorrow, but it's certainly here in the near. Again, go back to 6 million truck drivers out of work because we don't need them.
Right.
What do you do with that? Where do you go with that?
Exactly. Michael, I know your time is precious, but I just want to say thank you so much for carving out time to talk to us, to tell us what's going on in Rowlett, all the great things the Rowlett Chamber is doing. And again, thanks for everything you're doing for that small business community. Y'all have done an amazing job getting that applicable information out there that's truly helpful, pointing those small businesses to the resources that they can access. Thanks for all that you do.
You're welcome, John. And thank you guys for what you're doing to highlight small business and do what you can to support them.
One day at a time, one business at a time.
Absolutely.
Stay safe, stay blessed, and I'll see you around.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Man, I tell you, I always enjoy chats with Michael. Such a cool guy.
Say hi to your uncle or your nephew.
Part two.
Right,
He
too?
got a new fire department jersey.
Oh, you're looking stylish, my man. Looking sharp.
Official fireman now.
This is like backwards. Official.
That's great. Congratulations.
Officially official.
I can't talk to you about it actually because you're on your live show.
Right.
It's not. It's not.
We're actually
I think-
live right now.
Yeah, I know.
So I think one of the big takeaways from Michael there, consumer preference. Right now, it's extremely divided still. There you have a
You can
very...
talk to me- hold on, John. You can talk to me at 8:01 tomorrow morning when I collapse.
I won't be up.
I'll wake you up. That's what's fun about working out of your home, right?
Yeah, exactly. You never know what's coming. It's unscripted live broadcasting. But I think the whole concept of split consumer preference, it's going to be an interesting dilemma for businesses to deal with. And I think, again, that's where, where the rubber meets the road. The small business is going to have to adapt to where they can not only survive, but thrive in that, quote, new normal and identify for their industry what it looks like. For contract, I mean, look at...
I go back. I think as you summarize this 24-hour extravaganza that you're putting on, I think you're going to come up with ideas for our members like, and this is so simplistic, but it's digitize, virtualize, automate. And if you're not doing those three things, let us help you do it, because I don't.
It's
I
no...
hope I'm wrong, because like he said, I like face-to-face stuff. I want to go out and give a talk like this to a live chamber audience.
It would be absolutely fantastic. But again, to your point about not liking, I can tell you here's the direction it's going. You're going to have two audiences. You're going to have a broadcasted audience and you're going to have an in-person audience. There are going to be those people who say, screw it, I've had it with this thing. I'm going out there. I can't stand the Zooming and the virtual. I need to be out there in person. And then you can have the other side that says, I just can't do that right now. For whatever reason, I'm not comfortable with it. I don't think it's good for me. I don't think it's safe, but I still want to be engaged, so I'll attend virtually. I think
Let me ask you an opinion, and I'm not asking you to render judgment, just give you an opinion. Do you think that has moved to a point now in which that issue is completely political?
I think it varies by geography. I think there are certain, and I can tell you it's not always political either when you're looking at the individual. I know people personally who feel as though it's in their best interest for various reasons that they need to be a little more careful.
I agree.
They need to go virtual.
Older people who are very, very careful with that, but they should be, because the flu can kill them.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. And again, that's where we need to create an account.
Are you leaning against the wall, by the way? Because I am.
I am not yet. I got a little bit of distance. You called me out earlier, so now I can't do it until later.
You're younger than I am. I get the lean.
I mean, but to your point though, I don't there's a large part of it that was politically driven. I think everyone can kind of see that. In terms of small business applicability, where the rubber meets the road, you're going to have to position yourself to function dually, in person and virtual. You're going to have to find a way to make it work. I do think Rowlett's a great example to look at because they're very uniquely situated. They're a suburb of Dallas. But what's interesting is they actually have, it's one city in 2 counties. It's part of a very large county in Dallas County, but it's also got some presence geographically in a very small county in Rockwall County, which is actually the smallest county in Texas. The reason why they're in such a good position is because they're kind of right on the edge and border where you have the big city thinking and that outside suburban borderline rural thinking.
I agree with you on that, John, because if you go to most areas like Chicago, for example, Cook County fades into DuPage County, which is another ultra big county.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's DuPage County fades in, comes to Kane County. Kane County is not small. I mean, it really does slowly degrade size-wise.
And again, that
kind of take said, here's big, here's small, put them together.
Exactly. And as business people, you can speak this all day long. You want to make decisions based on fact and data. Yes, you're going to have that gut instinct. Always trust your gut, but look for that fact and data to really drive decisions. And I think Rowlett's one of those areas we're going to be able to get some really good facts. Again, just looking for this, trying to find that new normal. What does that new normal look like? What is it truly in practice, so to speak? I think the hybrid model makes a lot of sense in terms of projecting where we're going and where we'll be sustaining for a while. I really don't see us going back to the old way that we did things. I think there's been too much improvement and efficiency improvement in virtualization and digitalization to ignore. I think also following consumer preferences, I think there's a large enough volume of people demanding, for lack of a better term, that virtual option. I don't think you just discard it.
9/11 changed the country forever. You'd never again go back to a time of no security at the airports like I grew up with.
Exactly. It's changed. It's just different.
Well, I make a value judgment on it. I don't like it as much. I was more free back when I grew up.
And again, that's what we do at the McGraw Council. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. This is where we are. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is what is. This is reality. What do you need to do?
And the question is, how do you make money on it?
Exactly. How do you make a profit? How do you better serve your clients, your customer base? And actually, again, great time to chime in here. Why are we doing this? Why are we standing for 24 hours for small businesses? They've always
we're insane.
Because we're insanely passionate. We're insanely passionate.
I accept. The
Exactly.
reason, Todd, and you know it as well as I did, the reason this entirety was formed is because we believe in the mindset of small business. We believe in the value system of small business. We believe in the innovation of small business. You go down the list. It's a belief in small. And we are in a country that's increasingly the small against the big. It's just that simple. The middle class is in deep trouble. They're going to come into the gig economy to sustain a lifestyle earned in the middle class economy. And we got to be there to help them.
So when you're kind of on that discussion, what does that mean for small business in practice? Kind of taking on the big, being big versus small. Practically, what does that mean? Because I think one of the first things that comes to mind for me is like that conversation we had with Leah. It's how do you keep a presence digitally? How can you compete with a big company like Google or Facebook that knows that customers so well? How can you get some of that space? $1 million question.
I think it is. I think the small needs to get resources. And again, I don't want to be trite, but like McGraw, to help it find that digital footprint. It's not as simple anymore as building a website and putting up a Google search. You've got to have an integrated digitized platform that walks a customer through a pure experience like the real world. And you got to get there sooner than later.
Agreed. And I think that's one of the things, if you look at the way business and economies are built, you see stages of growth where it's really, really, really stark. And the reason I bring that up, you look at urbanization. You see a city pop up, takes off like that. We saw it with the internet. That Spark took off. First businesses that were there were the most successful. Saw the same thing with Facebook. The first businesses to really embrace Facebook.
By the
really
way, you
leverage
can't really say that.
Elaborate.
What happened to Netscape? What happened to MySpace? They were the first.
They were the first, but they didn't pivot / adapt. Would be my argument.
So your point is you don't have to be first.
It's an advantage to be first. You don't necessarily have to be first to succeed, but it's a big
No,
advantage if you
there's
are.
there's a drawback to being first, and MySpace is the prime example of it. MySpace was created to become what Facebook is, right? But they built it on a technological platform that bound them to a certain path.
Was
They
it
couldn't pivot off the path because the technology took them this way.
the technology or was it the Blockbuster attitude?
No, it was the technology as much as anything on MySpace.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
Blockbuster's a whole different thing, right? Blockbuster believed that they could never be replaced because nobody pictured, Netflix. Nobody thought you could stream that much data.
Well, again, it was before that. Netflix wanted to partner with them, and Blockbuster said no.
It's called stupid, right? We've all made bad decisions. That was one of them. But I think so. I go back to this issue. I think technology, the software platforms have changed a little bit where they're much more open than they used to be. It used to be that if you started driving down this path, well, we've talked about it. If you drive down the path that your software is local on the user's hard drive, you're wedded to that. You're not getting off of that. A new technology comes in and says, I'm going to the cloud. They're wedded to that. Now, they may win it because this is a less efficient model because of hardware technology. But what happens if hardware technology all of a sudden becomes cheaper?
Again,
Now the guy who's downloading becomes the preferred thing.
And again, that goes back to applicability for that small business. Know your industry and know how these changes impacted. I mean, for example,
You have to know things far more than you ever did. And that's a weird statement because you'd say for any business, you better know your business. But I am suggesting that the idea of knowing your business is nowhere near adequate anymore.
that's one of the big focal points of what we're trying to do here. I completely agree. It's business is in many ways very straightforward. You create value, you spend more than what you spend. You got yourself a profitable business. However, what it takes to reach that is much more complex than what it used to be.
And I think people that we talk to need to understand that their competition is Google. And they say, well, I'm not against Google. I use Google. No, you are, because Google knows your buyer. And they will, what was it? Is it Amazon that's famous for like recreating successful products?
Oh, yes.
Don't tell me these guys aren't competing with you.
Again, no, it goes back to that whole concept of knowing your customer, just like you said. Take the time to study them, build that customer profile, know how you can reach them and grab their attention. Know what's important to them.
Accept that the way you used to do it doesn't work anymore.
Or best case, it's on the way out. And that's where you want to be in the don't wait for the train to leave the station.
Black and white, right? It's not like it's just going to end. It's going to fade out.
It's not an immediate shut off. It doesn't work like the COVID economy where you flip a switch one day you're here, one day you're there. That happens. It was very, very.
Look at the companies who succeed in retail at a high level. Look at the massive amounts of customer data they get. They know the shopping behavior at the nth degree. They know what they buy before they buy that product, what they buy after they buy that product, how many products they typically buy when they buy that product.
They know which products they're clicking on. Right. And ironically, that's not super hard data to track either. Now, the hard part is managing and storing all the data. That's where it gets a little bit tricky. But man, that's where you get into big data. And for most small businesses, big data might not be super applicable right now. However, it's coming down the pipeline. Stay out in front of it. I think we had a really good comment dropped here. You have to watch the changes and plan accordingly. Hit
Absolutely.
the nail on the head. That's exactly what we're driving at. You hit the nail on the
Yeah,
head.
you've got to be cognizant of this stuff because you hear the term big data all the time, big data, and you just don't think of it as applying to the local flower shop, but it does.
It ultimately does, and it's only going to go down that road even more. 100%. I am going to quickly start preparing to upload our next video clip because I do want to have a little bit of recognition. We're coming up on hour number 12 soon. So once we hit that in 15 minutes,
Halfway through.
Exactly. Halfway through. Good time to quickly thank our sponsors as well. McGraw Capital Partners at McGrawCapitalPartners.com, an alternative financing firm up in New York. Thank you so much for believing in our vision, for supporting us, for doing everything that you do to support small business. Exiva up in Missouri, a fractional CFO firm is contributing $1,000 business financial health check donated completely free to our members. Thank you so much for that. Jobformance, jobformance.com, donating their proprietary job fit report, retail value of $600, donating to our membership for free. Thank you so much for believing in small business Jobformance. Merchant Masters, payment processing company, point of sale solutions, as a holistic approach. Thank you so much for your contributions, for believing in our vision. And also GetSproutFunding.com, another alternative financing firm. Frequently, they partner with other financing firms, such as McGraw Capital Partners, to create that financing package that meets your needs when you're in a jam. If you are an individual or a small business or a medium or large size business and you want to help us as well, help us achieve that vision that we have for small businesses, please definitely help us out in one of 3 easy ways. Share this live stream to your Facebook page, tag a small business that you know and love, say thank you, we love you, and we support you. And number 3, join as a platinum member. We've gone over the benefits of joining. Over about $4,000 or so in true tangible product/service donations. We help businesses where the rubber meets the road, which includes virtual reality access to different learning opportunities and networking, so on and so forth. Help us reach that 1,500 platinum member goal. If we hit that, we can sustain an internal grant program so we can help small businesses when they need it most in the way they need it most. Thank you to those of you who have joined today, joined us in our vision and helping those small businesses succeed and thrive, and helping others convert their dreams from a dream to a reality. It's stuff that I get to be a part of every day. I have total blast with it. But for each and every one of you who are partaking, thank you. You are a part of that vision as well and are helping to make that happen.
Thank you, John.
Right. Absolutely. Our next video is uploaded. It's 10 minutes in length, almost precisely. So I'm going to go ahead and play that here. It's a clip from one of our podcasts over the last
Do you
several
want to
months.
wait till the top of the hour and do it?
Sure, we can wait until then.
Let's do. Why not? Because we'll celebrate our 12th hour together.
There we go. I like
Then
it.
we'll play the video. We can go do whatever we do for all of 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, perfect. That's a perfect opportunity to give a little local business some love here. So I did order up some dinner here. Local pizza from a local restaurant called Milano's. So earlier, if you were listening, I told you we had a special story for that restaurant. That was the first business that we bought from when we moved to Texas, kind of settled in, moved to our residency. They've been around Heath a long time. Small little restaurant, locally owned and operated, really friendly people. Dang good pizza too. So I will confess, I am a pineapple on my pizza kind of guy. Little pepperoni,
you're
little
a sick
pineapple.
man.
I'm telling you, it's good. You gotta give it a try. But it's always fun to support small business again, because every time you buy something from a small business, there's a little happy dance that's done. You're buying a little girl's dance lesson. You're buying a little boy's football uniform. So lunch was Cattle Company, Lee's Cattle Company. Got a great hamburger. Dinner's going to be Milano's Pizza. Great stuff. They have other food too. They have a phenomenal Philly cheesesteak sandwich. I don't know what they do to it, but my goodness, they got this really good sauce on it. Phenomenal.
I'll tell you what, John, I am impressed with the amount of coverage we've done in the first 12 hours, starting with, the coach and him coming on, talking about coaching and business coaching.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Owens from Jobformance, Jim Aremka, Craig Carter, Roy Hincamper. The list, and I'm going to not be able to remember all their names. I think you can, but I'm telling you, it's an impressive amount of information we've put out this first half hour or first half of this program.
And I think it really speaks to everything that we're doing at the McGraw Council. We're bringing these subject matter experts from across the country into one platform so we can truly be that resource hub when a small business owner says help or I don't know, send us a ping us, ping this
I'm
support
just
center.
going back again, and you'll forgive me, but we had Russell Duckworth that came on. That was a terrific presentation from
Fabulous.
American Bank or Veritas. Then we had Tim Nichols, unbelievable presentation. Brad Clark, Vanessa. I think people forgotten Vanessa from the Royce City Chamber. That was super. We had your state senator Bob Hall was kind enough. Sandy Kyle. And then, I mean, the groups we've had have been outstanding, John, and it's just been content.
And that's
no fluff this at all.
That's the other thing I really have fun with these people that are getting involved in the council. It's always follow-up action content. It's here's some interesting information. Here's some really good information. Here's how you use it. And I think you talk about where rubber meets the road. That's about as applicable as it gets. It's taking a concept, taking an idea, taking facts and data, and then saying, here's how you use that for your business. That's where it really gets fun.
When we started this program, one of my concerns was we would have enough interesting, real content to keep people on. I think if someone has watched this for the first 12 hours, outside of the times you and I have just rambled together, the content from the presenters has been fabulous, really, really powerful. And I think to the message for education, when you look at what the council has done here today, it's validation that the education component of the council is every bit worth $39 a month. And that totally gives away then advocation tools and resources, and community. And so the virtual environment alone, in which you've shown some videos from that, is worth the money that we charge. So this is not a big investment for people. It's a small investment with a money back guarantee. I urge you, go to themcgrawcouncil.com, join us now. And again, if you know somebody starting a business, please have them sign up. We can help them look toward tomorrow and the solutions they need. And this content we provided the last 12 hours to you proves that. That's not a hypothesis.
It's proven. It's what we've done. And even better, we got it on record because all of our seminars, all of our podcasts, they're all recorded. All of our members have 100% full access to them. And I know we talked about it earlier, but I do want to bring it up again because it speaks to that small business life. How many times has there been an event that you wanted to go to and you're like, gosh, dang it, I got something going on. I can't make it. Boy, that would have been interesting. But you can't go back and rewatch it. We record everything.
And what I love is this 24-hour broadcast, as well as all of those podcasts, are available to members through the site.
Absolutely.
By the way, when you download this, is it an MP4 that you get?
Yes.
All right, because if you need to, I can bring that into my site and cut it up.
I might take you up on that.
Yeah, because I got a pretty good film editor called Magix.
Okay, so I use, what's the name of this one that I use? It's called VideoPad Editor.
It's totally your call.
Okay, well, we have to do a little slice and compare. We'll take take like a 10-minute segment. We'll cut it up and see which one turns out better.
Magix is real easy. You literally load it all in, tell it what you want to do with the audio, the video, cut it, and you're done.
That sounds pretty tough to beat. I'm going to have to check that one out. Magix?
It's tough to beat. It's an expensive package, but it's worth every dime.
That explains why it works so well.
I've used it for years. I mean, I used to cut all of my stuff up when I had my radio show, when I did the other thing.
Okay, so quick question, bringing up price. That's a funny one. The Blue Ocean strategy, the idea that you can combine, which is what we're doing at the McGraw Council, the idea that you can combine low-cost leadership with exceptional quality. Generally in business, you're encouraged to take one approach or the other, but there have been a few examples where you actually blend it and it works out. It's very hard to hit, but what are your thoughts on it?
I think that's very much like early on today, we talked about my experience at Chicago Investment Analytics and what I had with my partners leading to synergy, real synergy. I think the Blue Ocean type strategies and the mixing of small with the exceptional is really rare. But when it happens, it's a magical thing. I think one of the issues that we'll have as we grow is the coaching side and the leadership side to take some of these entrepreneurs who don't want to give up control, who don't want to accept their weaknesses. And again, if you're out there and you're thinking that, I am number one on that list. I am the ultimate control freak. I'm the ultimate, I know how to do it better than anybody else. And at some point, you can't do that. You got to turn it over to people. You got to let them run with it.
And that goes, funny you bring that up. That goes back to one of Coach Brad's tips for small business owners. Delegate responsibilities, especially the ones that you do not personally have to do. There might be one or two things in your business that you've got to do because, quite frankly, you're hands down the absolute best. No one else can come
By the
close
way,
to
I
you.
got news for you. When you delegate 10 things, 9 of them won't be done as well as you would do them. It's just the way it is.
Okay, can you elaborate on that, please? Because I think that's something a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about, and it's really something hard to accept. So please elaborate a little bit.
Okay, so let me think how to give you good stories about this that are real. And if we got 4 minutes or so. So let's take a time when I was at CIA in sales. And this was a company that was built around me and 2 partners. So we had a guy who was a very expert research guy. That's all he wanted to do. And he did research. We had another guy who kind of blended research, but with a heavy technology bent. So he did systems and technology. I did SG&A. In the first 3 years of that company, I did all the selling. I was on the road 6 days a week. I was literally across the country every day. I would start in New York, have breakfast, have lunch in Chicago, dinner in LA, and back to New York for drinks constantly. 94-ish, late 94, I'm going to get married. I go to my partners and I say, guys, I'm not going to sacrifice a family for this company. I'm done traveling like that. What are you going to do about it? We're going to hire salespeople. No, they'll never be able to do it. Well, the reality is we did hire salespeople. And did any one of them sell as much as I did? No. But in aggregate, we tripled the size of the business. So could you say they didn't do it as well as me? Sure. I was a better pure salesman. That's why I owned a third of the company. But when I put it in aggregate, it worked better.
And again, that's delegating that which you do not absolutely have to do. So that's the only way to scale. Because if you're always the one doing it, if you're always that hands-on operator, so to speak, you can do it, but you're really capping your growth, massively capping
really
your growth.
hard. And then so you start doing it, but then you've got to turn over that function to somebody. And going back to that, are they ever going to do it as well as you? No. Partly because you're biased. You always think you're the best there is, or you wouldn't be in that job. So of course they're not as good as you. Even if their numbers were better than you, you'd still say, well, I did it better. I mean, the fact of the matter is it's very hard to delegate, but you have to learn none of us has the whole swath. And you better fill in the holes you don't have, or you will blow up. I had a company one time going back many years ago. I put a lot of money into it, and it, after a while, blew up. All right, so I went through a very heartfelt evaluation of what went right, what went wrong. What went right was my strategy. This was in the early days of the energy bar business, and I converted the mindset to a baked functional food. Well, if you look at the store today, they're filled with that on the shelf. It's the dominant category. I knew that would happen. The strategy was dead on. Was I able to sell and raise money for it? You betcha. Was I able to operate the business? And the answer is no. I was a lousy operations manager.
And that plays into Michael Smith's earlier point. You got to know yourself.
I don't do that well. I don't think that way.
It's a different way of thinking.
I set a strategy in motion, and then I go out and raise the money. That's all I know how to do. I need other people that can run it and get into the metrics and get into that finite detail, because I'm not going to do it.
And that's where everyone's going to have their own set of strengths and weaknesses. Every small business owner's got that equation, so to speak. Identify the strengths, spend your time there, and delegate that which you're not as good at, or delegate that which frees you up to do more of what you're good at.
Yep, exactly.
All focusing on that productivity, that effectiveness, that efficiency. But the other way that I like to look at it, if your business is at a point that it can't operate or sustain itself without you working in it, that's a tough model. That's a very dangerous model because heaven forbid something happens.
Scalability to it.
It's got no scalability because if something happens to that small business owner, it's screwed. I mean,
We're going to break for a video here, I know, but when we have time later on this evening, ask me about why CIA was able to be sold.
oh, that's
Because
going to be a good one.
It really was interesting because that wasn't typically the kind of business that could be sold, let alone for what we sold it for.
To be sold. That's on the to-do list questionnaire, my man. That'll be a good one. I'm really looking forward to that one. That's going to be a really good one to dive into the details on. Talk again, real as it gets. That's small business in practice.
Yep.
This is exactly.
So everybody out there, let's go to the McGrawCouncil.com right now. Press join. $39 a month to receive literally thousands of dollars in gifts right off the mark. Fully refundable. Access to our virtual coaching and virtual networks. Access to John Michael directly. It is an absolute no-brainer. The greatest idea that hit heaven, well, not heaven and earth. The greatest idea that hit in a while. How's that?
That works. That works. And Steve, we just reached the halfway point. Ladies and gentlemen.
We are 12 hours through our 24 hours. One half of the way through, we're still standing.
Exactly. Still having just as much fun when we started. You having as much fun as I am?
Yeah, I actually am enjoying this. My legs are a little bit tired. But other than that, I feel pretty good.
Hunker down. We're now counting down. I'm going to go ahead and play this podcast clip of some really good people. Doctor and a nurse Baker, husband and wife tag team who owns a small business. Stay tuned and enjoy this short clip, y'all.
Fabulous.
Technologically cutting edge approach to this problem, whatever it is, whether it be anti-aging, whether it be scar, camouflage removal, whether it be body contouring. We want to focus on, being the best, most technologically advanced. We want to focus on our customer service, right? Treating our patients like we would want to be treated and kind of standing out for that, not being, kind of, hey, they came and then they're just cattle, right? I mean, we want to really be recognized for our customer service. And then just getting the job done, right? I mean, it doesn't, you can have the most technologically advanced, piece of equipment. But if it doesn't do the job, nobody really cares, right? So you want to make sure that you're choosing technology that works, and then it works every time, and you're consistent with your results. So this is important. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of pressure for us to always kind of be on. You can never have like a bad off day because we have to build that reputation of excellence, and that's ultimately my plan is to be in major cities. And the whole impetus for being where we are versus in the middle of Dallas is that you can find kind of a hodgepodge of practices in Dallas that do what we do, right? But you have to go into Dallas. You have to go into the Metro City Center.
Cross that bridge.
There's us in other cities. There's people in the suburbs, and it's why are the people in the suburbs deprived of these world-class treatments, world-class technology, and everybody has to go into that clustered, congested city center when I can be out in the suburb, offer you the same level of treatment and quality, patient care results, and save everybody a trip in, with congested, have to worry about the commute and things of that nature. So that's my plan is not to kind of take over Los Angeles and Denver, but to find these kind of underserved suburban communities where there is a big demand for our services, and the people, just like Heat, it's not like the people in Heat were not acquiring these services before we came.
Right.
It's just that they're going into Dallas. They're driving 30 miles to get these services. That doesn't make any sense.
Or you don't have a lot of options.
Offer something in their neighborhood, in their home base, that gives them the same level of treatments, the same quality, the same results, but save them a trip, save the gas,
And
save
keep it in
the
your-
pollution, keep
What-
it in the home.
It goes down that whole long list of, why it makes sense with your business model. Again, for those who don't live in Rockwall or near Rockwall Heath, we got basically one major highway coming through, and the good news is we're expanding it, but the bad news is we're expanding it. So next year is going to be royal pain for construction. Exactly. And so, no joke, funny statistic, in the year 2021, every major road going in and out of Rockwall County is going to be under construction. Good growth opportunity. But to your point, if someone was going to Dallas for their service previously, that's basically not an option at that point in time, unless you have 4 hours of driving time a day to spare.
Sure. Yeah. If you want to sit in traffic for 2.5 hours. Yeah.
Not my cup of tea, and I don't think most people prefer that choice, but I mean, who knows? So we have about 10, 15 minutes left here. This is probably my personal favorite part. As small business owners, and you could go up to 6 here because there are 2 of you, but what would be your 3 tips for small businesses, whether they're just getting going or maybe even if they've been in business for 10 years, with what you've seen, with what you've experienced during COVID? What would be your 3 tips for small business owners?
You got anything? What do you got?
Or 3 tips. I guess customer service is huge. Always make sure you take care of your clients and your customers like family. That way they continue to come see you. In case something crazy happens like COVID and you have to shut down, then you have your loyal people who know you and want to see you survive.
Exactly.
That would be huge. I think just staying involved in the community so you can help get yourself out there. I think that would be huge. So just networking, staying involved in your community, I guess, are my 2 that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, one big one for me is acquisitions. I mean, different businesses have different degrees of their equipment outlay and what that's going to cost. But my consideration is this a toy? Would it be fun, or is it going to actually make us more productive?
Do something.
Yes, because I mean, there's a lot of fun toys, and I have a list of things that I want to purchase, but it's how is this going to help us help the bottom line? And if my argument for that is tenuous or murky, I'm not going to finance that. I'll save up for it and we'll get there. But don't bring on all this debt hey, we've got this cool stuff, but it's not doing anything tangible for the business, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Right.
So, really look at purchases. Try to, as much as possible, we saved before we opened, saved, and tried to, as much as possible, just purchase outright with our initial kind of startup capital outlay, things like that. Now, that's not to say that we didn't have to finance anything, because some of our equipment is exceedingly expensive. So, yeah, right. So, I mean, we definitely did, but it was what we felt was mission critical to kind of get started.
Exactly.
And then other things that are it'd be nice if we had that, but it's not a necessity. I mean, it's not a make or break. We can make do without it.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, and could kind of put it like an analogy. There's a difference between making sure you get a car with a good engine and you getting a car with a seat warmer. Yeah, the seat warmer is nice, especially when it's cold, but at the end of the day, the engine's going to be more important every time.
1,000%. Yeah. So, I mean, that'll be mine, is just kind of make sure you understand the priorities of your business in terms of capital outlay, equipment, things like that. And that if you have business partners, if you're running with your spouse, that you guys are on the same page in terms of, we've got this amount of money that's profit. What are we going to do with it?
And keeping overhead. I mean, when you're just starting out, don't hire, 50 people. Kind of start low and then go as hire as you go. I think
Yeah,
that's
I
huge
mean,
too.
we have events. I'm washing dishes afterwards, helping clean up. I mean,
It's true.
do I love it? Do I wash dishes often at home? No. But it's
Your
one of those
wine
things
glasses,
that,
usually you want them.
yeah, I mean, you have to kind of, it's priorities, like where is that money going to be better spent? Is it, do I want to bring staff on to kind of do these things that I don't really love doing, or would I rather kind of reinvest that? Maybe, I need to get some product. Who knows? But it's always kind of there's a balance and a kind of risk benefit analysis that has to occur before you start spending money on unnecessary things.
Being very pragmatic with the purchases, making sure they accomplish that. Like you said it best, mission critical. If it's essential, absolutely. If it's not, double check. Don't pull the trigger on that sucker too early. Yeah, it can be a fun toy for sure, but it might be a better toy to get down the road rather than right now or take on debt for it.
Put it on the wish list, and you'll get there. You'll get there eventually, but. Yeah.
Exactly. Y'all, I cannot thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you taking time out of your day to share the life story. I always enjoy the interaction, and the tips that you have for business owners are all applicable, and I can tell you they're going to help a lot of people. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. This was fun.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Y'all stay safe and stay blessed.
You too.
I always enjoy those podcasts. It's such a blast getting to talk to small business owners, hear their life story, how they got. It's cool. And by the way, those are we just made our podcasts public. You can find them on Facebook, YouTube, on iTunes as well. Check it out. It's again hearing what small business is really like, where the rubber meets the road. We've talked a lot about, those misconceptions that a lot of people have either about business or getting into business. Hear firsthand how small business owners got to where they are, how they reached that point in their business where it's sustainable, where they can keep it going. Then again, as you saw in that clip, every podcast ends with their 3 tips. Sometimes they throw in a few bonus tips, so stay tuned. But again, real applicable business help.
John, I can't tell you how important that is. As I was saying way earlier on today, I've listened to all the positive mental attitude stuff there is in the world. And it's so rare for it to be real meat. A lot of it's just fluff. And you kind of go, yeah, I already knew that. What we've presented today in this first 12 hours is real meat. It's stuff people may not have thought of. It's ways to do their business they haven't thought of. It's real tangible stuff they can take away and say, oh, I need to do that. And that's incredibly valuable.
For sure. So on that point, kind of switching gears a little bit here. For the next few hours, what I'd like to do, talk a little bit about some of our favorite businesses, some of the ones that have a story behind it, so to speak. I've got a list here that I'd like to talk a little bit about because I know them all personally. I'm sure you have a few local ones where you know the owners and you have a backstory to it. But if it's cool with you, we'll dive right into it.
Absolutely. Let's take that ball and run with it.
All righty. So the first one on my list, 4B Farms. Again, just like Dr. and Nurse Baker, owned by a husband and wife. They both work together on the business. It's located here in the DFW Metroplex. They grow cattle. They grow cattle. Sounds like a funny term. I believe that's the technical correct way to say it. They help grow cattle. Is that the right way to say it? But they farm beef. Exactly. They sell
farm
beef.
Cattle. Do you farm cattle or grow cattle? I don't even know.
That's a good technical question. I have to have him on and explain it. But
I will tell you who grows more beef than Texas? Florida.
I've heard that. It's kind of like the other one that I'm a little bit sore about. Technically, California produces more cheese than the state of Wisconsin, which really irks me because the only reason is because it's geographically bigger.
It also won't be the case for long because California is running all their businesses out of California.
Truth. So anyway, small little local business here in the DFW Metroplex. First met the owner, Doug, ironically through golf. So we used to play golf. My dad and I, sometimes my brothers would join us. We play golf, and we had this local golf course. We always go to the pro shop, sign in. There's this one guy that's always particularly nice, really beaming smile, super positive guy, just a great guy to slow down and chat to. So we got started talking. Turns out the guy's got an extensive background in mission work. He is a pastor, doing the work of the Lord, doing business properly. So we stayed in touch and stuff. And then I found out later on that he and his wife own a business. And so that's how we were able to get connected. And so I've actually purchased meat from them directly, even though they are wholesale. They sell it individually too. Absolutely phenomenal beef. So I got some ground beef a couple of different times and some steaks. They turned out so good. You talk about something that's like booming with beef flavor. Yeah. You always hear the difference about locally grown product, whether it be fruits and vegetables or in this case beef. You could taste such a great difference. It was so good. It had such a strong beef flavor. I'll never forget.
I got to tell you a funny story about locally grown. So you know the magazine New Yorker?
Yeah.
I may be wrong. It may have been Vanity Fair, or it's one of those New York type magazines. They wanted their writers to get a sense for who the real America was, so they took them on a road trip through the middle part of the country. They saw farm stands with tomatoes and apples and fruit and said, oh my God, these people have to sell fruit for a living. They equated it with the Depression. They would go into a town and say, what, there's no Whole Foods? How do people live? My point with that being a lot of people in this country have forgotten what fresh food tastes like. They've forgotten what homegrown beef tastes like. They've forgotten what fresh corn tastes like. It is better.
It's phenomenal. So getting into more detail, I actually made some killer tacos with it. But it has, I don't know how to explain it other than the beef flavor was so strong and good. Again, just a shout out to a local business that's doing stuff the right way. It's good people, local, phenomenal food. Let's see here. I got a whole list. Which one should we talk about next? I got a good one. Artisan Masonry. Gentleman by the name of Bobby Gladue owns it. He served actually on the Royce City Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors as well. Super community oriented. You talk about a guy that gives back to the community day in and day out. Again, that's why we love small business. As you get into that small business demographic, they're always giving back. They're always finding ways to contribute and donate. And it's incredible. But Bobby's just another one of those guys. Every day you wake up, you turn around, he's always doing something to give back. And again, that's the whole beauty of small business. When you support small business, you're supporting people like that, people that then turn around, take that which you gave them for a product or service, and they reinvest it in the community. I mean, so he's literally he's volunteering for the chamber. He'll take people under his wing and mentor them. Always has great insights in our board meetings. We'll be talking about updates and stuff, where the chamber's been, where it's going, so on and so forth. But then the insights are just, obviously second to none. It's really cool to have someone like that just to talk to, just to see the way they look at business. The people that take their business to the next level, they look at it in a different way. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, John, when I was younger and I didn't have any money and I used to drive around the city of Cincinnati at night, it was my one recreation during the week. So Saturday nights I drive around and I drive up to nice neighborhoods. And if I saw guys out cutting their grass, I'd get out of my car and say, hey, excuse me, what do you do for a living? And it was shocking to me how consistent they always were. Well, I do A, B, or C. That didn't really matter. I work real hard. I love what I do, and I've done it for 20 years. That was the theme. And so these small businesses often have the same model. They work hard, they love what they do, and they've done it for a long time. So they become the best at it. And the more they're the best, the more they love it.
It's so true. Real quick, because we always like to practice what we preach. I'm going to quick jump on Facebook here, tag them in the post, tell them how much we appreciate them and everything that they do for the local community. Because I think it's important, especially everything that's happened in 2020, the stuff that's going on in 2021. We want them to know that we are all out there, that we do stand with them. It's not just lip service, especially the communities, the local communities, everything we're doing here at McGraw. It's not just talk. It's truly backed up with action. So bear with me as I type this out real quick. What are some of the fun small business stories that you've had over the last 12 months with everything going on?
Oh, clearly the common theme there are the ones that have been rockets during this pandemic I can't tell you the restaurant owners I've talked to who, without the strength they had, would have just closed their businesses, whether it's Colonial Ice Cream Shop here in the St. Charles area, Salerno's, Rookies, the Squire. I mean, any of these restaurants would have just been down for the count. You've got countless manufacturing companies that we've worked with who have struggled. You know, we got a medical services company down in Texas. They struggled through the pandemic because of what it did to their collections and everything else. They've kept the faith. They've come back stronger, and they're doing good things now. Across the board of the companies we've worked with, we have the same theme. It's those people who believed in what they were doing, who kept going. We have others who, you know, they got in trouble during that period, and instead of letting help come in and fix the business, they gave up and just said no. So those are tragic circumstances of value lost. But overall, given the nature of what the council does and its sister companies, the biggest exposure we have is through Merchant Masters and through McGraw Capital. And Merchant Master, I will tell you, last March, it originally was down 80% in its revenues. 80%.
I remember.
Now, it just takes a certain will to make that come back and not give up. If you look at Job Foreman's, Jimmy Owens, last March, he had a huge board. And when we talk about a board for executive recruiting, it means he has deals lined up where they've asked him to find a person.
Big old pipeline.
Several $100,000 worth of deals on the board. They all went to zero. It went to zero. The reason Job Foreman stayed in business is Jim Owens got on the phone and got, in the old phrase of Clint Eastwood, plumb mad dog mean, and just made phone calls after phone calls after phone calls. You know, you need anybody, you need anybody, you need anybody, you need anybody. And eventually he found a couple of people that said, yeah, I need somebody. And so he was able to, you know, make it sustain. In addition, he doubled down on the job fit assessment report. And so he went from that being a concept really to a fully digitized product.
It's that never say quit, never say die attitude that just has that unquenchable fire deep down inside that says every day when getting out of bed, this is a new day, a new opportunity to achieve my dream. I'm going to go help people accomplish X, Y, Z.
Every day you wake up and you say, I live to fight another day. I'm healthy. The sun is up. I got both arms, both legs, both eyes. I can hear, I can speak, I can see. I'm thankful. I'm grateful. What can I do today?
Truth. You know, funny point too. You brought up Merchant Masters. One of the most touching stories, I would say, for lack of better terminology, was a company that we acquired in Garland to serve their processing needs. It's called Classic Custom Jewelry. Really kind gentleman by the name of Billy Blunt owns it. Really nice older gentleman. And he gave us a phone call. He gave me a phone call one day. And we started talking. He was like, hey, I'll be straightforward with you. I'm in a jam and I need your help. I was like, okay, tell me what's going on. And again, to your earlier discussions about, you know, doing it ethically and honestly, what had happened, someone cold called him. And he said it was, you know, a nice young guy, promised him all this stuff he needed to do for him. And so this business owner had pity on him. He was like, I've been there. I know what it's like. I'll give you a shot. Here's what I want. Here are my needs. If you can do it for X, Y, Z, I'll give you a shot on my business. So he signed stuff. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. Fast forward, you know, about 2 weeks later, the business asked for a very simple countertop device. Specifically, I believe it was a Verifone VX520. And the guy came back with a full-blown Clover POS, like the big station one, where it's got all the bells and whistles, the inventory apps, you know, so on and so forth. And the business owner was like, that's not what I wanted. I told you that up front. He was like, oh, don't worry about it. You know, it's going to be fine. You'll like it. Just give it a shot. And so he kind of sold himself in the situation. So then that provider leaves. Fast forward a month, and the guy's never used it, and he's like, I don't want it. He keeps calling the company, tries to can't get a hold of him, and then he gets a letter in the mail saying, here's, you know, your payment due of about $400 for the next 48 months, $400 per month. And he was like, go ahead.
It goes to what I told you earlier when I said I would fire somebody for selling. That guy didn't buy that system. He was sold it for all of the unethical reasons in the world. Mm-hmm. What needed to happen was a sales professional needed to go in and determine what his real needs were. Let him come to an understanding that, yes, those are the needs that need to be met. then he buys the product. There's no conflict. When you see every problem as a nail because you have a hammer, it's going to lead to problems. And that's what that Clover rep did. He said, I got this, you're buying it, and I don't care how I do it.
That's exactly what happened. We were able to go in there and help him get out of the contract. Thankfully, obviously meet his needs. We got him the device he was looking for, kept it going smoothly. Actually saved him a few bucks in the process too. But just got one of those small businesses that just finds a way. I actually had a chance to talk to him during the shutdowns and everything. He was like, yeah, it's hard. We're going to find a way. We have, for 40 plus years, we're going to continue to find a way. Goes back to that whole small business attitude again. It's that never say quit and never say die attitude, which is exactly why we're doing what we're doing. At some point,
John, it goes right to this idea of a 24-hour marathon for this. I know it's silly. You know it's silly. And the people watching are like, why would you do that? We're doing it because you can. And because you can say, I won't quit. I promise you, and I'm 3 times your age or twice your age, whatever it is. The fact of the matter is by about midnight, when we're on that final 8 hours, it's going to be really hard for me to keep doing this. But I'm not going to quit.
Absolutely
you quit
not.
When you're down? No, you go to the death. You go.
And that's that old cliche thing, it's always, it's darkest before dawn. But there's a lot of truth to that, especially in small business. It's like the memes you see where you see 2 people digging. One guy throws his pickaxe on the ground and gives up. The other guy keeps digging. He literally only had 6 more inches to go until he struck gold, literally.
That was the theme of the Earl Nightingale story. Bear with me. I'm opening a window.
Get some more fresh air in there.
Yeah.
I like it.
That was the entire theme of Earl Nightingale. And I am leaning now, so I'm allowed.
Okay, when am I allowed?
Whenever you want.
Okay.
But my point is that was Earl Nightingale's whole concept of acres of diamonds in your own backyard. A guy goes out and digging, gives up. The next hole down, he'd have found diamonds.
And it's that whole, if you're passionate about what you're doing, if you're passionate about your business, the way you're serving people, whether it be a business you're serving or an individual, don't quit. Never say die. Never say.
The reality is you might have to tweak it. If you talk to smart people and smart people say, nah, this doesn't work, you need to go that way, then be willing to adjust. But you stay on your mission. You stay on that belief system because that belief system is what drives you.
So true. It's that vision. It's that passion that takes you to the next level. And that's, again, all the stuff that we've talked about. It. We'll continue to talk about it. It's so much more than just making the best product or service. There's a passion that fuels it. One of the ways that I really like to look at it, Henry Ford pioneered, the assembly line, making the Model T available. It wasn't that his Model T was that much better than anyone else's. Yes, the assembly line played a huge role in making it affordable, but it was the undying passion because it wasn't exactly an easy path to get to where he ended up being in the peak of his career.
Now, Henry Ford had a very difficult path, actually, and he ended up being an angry old man. It's too bad.
It's unfortunate.
Go look at the great names of industry. Go look at Thomas Edison, how he got where he is. J.P. Morgan, how he got where he is. Rockefeller. Everybody condemns the Rockefellers when, in fact, the great-grandfather Rockefeller was dirt poor, just happened to come up with a way to refine oil that nobody else had come up with. He said, I can make money refining this black gold.
And he never got there by quitting. It was that day in, day out, constant drive. And again, people
said you're a fool, you're a fool, you're a fool, you're a fool. Milton Hershey's the same way. You're a fool, you're a fool, you're a fool, you're a fool. Now he makes it big and everybody's like, see, I told you so.
And that's the only attitude you can take to small business. Every no is just the next question, or it's one no closer to yes or something, whatever the expression.
The challenge, John, and this is different. Business, sometimes you're wrong. And I'll give you an example of that. Blockbuster. We talked about them earlier.
Yep.
Blockbuster genuinely thought they were right. They had passion about what they did. They were just really wrong.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says business, especially new business. If you're starting a new business, listen closely. There's nothing saying that your service or your product will be a success in the marketplace. You don't know. But you're going to run with it because it's your passion, it's your dream, it's your goal. But be willing to listen to those around you if they say at some point, enough.
Well, that's the old proverb, seek the counsel of many. Get in with that, find that support group, get those people who can speak into your business so that you can have those honest conversations and say, hey, I'm as passionate as heck about this thing. am I on the right track still? And when you have that,
I look at all of the McGraw companies similarly, and I look at the membership and I say this was a gamble when we started it. But what's the feedback we get from members? What's the feedback we get from really smart people who see this thing? Universally, it's, hey, that's really cool. That's a neat idea. I would join that. And they do. When you
exactly.
hear that, then it's just a matter of time. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Exactly. And I think it's also the reason why, as young as we are, we've got paying members in 7 different states. We've got subscribers in 14 different states. People legitimately love it.
Listen to the commentary of those people.
Exactly. And that's
and
where
I would argue that people should listen to the content today. This is not an organization based on feel-good antics. It's an organization based on real meat. And when we talk about education today, whether it's internet, marketing, HR, accounting, coaching, the real meat came out, John, and it's off the charts important.
For sure, because you have to get that definitive value out of it. You have to be able to go back and say, okay, what am I getting out of this? Is it worth my time? Because you can't actually quantify a value for your time and put it into a dollar format. Is it worth it? And I'll say I'm firmly believing that absolutely, this is 100% worth the time and more.
And again, we're being validated in that, right?
Absolutely.
We are growing the membership. We are growing the affiliations. We're growing the interest. It will take much longer than you'll ever dream to get it going to the level you want it to.
And again, what's that conversation we had earlier? Overnight success is 10 years.
Yeah.
It takes time. It takes dedication. That consistent grind, pound attitude over an extended period of time. If it's truly a matter of how much you can put into it as a small business owner, as small business owners across the country, they get that. And that's why they wake up every day going after the same thing day in and day out. And that's why we're standing for 24 hours to show that, yeah, we get it. We get everything you've been through.
When I was working at Wharton Econometrics back in 1990, I was making extraordinarily good money. I had an unlimited expense account. I could do whatever I wanted. I was very successful. The reign of the land was mine. I started to meet with 2 guys I knew from Zaxxon, said, let's start our own company. So in May of 91, down in Hilton Head, I took my dad out on the beach and I said, Dad, I wanted to let you know I'm going to leave Wharton and start my own company. He looked at me and he said, son, you know what you're doing, but that sounds foolish to me. Why would you take the risk? And I said, Dad, I get paid at Wharton because I sell things. I sell intangible research reports. At CIA, my new company, I sell intangible research reports. If I can't sell them at Wharton, I get fired. If I can't sell them at CIA, I get fired. There's no difference in risk. So I persuaded myself this was a riskless transaction.
That's the entrepreneurial spirit I absolutely love. It's that risk tolerance that says, yeah, there's such upside to this, I can't ignore it.
I was sitting in my office in downtown Chicago in late October of 1991, sweating blood because I wasn't going to be able to make payment to payroll on November 1st or December 1st. I forget which one. The problem was I had put everything I had in it. My partner was married with 2 kids. He didn't have any reserve. So what was I going to tell him? I'm sorry, you don't get payroll. I couldn't do that.
Wasn't an option.
I'm sitting there in my office and I'm thinking about it. And it's about 10 o'clock at night. And I get a phone call from a broker out in Denver. Steve, Bill Smith. I said, Bill, how are you? Hey, listen, how do you guys take payment? And I said, soft dollar. She said, okay. I just signed up a $100,000 account. The 11th day or the 11th hour. And I just remember sitting back going, thank you, Lord. I don't know where else to go with that one. But that carried us through to January when a whole flood of new business hit.
Again, that's that small business perseverance. And I am shocked, to be honest, at how, for lack of a better term, common that is in small business. Everyone has this idea, not everyone, but a lot of people have this idea that small business is nice. It's a nice, steady, smooth trend all the way up to the top.
No.
Heck no. It's full of bumps and bruises and obstacles and challenges. It's a long journey.
It's with government regulations. So once you get to a certain size, I guarantee it's going to happen to McGraw. Once you get to a certain size, you'll become the target.
Yep, exactly.
And the federal government will come at you. I mean, they just do that. It's a price of entry into mid-sized companyship.
And if y'all want to see some fun commentary and discussion on government regulations, stay tuned for the midnight hours as we get into 2, 3, 4 a.m. We're going to have some excellent discussions. And we're pinging a few people to see if they can join us. We can have a little feisty free speech discussion.
It's pretty easy to get into because it is something that's passionate to me. When I look at the fact that Steve Jobs could legally not start Apple today, I don't believe I could start CIA today. The regulatory environment from the SEC is too strict. I don't believe Henry Ford could start Ford Motor today. I don't believe the Wright brothers could start the airplane industry today.
It's very, very different. And I think, again, that's talk about where rubber meets the road. Everything we're doing for the council, we're doing with the council, rather, for small businesses is, hey, where is the economy going? Where can you live out your passion so that your dream becomes a reality? And you literally get to say, I can't believe I get paid to do this. Where are you going to be able to do that? How are you going to be able to do that? Where is it scalable? Where is it sustainable?
I promise you, John, with everything I have, I would not be doing this if it was for money.
It's about the passion. It's about the passion behind it. It's the vision.
I believe in the people that we're trying to help. I believe in them deeply. Now, that might be a flawed thought. I've thought about this. It could entirely be that I'm playing in a dead space, that small business is going to be crushed in what's coming, and there'll only be big and nothing. If that's the world, that's the world. I don't choose to live there. I'll build Galt's Gulch, and I'll go live on my own with a bunch of people who are free marketeers in a private little enclave.
And that's where part of what we're trying to do at the McGraw Council. We want to create that safe haven, so to speak, for small business owners. There are about 30 million of us across the United States, maybe 29 million or so. Again, it's tragic. We lost over 100,000 businesses last year due to everything with COVID, the regulations, the shutdowns. Another 60,000 businesses on top of that are closed, what's believed to be temporarily. Hopefully it is only temporary, and hopefully we don't lose any more. But we want to create that support system, that support structure for those small businesses that still exist, so that when they cry help, when they say, I don't know, when they have a question, they have someone they can reach out to. They have an ally, they have an advocate. That's part of what we do. We educate, we unite, and we advocate for that small business community on a national level so that we can take those pockets of connectivity and bring them all together into one platform, because that's when it, as we all know, it gets extraordinarily dynamic at that point. And again, that's not theory because we've seen it. We've already done it. We've had that feedback. We have that engagement. We see it happen. We're just in that fun next level growth stage.
I think you're on the right path. Again, the thrusting thought behind this is that the small business community will explode as the economy transitions into a technical economy.
Mm-hmm.
As a result, people will be increasingly starting new businesses that may be part of the gig economy. So very small companies, they need help. And they, you come out of working for a big company. And I think about, what was it? American and United together just laid off 60,000 people.
Massive
11,000 people got laid off last week because of the Keystone Pipeline.
Yeah, I saw that.
Now, the government would say, well, these people will find new jobs in the clean energy business. Well, I got news for them. There is no clean energy business without small business, because we're the ones who innovate the solutions.
Absolutely.
And the government is not capable of being the investment bank. The private investment banks need to, because they actually understand risk tolerance, as opposed to Solyndra, which you may not recall.
And that's, again, that whole discussion of small business and free market economics. It's not a political discussion at all. It's just straightforward where the rubber meets the road business.
Not political at all.
No one is.
You can't blame one party for this. You can't look and say there's one problem. And you can't look at the intent, I generally think, of the people putting these laws into place. I think in most cases, we're trying to achieve the same objective. I just think they have an idea on how to get there that is counter to reality and human nature.
And that's where, if we're talking true solutions, we go to that small business community. No one's going to know the challenges, the problems better than the small business because they're right on the front lines of it. They're living in that life, so to speak. They're living in that zone. They are truly on the front lines. They see what's happening.
We live in a world today in which the deliverer of a message is oftentimes shot, even though the message is what's important. So I'm going to leave a name off of the person who wrote this book. But a person wrote a book back in the late 70s, and it was about their time in the Nixon administration. You're too young to remember, of course, you weren't born, but Richard Nixon put in price controls so that the government of the United States determined every day the price of corn. They had a group of, college educated and professionals go into a room every morning and decide what corn should be priced at that day. They did this for a period of about 3 months until the chairman of that committee, who wrote the book, realized how incredibly naive that was. To think that 6 people sitting in a room could match the decision of 6 million people in the private sector. And sure enough, when they quit regulating the price, it had wild gyrations in the beginning and finally settled out at something lower than the government ever thought it could be.
And again, you can't in an economy where the goal is to create value and raise the standard of living, you cannot artificially control supply and demand and quantify that.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't
now,
work.
I do think, John, there are some dynamics playing out today that change yours and my vision of free markets.
Explain.
And where I go with that, in the technology thing we're headed to, I don't know that it's going to be possible to have free markets.
I would say
at the micro level you will, but in the intermediate level you won't.
Well, I think that's another really important discussion too. Let's define what a free market is at that point, because I think that's another big thing. If you look at the way a free market was defined in the past versus what we look at and consider to be a free market today, you're looking at two very different things. Did you ever watch the show, The Men Who Built America?
Yes, I did. I actually thought it was very well done. That same author, by the way, did a Who We Are series on the building of America from inception.
So if you look at the way the individuals in that show back in that period in history built their businesses, the definition of free market is very different today. It's extraordinarily
they were totally
different.
Unregulated.
But again, a lot of people would still classify as what we have today as a free market, yet they would also call that the market back then a free market.
Let me give you my perspective on the equality of today and then. So Rockefeller came out with this idea of refining oil on a mass scale. Nobody had ever done that. So regulations they had no knowledge of what he was doing until after he did it. So it's only after the fact they could regulate it. During that time, he became the wealthiest man in the world. I think if you look at Amazon and you look at Google and you look at Facebook right now, they got where they are so fast. Regulation hasn't caught up. 100 years from now, we'll look back at another Gilded Age and we'll have a trust buster in effect. Okay, we're jumping way ahead to late night talks, but I gave a talk 10 years ago on what I call the post-capitalist economy. And the reason I labeled it that is because the typical capitalism that we envision is an industrial, information-based capitalism. I'll say industrial. It was designed based on debt, because our whole economy is based on debt, not equity. And that's provable by the size of the debt markets compared to the equity markets. That model may be self-imploding. And if it does, true free markets may come out of it.
In the gig economy, or are you talking just different in general economy?
I'm thinking in general. I think the information age, which is more real than most people think, derives value from different sources. The old notion of wealth was population growth plus GDP growth. or plus productivity, excuse me. Population plus productivity equal GDP. Okay? I would argue today productivity is completely handled, at least in the near term, by machines, computers. So the whole concept of GDP is changed. It's no longer population plus productivity because there's no such thing as productivity. That's partly in this book, although I think his reasons for getting there are wrong. The comment he makes is the invisible hand of capitalism is broken.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's wrong. I just think it's like we need radical reformation of the model, and I go to more liberty, not more government.
So then we talk applicability to a small business. Obviously, that's not going to have a huge impact to a local bakery because they're still going to bake, the same cake, the same cupcake, same cookies.
I don't agree with you.
Elaborate.
5 years.
Okay.
By 2030, that cupcake is going to be produced in a 3D printer.
Agree, but it's still the same cupcake.
It's an automated creation.
Which changes the labor component and the productivity.
The notion of productivity.
Correct.
And that's my point. When people are no longer required to create productivity, then the whole notion of the debt-based economy that capitalism has been built on for 200 to 250 years goes away.
I just can't fathom an economy that would work. Again, I guess it depends upon the goal of an economy. Everything that we know has been to increase the standard of living. If you flip that upside down and say, yeah, our economy is no longer the goal, but it's no longer to create but increase and improve the standard of living. Everything we use in economics, the goals, the methodology to get there is completely upside down.
The basics of supply and demand change. Again, the age of oversupply.
What's that book called again? I'm going to put it in the comments.
Pardon?
What's that book called again?
The Age of Oversupply. And I'm not suggesting I agree with his conclusions. I think it plays into what I've started increasingly to believe is coming of our age. If you go to the high net worth conferences and you listen to what they talk about the age coming of, what's the phrase they use? The age of abundance,
mm-hmm.
in which there's unlimited resource for the people, all driven by technology's ability to deliver it. And let me give you examples where that's not fancy. If, for example, I'm going to close my window now, but I'm going to leave it unlocked because I have a funny feeling that later tonight I'll be opening it again. So take a world, John, in which a couple of technological breakthroughs occur.
Okay.
Battery technology, so that we can actually store energy. And something, I'm going to use a phrase, don't hold me to it, as radical as cold fusion. One of those two things happens, and we no longer have an energy problem. Energy is free. We're not far from this. This is an incredible, real possibility. Go back to 1965. If you look at the consumer explosion from 65 to 95, to what do you attribute that? If you've studied that at all, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
65 to 95. I
Yeah,
would say
what would you attribute the wealth effect of consumerism to be caused by?
I would say significant increase in technological advancements.
Leading to what?
Define that question a little bit.
What specifically did technology improve to cause our standard of living to go up?
I would say technology improved to the point where we could increase the efficiency and productivity, which drove the cost of various goods and services down, which created value in and of itself.
Which goods and services?
I would say a variety of you look at home appliances, for example. Wasn't that the time period where the general layout was you'd hang your clothes out to dry? And then along came the washer and dryer. Again,
65, we had TV and washers and dryers, John. I'm not that old.
Well, I'm not that old. I can't go back that far.
If you look from 65 to 95, what drove that? In 1965, the average family spent 35 to 40% of its annual net take-home money on food. By 1995, it was 5%. That is what opened up the explosive consumer growth of that 30-year period. The cost of food went almost to zero.
So what is the ratio of that spending today?
5 to 10% hasn't really changed. Here's the big one today, though. Fuel. All in. Oil, gas, natural gas, energy costs.
Talking
I
whole
would
electric
argue-
as well?
I would argue that could go very well close to zero in the next 10 years.
Do you happen to know the statistic, what it is currently in sum to that average budget?
As an aggregate of the economy,
Or is that, yeah.
not off the top of my head that I would quote.
Interesting.
I'm going to guess, though, it's around 25%.
What would it be for the average American individual on an individual basis? Is that available?
20%.
I'm just trying to.
Make $2,000 a month. They probably spend $400 a month all in on energy.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So,
Go through
I look
personalization.
out and I say technology will solve the energy issue. It will. So this concept of the age of abundance, in which food is readily available, energy is relatively available, labor is non-existent because it's all technologically driven.
It's all computers, AI.
I think we're 9 years away from this. I just don't think it's that far down the road. And my point is, small business has to become not only digital, but it has to double down on its creativity, because the only way it competes is to be more creative than the technology. Again,
Yeah.
You want to make cupcakes, you better compete with a generic cupcake made for Costco.
In some shape, way, or form, yeah, it's going to happen. Again, that's where it comes back to that full, triple P thing, so to speak. People, process, product. It's going to have to be a killer
And
product.
the microeconomy, it's that gig economy, because people are artisans, and that's where they're going to come out. They will run as a business, but they will be artisans.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Again, this is truly late night. We'll talk more, but just because we have had an economy structured in an ABC way doesn't mean we always will.
No, the makeup of the economy's changed dramatically. If you look over the span of the last few hundred years, look at the makeup of the American economy alone.
The makeup of economics hasn't changed that often.
No, that's a dynamic that has not changed that often.
I'm suggesting that there's a change in economics.
Literally multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar question.
I think it is. I think the question is, how do you play in that space? I go back to those three things. You digitize, you virtualize, and you artificially intelligentize, whatever you want to call it.
And I think as you take those steps, you'll position that business on the right path. As long as you're on that front end of it, so to speak, you won't get caught blindsided. And I think that's one of the big things.
Never, ever think, well, it'll never hit my business. Because, yeah, it will. Right now, for example, the IBM Watson project, you're familiar with that?
Not familiar. I mean, I know of it, but I'm not familiar.
All right. Well, they use the IBM Watson technology, for example, in commercial real estate to work with the elevator systems to come up with predictive analytics on when the elevators will need maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
They're hugely accurate, and they will tell somebody a week before a piece goes bad, by the way, you need to replace that piece. So the whole concept of maintenance has changed.
Again, that technology is, again, to your point, already here. We've already got that. It's only going to grow in popularity and usage.
In exponential form. It will not grow in an ordinary growth. It's going to grow like this. So all of our members, need to understand you digitize, you virtualize, and you use AI. And when I say that, I mean even the contractors. They're going to need to compete against bigger companies who have more AI understanding of construction techniques. You go talk to Gary Rabine, who runs Rabine Paving.
Yep.
He has hugely advanced special materials now that they have designed to be used in their paving. A little bit doesn't have that.
I was just going to say special materials. And he's also, my guess is he's probably got really cool tech that lets him get in there and diagnose exactly what's happening before he even or his crews ever get there.
Now, Gary's one of the few larger companies. He's 150 million-ish, so he's kind of a large mid-sized company. He is very pro-free market and wants competition. So he is against regulating the low end, saying they have to do this or that. He doesn't want that. He wants the competition. Makes him stronger in his mind. I think he's right. But I think, again, his competitors in the paving industry at the small level need to understand they're going to have more sophisticated marketing. They're going to have to, because the old days of a sales rep going somewhere are going to die off.
It's the whole model has dramatically changed. Again, that's where I think we were talking about hybrid models years ago. That's the length of the 24-hour thing kicking in a couple hours ago. There will always be a desire for some level of human interaction, but just as we've seen with like chatbots and call centers, it will continue to decrease. Will it decrease to the point where you no longer have it? It seems predictable. That's probably on the way there.
I think so. Talk to the 20-year-olds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my generation and the one coming up behind me, it's very, very technologically driven. Very much about the ease of use.
I would say it's the one coming up behind you because you're even post this thing. This gives you a level of the state of change. My sister Kathy was born in 1958. I was born in 1961, 4 years later. We had virtually identical social upbringings. Everybody listened to the same music during that period. There was some change in the rock music scene. But generally speaking, it was a very slow change over decades. If I look at my daughter, Kate, who was born in 95, and I compare her life experiencing to Isabel, born in 2003, 8 years, they're completely different life experiences.
Talk about that hockey stick curve approach where it's just immediate.
Yep.
Very different. Very different.
I think we have to be willing. Now, if you're a restaurant, do you need to address this? No, but you better address the fact that your sit-in, eat-in dining model has changed.
Exactly.
I agree. I don't think you're ever going to get back to a packed house where you make a lot of money on a Friday night. You're going to have socially distant spaces. You're going to do more carry out. So you need to digitize your menu. You need to digitize your marketing. You need to get the AI systems to know within your community exactly who wants to buy your type of food. And we need a better delivery system with an oven in the dump truck so that people don't get cold food.
Well, I think that's, again, you're talking about the whole model of the restaurant industry, because currently and today, it's been very, very experience driven, very experience oriented. And let's be honest, the reason we all go to a restaurant, 9 out of 10 times, it's going to be because of the experience. Yes, it's good food, and some places have phenomenal food, but it's about the experience that you have there. What can restaurants do to take that experience and digitize that whole experience of it? That's, I think, the $1 million question.
I'm not even going fully there. I'm saying they need to be digitized and AI'd and virtualized in their marketing. They need to be as sophisticated in marketing as Google is, because Google's going to send their competitor to the customer.
Yep, exactly.
In a world in which people are Googling to figure out what they want to eat, you want your stuff to go to the people in that community who want Italian tonight.
Yeah, exactly. And real quick, not to cut you off, but we're coming up on our 13th hour. So a little bit of a recap, why we are doing what we're doing and what we're doing. We are doing a 24-hour live stream to stand with small businesses to show that we truly have their back and that we are there for them.
They've always been there for us when we need them, whether it be for a fundraiser or a gathering for an event, or heaven forbid, a natural disaster strikes. Those small businesses are always on the spot right there. We need to show them now that we are there with them when they need us. I want to thank our sponsors, McGraw Capital Partners, Get Sprout Funding, Job Performance, Merchant Masters, Exiva. Would not be possible without their support. Thank you all so much for believing in our vision, what we are doing to help those small businesses. And for those of you listening, you too can help small businesses. You can help show that you support them. 3 easy ways you can do so. Number 1, share this live stream to your Facebook page. Let's spread the word out. Let's make sure that those small businesses know we have their back, that you have their back. Number 2, tag a small business that you love. Say, hey, I love you, I support you. We've got your back through and through all the way into the foreseeable future. And lastly, sign up as a platinum member for the McGraw Council. It's less than $40 a month. Every small business that signs up gets over $4,000 in tangible products/services donated completely free to them to help them grow and improve their business, to convert their American dream to their American reality. If we're able to sign up 1,500 members over the next remaining 11 hours or so, we're going to be able to sustain a small business grant program. So please go ahead and sign on up. If you know a small business that would benefit from having a financial health check done, that would benefit from a donated coaching session, consulting hours, proprietary HR product, and if they're looking for a community to be a part of, for someone to really have their back and be that emergency help button there when they need it, go ahead and tell them to sign up, or even better, gift it to them. Go through that process, put their email and company information in, and we'll be able to take care of them for them. Thank you all so much for listening in. We're officially starting hour number 13. And with that, if it's cool with you, Steve, I'd like to play another podcast video here.
Absolutely. 11 hours to go.
All right, 10-minute clip. Enjoy, and we'll be back on the other side of 10 minutes.
Financial spectrum and experiential spectrum, you're going to still have to build that business. And so, like you said, if you buy something that's already existing and you're managing a business, completely different. But when you are building it from the ground up, it's going to take everything you've got and more. It just does.
Amen to that. Amen to that. That's a good one.
Yeah. So that's number 1.
What's number 2?
Number 2, pretty simple. Ask for help. Okay, that's it. I mean, you find people who have been there. You find people who are in like situations. You ask for help. You lean on people. Put your ego aside and say, oh, yeah, I'm a rugged individualist. Well, I love being a rugged individualist as much as the next person. But the reality is that as I've looked back on my life, especially in the business world, but just across everything, I could write a book, and I'm sure most of us could, of the mentors that we've had in life in various situations. And just all I was going to say was get help, ask for help. But I will tell you, one of the best managers I've ever had. I've got one manager who I tell stories about all the time. His name is Barney. I call him Barney Stories. Best manager you could have ever worked for. But this particular guy was named Buck Nikolai. And Buck recently died, cancer. He battled cancer for years. Yeah. I wasn't close to him the last few years, but I worked for him and under him, I think, for 8 years. And when Buck moved me from a sales guy to a location sales manager, he had me do an exercise. And he goes, I want you to write down a list on the left side of paper, a list of every single manager / boss, superintendent you've ever had. And I said, wow. I said, I've been working since I was 10. And he goes, I know. He goes, you're going to have a lot of them. And I think I ended up with like 44 guys, guys and gals that I had worked for. And I said, okay, so what's this for? He goes, now I want you to write one thing that stood out that you learned from them and never repeat it on that list. And you want to talk about powerful, when you write out the people whether you like them or not, whether you respected them or not, but when you find out that, number one, you've learned 44 different things from 44 different people that you can apply in your life. And number two, when you've worked for, I won't say the word that we usually describe bosses that we don't like, but when you've worked for people who you don't care for, and you can write down that you have learn something that's valuable and that you can take forward with you, then you realize how important help and experiences are. When those people, whether they were trying to help me or not, but they did. And then what Buck said is, third thing, you write the list down of people you've worked for. You write down one thing that they've done for you that you've learned that you can carry forward. And he said, now go manage that way.
Wow.
Just got goosebumps again every time I tell that story. And not because Buck is dead. I sat there in stunned silence when he told me that. I don't know if he came up with it. I don't know if it was given to him. I have no idea from whence that came. All I know is that was a powerful lesson to me as a manager about who I'm going to be. And while I have my own thoughts, my own feelings, my own ideas, and my management style is going to be a culmination of not only that innate God-given talents, skills, gifts, whatever you want to call them, but it's going to be that plus the experiences and the people that have helped me grow. So asking for help is number 2.
But then, wow, that's such a huge one. I mean, we can go on for another whole hour just talk about how to identify who to ask, because what's the old saying? You become the average of the 5 people you spend the most time around. I mean, you've obviously picked some good ones. I love that one. So tell us now.
The Lord has put in some amazing people in my path, and I'm grateful for that.
Amen, brother. Amen. What's number 3?
Help others.
Elaborate.
If I am going to owe any of my successes, any of my pathways made easy, any of the opportunities that I've had, if I'm going to be intellectually and emotionally and morally honest enough to admit that I had help getting there, then I better be helping others. I better turn around and pay that back, pay it forward, give it away, and don't ask for it. Do whatever I can. And one of my driving forces, and it's not altruism at all. I just understand how I've been successful in business. And could I have been successful in things without asking any help? Possibly. I mean, I know people who've done really well and they're jerks and they've pulled it off and they've made money and they've whatever success is for them. But what I found is when I acknowledged that I've been helped, and then I turn around and am able to help somebody else, regardless of the size. It could be nothing but, some little tidbit of information, or I work with them for the day because they need an extra hand, whatever it is. And there are tons of ways to help people. But when that happens, I have a deeper sleep at night. I have an easier path, and opportunities come from that I can't plan on. Now that's kind of leaning on that luck a little bit, if you will. But what I've found is I would rather spend my time being that guy than trying to squeeze every available bit of profit out of the known quantities. So while it's not a formal part of my business plan, it is a part of my personal plan. And that's good.
I was just going to say, I think it plays into the whole thing that, you and I share a whole lot. And I think it's one of the common trends, for members of the McGraw Council as well. Business isn't your identity.
Correct.
It's what you do, but it's not who you are. I mean, it's to your point, it's a platform that you're using to help others, whether it's doing epoxy, whether it's being a mentor to someone, or providing, here are 3 things for you to start doing today that worked for me. It's just it's using it as a platform to achieve something bigger.
Yep. Yeah. And I'm not on a crusade. I'm using it. Look, we've got a mortgage. We've got to buy groceries. I buy cars every 10 years, whether we need one or not. We drive them till the wheels fall off. But I've got to pay the bills too. I'm in business to make some money, and I'm in business as a platform. And that platform gives me, it's affording me a lifestyle that I want to live. And the great thing about growing the business is now I'm able to help others. I've got a platform to help others. And even though they're my sons, they're also, I've told both of them, you don't do your job, I have no problem firing you. we'll still have Thanksgiving dinner together, but you're not going to work for me if you don't do your job. I never worried about that because I knew who they were as young men. I
Right.
started working. I worked alongside them for years. We now have had the opportunity to hire 2 other full-time employees, and we're in the beginning stages of looking for another full-time employee. So if I can use that platform to not just help others in my circles of life, but help it through employees and build a business and help them. So one day when they're looking back and saying, well, where did I learn this lesson? Maybe they'll think of, our business and what went on here.
Exactly. I love it. I love it. Darren, I cannot thank you enough for coming on, for sharing the life story and those 3 tips. Those are good ones. I'm definitely going to write those down. I'm going to reflect on that middle one in particular. I'm gonna be like, all right, let me go through that one myself. I'm curious to see what turns up.
I won't say be hesitant, but just understand that when you do things like that, sometimes it forces you to look at other areas. It takes a while. And I've done it a couple times over the years. I wish I had that list. I don't know where that list ended up going, but I've repeated it 2 or 3 times, and I've done it for recent years, and I've done it in other circles. Hey, in this circle, I've done it. So it forces you to think about things, and it will probably affect some change in your life. So it did mine.
Sure. I'm going to go through that either later today or early next week. That's one that I'm going to implement right away. Darren, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And thanks for asking me on, and I appreciate this, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the McGraw Council and how I can help, how I can be a part of it, because I know there's some other small businesses out there that, look, if we can help one another get around the corner a little faster, I'm all about that. So looking forward.
Amen, brother. That's what we're all about. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You stay safe, stay blessed. Look forward to talking again soon.
Thanks, John. You too.
All righty. Bye-bye.
And for the record, I did actually follow up on that. Darren, if you are still listening, I did do that exercise, and it was fascinating. Kind of looking back, looking at everyone that you've worked for, and then being like, let me look at some of my management style here. It's shockingly accurate. It's a really good telling exercise to do, especially if you're getting ready to launch your own business.
Well, that was an excellent podcast, as all of them are. And I'm glad the members of the McGraw Council can see those through the McGrawCouncil.com. I hope we get a lot of folks going in there, because this stuff is content rich. I mean, I've never seen quite as much content put out, John, that is real world, rubber meets the road stuff. I've seen a lot of educational stuff in my life, but this is a university that is necessary and worth going to.
It's fun. It's something that I really get to enjoy. Not only do I get to help other people in their business and help them take their business to the next level, but then I literally get attending all this stuff and talking to these people. I'm like taking notes left and right. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a really good practice to implement. I feel like it's being on the front line of learning by the trial and error of others. And it's really cool.
Exactly. You're bringing that skill to bear for the council, and I think you're benefiting from it across the board. I think you're offering content and tools that people need. So I do hope everyone will go to the McGrawCouncil.com, sign up as a platinum member, receive access to our virtual world, as well as thousands of dollars in free services. It's all good. And John, I as we've shown today, our commitment is real. We've got 11 hours to go.
A little less, yeah.
And we are dedicated to these folks. So we hope that as we're growing here, the video is getting into lots and lots of views. That maybe going a little bit viral. It'd be nice. I mean, how many people do something like this? Not many.
It's true. It's true. So I got a quick question for you. Are you on a desktop by any chance?
Yeah.
I don't know if it would work. Can you please try to pull up Virbela? I would love to show people this virtual platform so they can kind of see what it's all about. When we're talking about it being a step above Zoom and right below face-to-face, this is where, again, practicing what we preach, this is really where we see our economy headed, especially in areas where lockdowns are still implemented or restrictions are still implemented.
By the way, I don't know how this will work, John, because it does take over my camera, I think. I don't know.
Let's give it a shot.
Try.
Let's give it a shot and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it over and share my screen.
Awesome. Thank you. But this is, again, where we kind of see the economy going. When we're talking digitalization and virtualization, we're talking more than just websites and social media. That's a big part. Those are big parts of what digitalization means. But literally, I know we talked about it earlier, but we office in here with 6 different legal entities, 6 different companies, thousands of miles apart, and we work in office together just as though we're sharing the same physical brick and mortar space. And I'm addicted to it. I mentioned it earlier. It saved me huge driving time that I just immediately put into productivity and reducing overhead. I've got like virtually no overhead in my schedule now. I mean, it's like almost completely eliminated, largely in part to this virtual technology. And I think as it grows and matures, it will only become better. But where it is right now, it's a very, very engaging tool. And I think that's the big thing to emphasize. Something like a Virbela, a virtual reality, or social media even, it's a tool.
Hi, Steve. Hope you're doing well.
Hi, I'm trying to get in. I've got a black screen right now. I'm trying to get it open. John, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. So what you want to do is put Virbela on mute, and then keep, just as you're doing, keep your StreamYard mic open, and you'll hear other people talking in Virbela, but it shouldn't interrupt the feed from that perspective.
Yeah, John, I'm trying to go to our virtual area.
Let me see if I can get this going here.
No, I got it.
Oh, you got it? Okay. Perfect.
I believe.
Perfect. But yeah, this is again where we see everything going. And as business moves here, I think there are components where consumers will move to something like this. But again, it's all about practicing what we preach when it comes to virtualization and digitalization. This is just one of those avenues.
So John, I'm going to share my screen. We'll see what this does.
Perfect. Should pop up as a box on the bottom here. Let's see here. Let me know when you click share screen.
It says that the browser has blocked my. Do you see it?
I do not.
Okay, it won't let me share my screen.
Bear with me. Let me see if I can do it on my end. Give me a few minutes here. I'm very curious to see if we can present. We've actually shown a few clips within our 24-hour live stream.
John.
Let me see if I can. Let's see if we can work a little bit of magic.
Sorry.
Not
my
at all.
computer's just not powerful enough.
Because it does require, again, we talk about technological improvements.
It's a power hog, yeah.
It's one of those advancements that will be improved, no doubt, to become more efficient, more effective. But yeah, as this technology improves and grows and becomes more commonplace, it will be incredibly dynamic. Let me see, I'm opening it up now. Bear with me. So tell me again, please, Steve, just for the history, everyone else watching too, how did you first find Virbela?
So a good 10 years ago, I was playing around looking at advanced technologies and what was driving some of the more, I guess, advanced thought in technology. And I came across something from Linden Labs called Second Life, which was an early version of a sim game. In other words, sim being it's a simulated universe in which you developed an avatar and you can go into that world and be whatever you want. You could be a bird, you could be a person, you could be whatever you want. Second Life became extremely popular in Europe, but it's a social interaction tool. It's designed for people who want to get to know people. And there you go. You're up, by the way.
Okay, so you can see it. Perfect.
Yeah. So at any rate, as I saw Second Life, I thought, wouldn't it be nice if somebody did this for business? And it was about a year ago. Somebody introduced me to Virbela, and I took one look and said they've done it. They've taken this technology and made it for business. My disappointment has been that Virbela is not a lot better than Second Life. The avatars are kind of the same. The movements are kind of the same. The cartoonish nature of it is very similar. But in terms of functionality, it gives you full video capability, audio capability, interactive capability.
And that's where it really has a lot of potential, I think, for improvement. We host our seminars in here on a weekly basis. We'll have people from California presenting with attendees from Missouri and Texas and Florida. all over the country, and you feel like you're really there, and you're able to talk to them in real time, chat with them, text, voice and text, share PowerPoints, and give real presentations just like you would in a real brick and mortar setting.
The room that you're in right now has 4 screens that you can customize to meet your demands.
Exactly. So again, when we're presenting, we'll have people come in, they'll share their screen, they'll upload a PowerPoint. Steve, you even shared your camera in here. So these, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but these big screens.
You likely can do your camera share. I doubt it. Yeah, it won't split your camera.
But it might be on 2 different cameras, so it's not going to be a pretty view.
Be interested to see if it works.
I think it's going to be that one. Hey, we're
there
on.
you go.
There you go. But that's just some of the technology that, again, is becoming more commonplace and will only continue to become more commonplace. Take that off.
Yes,
now.
it will. And it will become improved technology so that the avatars are more real, the environment is more real, the layout, the demographic, all of it is more real.
And as we're, talking the whole virtualization, that's where it's headed. That's where it's going. Let me make sure I have my settings right here after closing off that window. Perfect. Excellent. But yeah, that's where we really try to practice what we preach. So we're not just another one of those voices talking off, sounding off a random opinion, because everyone can have an opinion. We really want to base it on fact and data. And when you look at the facts that economies got shut down at a moment's notice and they really didn't open back up that quickly at all, it highlighted what a virtual/digital economy looked like. And you can get a lot done in that kind of an environment. I mean, that again is kind of that, we're kind of entering that fun late night talk zone. We talked a little bit earlier with Michael of the Rowlett Chamber of Commerce about, urbanization, what that looks like from the city perspective. Programs like this, if they continue to improve, there's not going to be a huge need for massive office space. You won't need to house, 1,000 employees in one office.
What will happen, John, is people will become more adept at using that technology. They'll become more comfortable with it. They'll become more engrossed in the technology so that it won't be as if they're going into, they won't feel like they're going into a virtual space. They'll feel like they're going to work.
Exactly.
And it's a wholly different feeling. I think we touched on that with, I forget the lady's name earlier. I was talking about working at home.
Yep.
And how she had to separate, when she leaves her office at 5, she leaves her office. When you have Virbela or a like technology up, you're in your office.
Exactly.
All intents and purposes. And I think people will get more comfortable with it, especially as that technology grows and becomes more realistic and more usable. Again, that's a power hog. And for most computers today, it just takes them down. Give it 5 years. Won't be the case. Computers will be 5 times more powerful. Data will be 5 times cheaper, so you'll have bigger storage on your machine. And that particular system will be easily downloaded and operated.
And again, because we're all about where the rubber meets the road, see the applicable side of this. As this technology scales and gets better to the point of literally holograms, which isn't that far-fetched of an idea because the technology
But
is
no,
possible.
John, it's not far-fetched at all. Look what they're doing in theaters right now, where they had a hologram of Elvis Presley singing with a singer.
Mm-hmm.
People sitting there said they felt like he was there. So that's not science fiction. That's there today.
Exactly.
And again, what's driving this stuff to get better is processing power. The old Moore's Law, you get double the processing power in half the time every time. So it exponentially grows.
Yep.
Storage is doing the same thing. Who'd have thought, even 10 years ago, you can now get 250 gigabytes of online storage, virtual storage, electronic storage. You don't even have a disk.
It's changed so much. And I think, again, going back to that fun applicability standpoint, think about a small HVAC company with 20 employees. Yes, you're still going to need space for the trucks, but with stuff like this becoming more easily accessible and available, you're going to need a fraction of the office space, which reduces your costs and improves your profitability. And that's why it's so important to stay ahead of this stuff and to stay aware on it. Because
your entire accounting, bookkeeping, and back office will be done virtually.
Exactly. It's, again, talk about opportunity and all of that fun improvement stuff. It's fantastic. Real quick too, I just got a notice from a small business owner. He pointed out that that was the second Elvis Presley reference today.
Well, I'm an old Elvis fan. I can't deny that. Kudos for him paying attention through 12, 13 hours of this.
Absolutely. Let me quick reply back here. Our council member and supporter, you know who you are. Thank you very much. But yeah, back to the whole applicability standpoint. That's where it gets really fun discussing urbanization and commercial real estate. It's one prime example of that. With this technology, you're really questioning the fundamentals of commercial real estate, especially on a broad level where you have that, several hundred employee organization and office space. Do you really need that office space now? And the bottom line answer is, do you need it? No, you really don't.
What's the value today of the Sears Tower compared to 1 year ago?
Very, very different. Very, very
you had a situation in which a commute time in the Sears Tower at the height of this thing was 4 hours from the time you got inside the elevator to the time you got to your office. Because you can only have 2 people in the elevator at a time. I'm just telling you, I think it's changed. And going back to Michael's comments, it's the new normal.
I think that's I really,
I don't think you can change it.
I cannot stand the term the new normal, but for lack of a better term, here we are.
I don't like this. Are you kidding? I tell my wife all the time, I'd rather get up and go to an office. It's how I grew up. It's what I did. But I'm being dragged by my hair into the 21st century. And I recognize that the virtuality of this stuff is real.
And the other component is it makes sense. Again, I know we talked about it earlier. It saved me huge time. That's not something I can just ignore. Literally, my 7 to 7 day used to include several hours worth of driving. Now, whenever I pull a 7 to 7, it's like 100% pure productive work. I've got no overhead in my schedule.
It's going to be weird though, John. And I've thought about this. When I used to go to work, I enjoyed the day. Yes, I got work done, but there was embedded social time, whether you had a cup of coffee with somebody or you grabbed lunch with somebody. There was that work social blend.
Yep.
When you're virtual like this, it's all work.
Well, okay, so that's the interesting dilemma. I'm going to quasi disagree with you there in Verbella. Zoom doesn't really allow you to kind of go in and out, back and forth, off the cuff. You have to kind of set it up. If, for example, Roy with Exiva offices with us in Verbella, we've jumped across the hall several different times to talk about football.
I agree that it's better, but John, and again, that's partly my age, right?
Well, to your point, you'll never beat a handshake and look someone directly in the eye. I totally agree with that. You're never going to beat that. With that being said, though,
I'll tell you when they'll do it is when the avatars become more realistic.
Again, that's where we can get into really fun hologram technology because we know it exists. It's not a question of if the technology exists. It's a matter of refining it to a point where it's easily accessible and affordable and integrated.
I wrote an article, and this must be, this is 21. This was probably 10 years ago, about the future of technology had to be one in which people were in the technology, not looking at the technology. When we're on that Verbella that we were just on, we are looking at Verbella. We're not in Verbella. The next generation, we will be inside Verbella, and then it will be real.
And that's the big $1 million thing. Real quick, we had a comment too. Brick and mortar is a thing of the past. I think it's
clicks and mortar isn't.
Clicks and mortar is a different. Elaborate on that, please.
I stole that phrase from Dave Patrick, by the way. That's not my phrase.
Elaborate on that. What does clicks and mortar mean?
A combination of virtual and real world. The idea, for example, that we have mostly a virtual organization, but we're going to need field space for some of our support people.
Yep. And
in Merchant Masters, you have to have somebody there to support it.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
That's clicks and mortar, right?
And to your point, to your earlier point about AI, big data, and migrating towards that type of an economy, This is just the next step of the process. Very
It is.
rarely. Go
None
ahead.
of this is far-fetched. It's just
No.
an evolution of what we have.
Hey, and how are you as a small business positioning yourself to where you can not only survive but thrive in that type of environment? Take a step back, spend a little bit of time, look at your business, work on your business, and look at that virtual/digital realm. How can you not only survive but thrive in that
If I'm
digital
an
space?
Uber driver, I am very concerned right now.
For if I'm commercial real estate in LA or Chicago or
I'm concerned.
exactly. But in one person's concern, this is where we have to look at it from business perspective. One business person's concern is another business person's opportunity. Where can you position your small business to seize that opportunity and take advantage of it? I think that's going to be, again, $1 million question for small businesses.
And by the way, I think if the small businesses realize that the large guys are already doing this, they're already spending. I mean, look at McDonald's whole kiosk system. They're spending billions of dollars on technologies that replace human beings. You look at Walmart. Walmart now employs smart carts to do its inventory control on the floor.
Yep.
They've eliminated stocking people.
To your point, there's a real. Do you remember the name of the real estate company Virbela partnered with?
No.
I'm drawing a blank, but they partnered with a sole agreement with this one real estate firm, so no other real estate company can purchase directly from Virbela, which is hysterical. Virbela was so central to their explosion. They went from, I think it was like a few thousand agents, so good company, to over, I believe it's 35,000 agents across the globe because of their use of Virbela. And that's the type of productivity and efficiency where it's like, holy cow, you can't ignore that. And again,
hey, John, a question for you.
Yeah.
Can I play YouTube videos on here?
Not really. What video do you have in mind? Because what we can do, we can put it in the chat comment section.
But I'm wondering if I can. And again, we're not going to do a lot of this right now, but as we get it toward that late night stuff,
yeah,
I want to show people this stuff because I think they need to understand where this is all going.
Audio would be very sketchy, best case. You can probably share the video side of it.
I'm going to share my screen is what I'm going to do.
Okay. Let's see how this goes.
Why is my browser blocking that?
Probably a privacy setting somewhere.
Okay, what it says, click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. The screen icon.
Uh-oh. And we have another comment, but they still can't replace the locksmith yet. They still need a body to do the work. Kenny, I think that's a great point. I think in looking to the future, is it theoretically possible that everything would be automated to a point to where
Sorry, I'm trying to share the screen and it won't let me, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Tell you what, copy the link, put it in the comments. I can copy paste it and put it up on my end.
I want to talk about it while I do it because it's just one of these things. And put it where in the chat.
The comments, or the chat works too. Chat, comments, either or.
All right, I just chatted it to you.
Alrighty, let me pull up the video here. Bear with me. Bear with me here. Let's see if we can do this effectively. Bear with me just a few minutes as I pull this up here.
All right, what I'm trying to show everybody is from Boston Dynamics, and they are about as advanced as you get in robotic technology. I want to show you where some of the mechanical robotics go today to give you a perspective of how far advanced we are. I'm going to pull up another one later tonight on Sophia. And John, have you ever heard of Sophia?
I'm not sure that I have.
Sophia is one of the most advanced artificial intelligence-based humanoids. Literally, this humanoid can empathize with you. Okay, so yeah, John, show this. That's Atlas. This is one of Boston Dynamics robots. what's incredible about this is how it moves. Its stability, its flexibility, and it's incredibly strong. Obviously, it's an exoskeleton. It can carry an awful lot of weight. But the thought that they have a humanoid robot that can move like this was unthinkable 5 years ago.
That is too funny. Wow.
So don't tell me this technology won't be coming to the businesses near you, the offices near you, your home, to deliver your,
I think the big thing here too is it's not inherently saying be on the lookout for robots per se. It's the foundational technology that makes this possible, and saying where can this be applied.
And it's not that we can't be afraid of it. It just is. This is here today. These are real things. Now, you know what's holding these back from commercial applications? What I said earlier, and that's battery technology. We don't have battery technology that can keep these running for more than a few minutes. Most of that back you see on these things, the girth on all of it is the battery.
Yeah, the big heavy part.
But this is just an advancement of the smart carts that were used 30 years ago in factories.
I mean, to your point about Uber and self-driving cars and things, the technology exists. Well, you mentioned, the 6 million truck drivers and everything. That's another industry that's primed for a technological takeover, because with all the technology we have from robotics to Google mapping, it's not hard to automate all that stuff.
No. And that's why, again, as we go through this 24 hours, if you aggregate the content that you've heard and start to put it into themes, it does say that the small business community, like the large business community, has to embrace this new technology and figure out how to make it work for them.
Exactly. And that's going to take some really good thoughtful sessions, so to speak, to really identify those improvement areas within your industry, whether or not it's applicable. It's some shape, way, or form. More than likely will be at some point.
And
so you want to get out in front of it.
Google and Facebook are marketing to your customers, your competitors, and they're doing it with the sophistication of the AI systems they have. Can you compete with that if you're not doing it too?
Again, that's where, in the merchant processing industry, there are still businesses out there that do the clock in every night, every morning, manually record everything. Hours upon hours of wait are wasted in that process. Inaccuracies result, overheads there, waste is there, time, money. I mean, something as small as receipt paper adds up, because with modern technology, you can get a digital report, download it to Excel, send it to your bookkeeper, and then you're ready, set, rock, and roll. Just another one of those technological advancements.
Just look across the board. And my whole point with this isn't to say we're heading into a technology dystopia. I think maybe we are, but my point with it is this stuff's real. It's here now. So don't think it's not going to just expand from here. Eventually, either an inventor or one of these companies like 3M or Motorola or Rayovac is going to invent a battery technology that works. And when that happens, those robots will be everywhere.
And again, the fun part is taking the technology that drives it. Because I think it's one of those, again, misnomers. You always think about a robot in terms of, like that human form. What can you apply that technology to? I mean, I guess one of the improvements you've seen that a lot of people have seen is that, that smart home concept. It knows when you get home. It knows when to turn your heat on. It knows when to turn the AC on, when to turn the lights on.
John, that's not new. Bill Gates was doing that 10 years ago.
But now it's to the point where it's scalable and is scalable.
It is. So when we do our next break, and I'm not sure when that is.
About 22 minutes.
I'm going to text you a link to this robot, Sophia. And again, Sophia, can we play audio, do you think, on here?
It's real choppy. You can't really make it out. But we can we'll put the link in the comments so that everyone listening can tune in, click on it, and take a quick look at it.
I really want them to, because what you have is the use of AI to create a semi-sentient being.
Okay, well, to your point, this scared the living daylights out of me. Facebook was playing with AI. You might remember this. And they had two, robotic AI devices communicating with each other. They had to pull the plug and terminate it because they started speaking in their own language that the builders and developers didn't recognize or know.
That's not hard to understand. I used to work back in the 90s. One of my partners and I got into a discussion about our use of neural nets and AI and genetic algorithms in finance.
Uh-huh.
And to define a genetic algorithm, it's a self-learning algorithm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you take a digital model and you say, I've got these parts, and you kind of give it a couple wheels and some sticks, and you say, optimize for me forward motion, it will develop a humanoid. It's the most effective way to go forward. But it did it without any teaching. It taught itself.
That's just so freaky.
And that was 30 years ago.
And that's
so is it a surprise that computers will pick the most efficient word from the most efficient language and use that word and understand it? So they're not speaking in English or Russian or Chinese or Spanish or Ethiopian. They're picking out the word from each of those languages that best describes that particular use and putting it all together. So no, we're not going to understand it, but they have instant translations. They understand it all.
And again, making it real for the small business, because I think there are a lot of small businesses that will look at this type of topic and say that doesn't apply to me at all. It might not be exactly. It might not be in your world, day in, day out right now. But taking the right steps to grow and expand your business, making it as modern and contemporary as possible. Digitalization, virtualization. We've talked about.
And by the way, I want to go back, John, to the mission of the McGraw Council Parent. It's to provide a think tank, an incubator, and a private equity capability. The think tank part of it looks at this stuff all the time.
Exactly.
Because
And then, yep.
That's where we're going.
And then the parent company sends that down to us, the membership, and says, okay, here's what's on the horizon in the coming years.
You got it.
Here are
Figure
things
out what it's going to do.
Exactly. And that's where we then connect the brightest, small business minds that we can find across the country and say, hey, what does this look like to you guys? What is the impact of this? Let's get real into the small business, so to speak.
Let's go back to the robot that we just saw from Boston Dynamics. How far are we for real from having robots in the back office kitchen making hamburgers?
Well, it shouldn't be that far. I mean, I don't know. In a funny way, I don't know why we.
It's already being done.
Rephrase my answer. At what point is it really affordable for anyone to do it?
It's affordable for McDonald's right now.
And it's out of the way for that small local hamburger joint to where they'll be able to your point. And again, that's a massive shift in terms of the overall economy, because that shifts the whole productivity and labor component. What happens to that labor, then that employee that's been flipping the hamburgers, putting the ketchup on, working in the back, doing the dishes? It's going to have to be someone. And again, okay, so this is again the forward thinking. From a policy small business standpoint, I don't think a government sponsor
against this thing, and it's just I got on. I'm not going to sit because I told you I wouldn't, but I'm leaning against this thing, and it's like, ugh.
So, question for you then, as to the theory, going towards that abundant supply, who eats the hamburgers, so to speak. I am opposed to the idea of a universal income because that does not contribute to a free market economy. It does not contribute to a free market economy with the goal of increasing the standard of living. To your point about the economy changing, if the goal of the economy is no longer to create value and improve the standard of living, that dynamic changes, and all of a sudden that has a very, very eerie straight line projection right into that AI world where you would have a governmental entity say, yeah, that laborer that just lost their job, that's not the exception, that's the norm. So we're going to throw out universal income there. And
let me suggest a couple of things to you. In the history of the world since the agricultural era, population growth has been an important component to a nation's national wealth. I believe that model is turned on its head. I think population is not good. And in the United States, we're in a negative population ratio almost, and we will be shortly. If you have robots doing all of the work, people don't add to productivity. Therefore, they're a consumption on the economy.
And I think that, go ahead.
Well, let me continue that. The only way that works is in what's been referred to by the new school of economics as the new economy or the modern economic theory, which is a theory that says there is no such thing as supply and demand to currency. There's only supply. And the government regulates supply and therefore the speed at which that money flows through society. So its velocity of money is all that matters. If the money's moving from person A to person B, it doesn't matter if there's productivity involved. It just matters that the money moved.
Interesting theory.
Well, if computers are doing productivity, why do we need people? So there the universal basic income comes in, because those people are, look at my son David, who's a musician in Nashville. You give David a universal basic income, he's completely content playing music.
And again, that's the unfortunate equation I think we're kind of turning to into society. It seems to be less about creating value, which is the whole beauty of the small business community, the American free market economy, that capitalistic economy. It's creating value. Whenever you have,
we're just redefining value.
Well, no argument there. Fair point there. You got a really fair point there. We're talking about redefining value. What is value? Historically, it's been measured as,
for example, where a child would grow up and say, I want to live better than my parents. I want a nicer house, a nicer car, more vacations. I want those things. The generation coming up says, I don't want those things. I want a one-bedroom apartment with a computer.
But I can't relate to that. Again, maybe it's that entrepreneurial spirit that says, it's always, you got to be improving, you got to add to it, create, push forward, so on and so forth. But again,
John, I think you will. I think that's part of that 30% at the top. The owners, the innovators, and the operators. And you would fit in the innovators. And I think most small business people fit in that mode.
So in that equation, you're essentially saying as a small business, you got to innovate or die.
Yep.
Again, I think that's one of the cold hard truths of business in general.
I go back, you digitize, you virtualize, and you AI it.
And that's taking small steps there. Yes, going complete AI is obviously a big step, but setting your business up to the point where it can be that. If you want a truly sustainable business into the future, or you want to position your business so that you can sell it and you have a sellable asset, put it on the path there.
So we have time to talk about this. I want to talk about why I was able to sell CIA. Because this is relevant to all of these small businesses. So go back to 1989-90. The world of research for stocks was done by PhDs for the most part. The independent companies who sold research had a PhD at the top who built a stock selection model and then surrounded himself with staff to go out and bird dog for new accounts. Even though they didn't sell, he did. All of the production was overseen by him because I'm the guru and you're not. And as a result, all of those companies were non-scalable. You couldn't go past the owner's own abilities. When we started CIA, the three of us came up with the notion of a manufacturing model where we put research in as a function. It's not driving, it's a function. We put systems and technology in as a function. We put SG&A in as an equivalent function. By building it as a factory and a warehouse, kind of production model, we built a scalable process that Schwab could then buy and put it across their entire distribution network. When we sold it, we had call after call after call saying, how did you guys do that? Nobody else has done that. And it's because we structured it like a manufacturing company. I recommend strongly, especially like companies like some of the McGraw companies, They cannot be personal service businesses. They must be manufacturing companies. We need to have innovation, operations, separated out functions so that we create scalable enterprises. That was the magic lesson of CIA.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the one that made me and the partners the money we got.
Fascinating. I think that innovation point is one we really need to be driving home as far and as hard as we can, because if a small business is stagnating and they're not bringing that, for lack of a better term, that wow factor, it's going to be very much commoditized. And that's a tough business to sell, because at some point you're going to have an exit plan. And unless you have something lined up with someone, which again, you better have a backup plan, why would someone come in and purchase that business if you can't?
And it can be as simple as, if it's a snow plowing company and they say, well, snow plowing is absolutely commoditized. No, it's not, because technology is going to automate that function too. But even with that said, what's your marketing? What's your customer acquisition? How do you digitize, automate, and systematize that stuff? How do you make that unique? Because that's your selling proposition. It's not your snow plowing. It's your customer acquisition strategy.
Your customer acquisition, the innovation, the uniqueness of the application of the technology of your choice, all hugely relevant and important components to that. I think that's a really
finance structure. You know what? We had a guy on from Southwest Airlines earlier. Most people don't realize it, but one of the main reasons Southwest grew like it did in the late 90s and early 2000s, the CFO at Southwest Airlines made a huge gamble on oil prices. And he made a play in the futures market with almost all of Southwest's money. Well, he turned out to be right. So they had bought a bunch of fuel dirt cheap compared to all the other airlines. And it was that discounted fuel that made them able to run as they did with cheaper prices.
What a great example of looking at a fairly, I wouldn't say commoditized industry, but one with multiple competitors in it. We'll say that. And they got a competitive advantage from something as simple as pre-purchasing fuel at a discounted price.
Yep. It was a risk, but it worked.
Any small business can apply that strategy.
Bingo. And that's why I bring it up. And John, to your point, just so people watching again, go to the McGrawCouncil.com, sign up for $49 or $39 a month. These are the kinds of things that we do work to bring you. Again, we have a structured organization. At the top of it is the McGraw Council, which is a corporation that I own that is designed to be a think tank and private equity incubator. So if your company needs incubation money and we think you got a good idea, come to the council. But we take those ideas generated through the think tank, we send them down to the membership, and we let John work with IGG and with our sister companies to bring you those capabilities as fast as they can.
Absolutely. And again, we just want to quickly talk about that membership since we're on the topic. For $39 a month, any small business, any individual for that matter, can sign up, get access to our virtual offices, our virtual platform 24/7. They get that $1,000 business financial health check for free. They get the $2,000 coaching product for free. They get the proprietary job fit report at $600 for free. In addition to donated consulting hours, payment point of sale, equipment coupons and discounts. It adds up to
business coaching, all of it.
over
Networking.
the whole 9 yards. And then the educational components, topics like digitalization, business marketing, virtual communication, virtual leadership, virtual ethics. Again, all concluded with here's what you've learned. Here's how you start applying it. Exactly. Not just bookshelf knowledge, not just the dreaded desk knowledge where you're taking a few notes, you're writing it down, you put them on the desk, and you never read them again. It's true definitive education because it tells you what you need to do next, what you need to do with that information. And that's where it goes to the next level. And it would not be possible without any of our sponsors. I want to give a thank you to McGraw Capital Partners, McGrawCapitalPartners.com, Exeva.com, JobFormance at JobFormance.com, Sprout Funding, GetSproutFunding.com, and MerchantMasterDFW.com. Thank you all so much for believing in our vision, for believing in small business, for believing in the American dream. If you're listening in at this late hour, coming up on 10 o'clock, it's going to get even later or earlier, depending upon how you define it. If you want to help.
Do we have a video this break?
Pardon me?
We have a video coming up?
I sure do. I sure do indeed.
John, when we come back from that in the next hour, I would love to talk with you and with our membership about something deeper, and that's the 33 laws of stewardship. I want to talk about being a steward over the businesses that we have.
Will do for sure. So our next podcast clip will be from a gentleman we've actually heard him referenced earlier today. A gentleman by the name of Russ Porter. He joined us on our podcast a couple months back. Spectacular human being, just a down-to-earth, great guy. Really good tips for small business owners. But please, stay tuned. Enjoy that 10-minute clip. And then on the other side of it, we're going to be talking about the 33 laws of stewardship. But again, if you're looking to help small businesses, you want to know how you can help support them and show them that you have their back, that you stand with them as well. Number one, share the live stream on your Facebook page. Number two, tag a small business. Tell them that you love them, to thank them for everything that they do, for always being there for their communities. And sign up as a platinum member, or even better, sign them up. Give that membership to them as a gift. Exactly. And you've heard all the benefits of the McGraw Council. You've seen everything that we do to help those small businesses succeed. It's less than $40 a month. But if we're able to get that $40 a month up to 1,500 platinum members, we'll have enough to sustain a small business grant program so that we can truly be the Red Cross for small businesses and help them when they need it most in the way they need it most, so that their American dream becomes their American reality. And keep driving that one home. Having fun with that one. We got about 5 minutes left until our podcast clip. What topic you want to hit for 5 minutes?
All right. Well,
real quick, I'm going to take over real quick because there are a few more businesses I want to give shout outs to that are particularly honoring the American dream lifestyle. I want to quick tag one of them, Racket and Jog. I don't know if you're listening. Merle, Andy, and Chesley, y'all are like totally living the American dream. You're super, super community oriented. Great company all the way around. Let me quick type and tag him here. Thank y'all. We love you. And we have your back 24/7. Racket and Jog is a small business. They actually have 3 locations: Longview, Texarkana, and Rockwall. Been around for decades, actually. He's talked about living the small business dream. A gentleman by the name of Merle got it going, built it up literally through that dedication, day after day after day after day. A couple by the name of Andy and Chesley bought into it. They run the Rockwall area. Great company, super involved in the community, super giving to those nonprofits in the area, always supporting the local causes, so to speak. Always there for everyone. When the community needs a hand, you always see Racket and Jog there. So I want to give them a shout out. Thank you all so much for everything that you do. We got your back. We're there for you. Another one, Freeman's Cleaners, a really nice gentleman by the name of Mr. Huik Song owns it. Been around a long time. One of the first businesses that I did business with in the city of, because everyone's got dry cleaning, right? You always have those shirts and coats. You got to get cleaned and pressed and all that fun stuff. Every time you go in there, Mr. Song's always got a big old smile on his face. Just a cool guy, great staff, great culture. Everyone always welcomes you with a smile. Oh, hi, how are you doing? Thank you so much for your business. Just another one of those, small town USA, small town business things. It's absolutely awesome. Great business, family owned, family operated. And again, it's that whole small business living the American dream, giving people employment, helping them create a living and sustain a living for them and their families. It's everything we've been talking about. It's exactly why we're doing this right here, right now. It's 24-hour live stream, standing for 24 hours straight to recognize and honor those small businesses.
And by the way, I got one more call out before we break, and that's to my daughter, Kate Beeman, who's an attorney down in Dallas with Friedman and Feiger. If you need somebody to go to bat for you, Kate is about as aggressive as it gets.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't she work on the legal team that helped free up some restaurants down here in Texas?
She did. She was part of the litigation against the governor.
That opened up the economy. So again, small business doing it again. Thank you, small business.
Thanks, Kate, for your work on that.
Keep it rocking on strong. That's awesome. That is awesome. Let me see if I got any other small businesses here that deserve a shout out. Let me see here. Well, let's tell you what. Let's give a shout out to the Mako. Mako's another one of those franchises. We were talking about franchises earlier. The Mako in Rockwall, Texas, has actually received a bunch of awards for the best run Mako, most quickest rising, fastest rising, so on and so forth. The owner, Shane, super cool guy, super community oriented. I want to quickly give them a Facebook shout out too. You talk about a cool guy and so community oriented. That's the one, Rockwall. Thank you for all you do. Super cool people, though. They're great company, great culture, takes care of his employees, takes care of his team, gives back to the community. Again, whenever the community has something going on, you're going to see Mako of Rockwall, Shane there, always leading the charge, getting it done, giving back, mentoring other business owners. It's all about that small business again. It's all about that small business. So shout out to Mako and Rockwall, locally owned, locally operated. Thanks for everything that you do for the community. Thanks for being a true small business example. All righty, we are coming up on, let me see here. I am beginning to lose count. I confess I might be getting a little tired now. We are coming up on hour 14, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to roll with it.
About right.
Sounds right. It sounds right. I want to upload this podcast clip. Give me
10
just
10 hours to go. So stick with us through the wee hours of the morning. If it's gotten interesting now, wait until we go into George Norrie mode.
Y'all have no idea what's coming up. Stay tuned for the other side of this 10 minutes. We're going to be talking about the 33 laws of stewardship. And then at 11 o'clock, that's when we're officially beginning those late night talks. We're going to be talking digitalization, HR, servant leadership, branding, virtual communication. And we're also expecting a few midnight guests to join us. So stay tuned. Be sure to join us for that. We're having a great time. Past the halfway point. We've already passed it. Entering that last, we're coming up on the last third. So we got a few more hours till we hit that 66% completion point. But I'm having a ball.
www.themcgrawcouncil.com.
You see it scrolling down on the bottom. It's as simple and easy as just a few clicks to make a big difference in your business or a big difference in a small business that you love. Let me see here. Let's get a status on this upload. It's going to take just a minute longer. I'm feeling good. How about you?
I'm feeling very enthused. I think it's wonderful that we can have talks that are both tactical and applicable to people, but also conceptual, because sometimes from the conceptual talks, you develop the tactical talks. And I think it's all highly relevant. We need to know where we're going in order to build a path. And I can't tell you, John, that anything's crystallized in my mind about what the future looks like, but I want to be conscious of this inevitable, and it is inevitable, growth in AI, in digitization and visualization. Again, we know it's there. We got to start putting some handle on how we use it and how it gets where we want to go.
And just like all the other major advancements that we've seen, don't be the one fighting the next revolution. Don't be or next evolution, whatever it might be, whatever term you want to use. Don't be the outlier that's fighting a losing battle. This is business. Follow demand and be on the leading edge of it, because that's where you're going to see the best improvement and get the most bang for your buck. All righty. We're going to go ahead and head into this 10-minute clip. We'll see y'all on the other side. Enjoy.
I was interviewing for teachers. At that time, I was here because my wife was still teaching school. She would come in on Saturdays and help out, but during the week, I was having to do everything. So the action coach helped me realize, like if you could hire somebody to take some of those responsibilities off of your plate, maybe even only say 15 to 20 hours a week, how much would that cost? And how many students would you have to enroll in order to pay for that person who could free you up 15 to 20 hours for me to do the things that would help our business grow?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd never thought about that before. I mean, it's so obvious now, but that was just a real eye-opening moment. So, at the time we only needed 6 or 7 students. And I thought, well, heck, that's
a couple of phone calls. I go pick that up right now.
And so we immediately did that. And that freed me up then to focus on a lot of these other things. And so to get to your point, one of our biggest kinks in our year plan was summer, because people people would withdraw from the summer, not necessarily that they were going to be gone for the entire summer. Usually they were just going to be taking a couple of weeks of vacation at the most. But, so we reevaluated how we were doing summer lessons. We started this musical ladder program where students, the longer they stay for lessons, the bigger the trophies they receive. And
Gotcha.
some recognition programs. We do group makeup classes instead of one-on-one private makeup lessons. So if they're going to be gone for a week or two in the summer, no worries. They can sign up for an hour-long group makeup class. They may only be having a 30-minute lesson, but they're getting an hour class instead. And so that really helped provide consistency. And so we're just telling people we do year-round lessons. There's a few weeks we're closed for holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, spring break, those kinds of things. But other than that, so it's just a year-round approach, and people understand that coming into it. They only have to give us a 30-day notice if they decide to discontinue lessons, so it's not a long-term contract. But anyway, just making some of those changes into the summer really helped us. Now, actually, sometimes our summer schedule we have more in the summer than we've had in the school year, whereas before it was right the opposite.
Fascinating. And when did that flip occur? Right after 08, 09?
Shortly after that, around maybe 2 or 3 years later.
Okay.
The first step was getting a receptionist in place and kind of working through there. And then I guess probably about 3 or 4 years later, we started looking and trying a couple of different things during the summer. And then once we came upon what we're doing now, it makes a big difference.
I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So then we've got about 10 to 15 minutes left here. This is definitely my favorite part. As a small business owner, what are your 3 tips for small businesses based on your life experiences? Because I would like to talk about each of them just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So, like I mentioned, I like to dream, and so I'm a dreamer, and this is kind of a combination of a quote that I read, but also just me putting my own spin on it. It's that my dream has always been my gateway into my future, and I've just been reminded to never ever give up on my dream or let someone else take it away from me. There's just so many times that I think we can have an idea, we can have a dream, and some of the people that don't live in the dream world, they're more, the practicality. They're like, I don't think you can do that. I don't think that's going to work.
Numbers aren't there.
But if it's your dream and it's something that you're really passionate about, don't let anyone tell you you can't do it, and don't let anyone take it away from you either. So anyway, that's a little bit about me personally. It kind of tells you a lot about who I am and how I function. But it's just something that's really important to me.
You can definitely see it in the personality too. Anytime we meet, or you're always upbeat and positive. It's always looking at, we're going to do this, you're going to do this. It's that successful entrepreneurial mindset. Life will always throw curveballs at you no matter what happens. And the good news is your future is up to you. The bad news is your future is up to you as well. A little bit of a double-edged sword. But for the entrepreneur, it's like, bring it on. I'm up for it.
Mm-hmm. That is true. And so that's part of it. Another one is early on, because of my music background and so much of what you do in school, in public school and in college, you're graded, they judge you, you do recital.
Under the microscope the whole time.
Yeah, your whole degree plan is based on how well you do on your senior recital in college and things like that. And so a lot of my identity of who I am as a person for a long time was wrapped up in what I do, not necessarily who I am. And because it was wrongly, I had developed this kind of performance mentality. If I didn't perform well, then nobody was going to like me, or I would lose my job, or I would this or that.
Yep.
And so just feeling like and realizing that was a really aha moment for me. Realize that my identity is in who I am as a person, who I am as a child of God, not in what I do. And so that was another big revelation for me as well.
I think that's a huge one because again, this one's personal because I see it all of the time. It's so easy. I mean, as a business owner, it's very easy to let that business, your baby, so to speak, kind of become your identity. And then when something goes wrong in the business, it's, oh, shoot, I'm a failure. No, the business is what you do. It's not your identity. I mean, yes, there is we had a gentleman off from Northern Illinois, Jim Owens, on our podcast. And one of his tips was, make it personal. Yes, make it personal, but no, don't let it become your identity as a person. I think that's just another huge one because it's so easy to let that happen.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely let your personality be reflected in what.
For sure.
But don't let, because back when I was on staff at a church, music is so subjective. And, and so people, if they didn't like what the choir sang or what, the music that we sang for the congregation or whatever, I was like, wait a minute, I was in charge of that. I was the choir director, so I internalized so much of it and in a negative way. But once I realized that, yes, who I am as a person is different from what I do. There are some overlapping, and I'm doing what I'm doing because of who I am, in a certain extent, because of my passion and my interest and my skills and those kinds of things. So,
I like it. So we've got never give up, get the right identity.
Mm-hmm.
What's the third?
Never ever stop learning, and
that's a good one.
Be adaptable, but yet also grounded. So know what you stand for, know what you're with, be adaptable, adjust. Like when COVID comes around the corner, okay, let's just make it work.
Mm-hmm.
We still provided great quality music lessons. We still had the same teachers. We still provided, everything that we would do in person. We just did it as best we could through the medium of, online lessons. So, we didn't have to sacrifice anything that we didn't have to. I mean, obviously, in person is better than online.
For sure.
But still, the quality of lessons, my wife and I would still take turns coming up here to the office and field phone calls or emails just so people could still get in contact with us. If there was a question or an internet issue with a teacher or a student, we were here to help, work through that. So in some ways we were busier because, of what was going on and all of the questions that people were having initially with Zoom. But we still wanted to provide the same customer service. We still wanted to provide the great quality of lessons that we've been known for. And so we were grounded in that, even though the circumstances changed.
I love it. I think that's a really great way to top it off too. And you already answered the question that I was going to ask. Because I was going to ask, well, what were those foundations? You hit the nail on the head. It's customer centricism. That's a hard word. And never giving up on that pillar. That's the pillar. Yes, you're going to have to adapt. You might have to go to Zoom here, or change this. COVID changed that, or the recession of 2008 this, so on and so forth. But that customer service side, being customer centric, is a solid pillar.
Yeah, that's true.
I like it. Russ, I cannot thank you enough for coming on, for sharing the life story, the life experiences, and of course, those 3 tips for business owners. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, sure. It's my pleasure. It's always great to talk with you. Thank you.
Likewise, Russ. You stay safe, stay blessed, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Look forward to it. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Russ is such a cool guy. I really had fun with him on the podcast. He's a member, and he's also on our board of advisors. Just a really cool, down-to-earth guy, does things the right way. Listen to the full podcast if y'all haven't yet. I mean, his life story is awesome. Great backstory to his business. And I think, that last tip he had, never stop learning, it really hits home for me personally. As you mentioned earlier, Steve, you don't know what you don't know. And in order to identify those blind spots and fill those gaps, you have to always be on the lookout for places and areas where you can learn new things, which is, one of those foundational pillars for what we're doing here at the McGraw Council. It's that educational component with real applicable education that can be applied in your small business.
Well, John, I am thankful for Russ as well. He's been a loyal supporter, and it kind of segues nicely into this segment we're going to do now. We've talked about the age of technology. We've talked about the importance of financial controls. We've talked about business strategies and very tangible things. We've even talked about business coaching, which I've suggested everybody has a coach. But I want to talk with you this segment about what I've referred to as the 33 laws of stewardship. And this is not of my creation. I got this, I don't even know when, to be honest with you. I've had this for as long as I can remember. And I don't know where I got it, but I think it speaks to the reason that we should be doing things. And so I just want to go through these in the next 50 minutes before our next break. I want to talk about each and every one of them. So let me begin, and I'd like to dialogue with you about the meaning of each of these. The number one, the law of rightful ownership. Nothing truly belongs to us. Everything actually belongs to God. It's a mindset, right?
It is, exactly. It's one of the differences between ownership and accountability. One of our podcast guests, I think it was Coach Steve who talked about this. And, his point was, don't try to really harp on accountability as much as ownership. Because when you have accountability and you really focus on that, people are going to meet the minimum. But when you embed ownership into it, or, stewardship, it's the next level of commitment.
It is. And when we accept that God owns everything and we are simply stewards over it on his behalf, it changes your entire perspective. The number two, the law of purposeful possession. Wise stewards are guided by lordship, not hoardship. And I want to draw that back to conversations we had earlier about Quaker Oats. Quaker Oats is an interesting story. The head of that company is a Chicago guy, started in his life as a very devout Christian, and it's called Quaker Oats because he was a Quaker. He subscribed to the notion of tithing. So he began by giving 10% of his company's earnings away. That expanded to 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. And I believe when he finally died, he was giving away 100% of Quaker's earnings. But the company was growing so fast that it kept making more. And that is his notion of lordship, not hoardship. I think one of the unhealthy things that evolved in the U.S. economy in the 80s was this idea of financial management to the extreme. It all became about EBITDA, which didn't account for depreciation. It didn't account for amortization. It only accounts for cash flow. And all that happened is private equity companies went after that cash flow. They levered up the debt as high as they could. They stole the cash. I won't say stole. They took the cash that they owned, spun it off to do more deals, and then killed the shell that was left. It became known as vulture capitalism. That is not stewardship. And under law number 2 of purposeful possession, that's all about hoardship, not lordship.
And that's such an important difference, too. I mean, it goes back to our conversations earlier about doing everything with a purpose, with a passion. When you talk to small business owners, they're not in it just for the sake of making a buck. Obviously, yes, you got to earn a profit. And that's a really important part. But there's something deeper behind it. It's a platform. I think we've heard that a couple of different times in our podcast clips that we've shown. That business is a platform to achieve something bigger. It's not their identity as a person. It's a platform to achieve, again, that whole concept of lordship over hoardship. Couldn't agree more. I love it.
And number 3, I find interesting. And this is what's called the law of miraculous multiplication. The economics of stewardship is governed by the mathematics of the supernatural. And that goes to the heart of Quaker Oats, right?
I see where you're going. Yep.
It's a matter of faith. To those who have, much will be given. And I think all of us need to reevaluate. And believe me, I don't live to these standards. I'm not going to proclaim that I am in any way, shape, or form adhering to all of this. But to those who do, and the most devout man I ever know, Chuck Strobeck, literally lived by that idea of miraculous multiplication. He gave away everything, literally. it just kept coming back to him faster than he could give it away.
It's so funny too, as we get onto that whole topic. I think another important component too to discuss there is fulfillment. Even too, because you even mentioned it a couple of times here during our live stream here. There are a lot of people who have had wild success, but they've been very empty. And I think, again, that's one of the traps that many people fall into. It's about so much more than that. So much more than that.
It is, because you cannot set money as your God.
No, it kills you. It rips you apart. The analogy you used earlier is a great trap.
Right. Number 4, the law of guaranteed return. As you give, so shall it be given to you. It ties into miraculous multiplication and simply says the more generous you are, the more generous the Lord can be with you.
And again, I think you have to prepare yourself and allow yourself to be that vessel, to be that tool to where you can freely give. Again, it goes back to the whole mindset. When the mindset's off, the results are going to be off. When the mindset's right, go ahead.
I have been in the position of that small business person 100 times where they're going, I can't make payroll. How am I supposed to tithe? And I think back to Chuck Strobeck, who said to me once, Chuck was worth literally tens of millions when he died. But during his life, he gave away everything. And I said, Chuck, you never had a savings account? He said, no. We spent what we needed out of my paycheck and I gave it away. And I said, well, how did you make payroll the next month? He's like, we prayed a lot.
What's the old saying you hear from small business owners so frequently? Work like it's up to you, pray like it's up to God.
Right. Well, what was it, Ben Franklin, that said there's two things in life? First of all, save like you're going to live forever, pray like you're going to die tomorrow.
Truth.
Number 6, the law of faithful dependability. Trustworthiness is the mark of the steward. And this goes to integrity. You let your word be your bond. You don't ever misrepresent your circumstance. Jim Aremka was telling stories about how in the merchant processing world, people paid $4,000 for $200 equipment. It absolutely is wrong. It's manipulative life, and it will not lead to happiness, contentment, godliness, or anything else.
No, it robs you of that fulfillment. It's all a trap. You don't get sucked into it.
Yep. So number 7, the law of paradoxical participation. The richest generosity often comes out of the deepest poverty. I think back to the story in Scripture about the woman who gave all that she had.
Exactly what came to my mind.
Widow's mite, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that the Lord's looking for how much money you can give. Obviously, He's the Lord. He doesn't need it. But it is the idea of, are you willing to give of yourself? Are you willing to give of your heart and your mind and your soul? And when you give those things, it will be given back to you and He'll bless you on this earth. But it may not be with money.
I was going to say, yep.
What was it Solomon asked for when he was given the wish, so to speak? It wasn't money, it was wisdom.
And I think,
May
again,
we
that
all wish for wisdom.
And I think it also ties into that whole concept of stewardship. It's not ours to begin with. It belongs to God already. We're just managing what He's given us. So how are we going? Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to get through these in a short time. But number 8, the law of supernatural supply. God enables the giver to give beyond the ability to give. And that goes to faith. I go back to Chuck Strobeck when he said, we pray. God doesn't care how much you have in your bank account. He can replenish it whenever and however He wants. It's our willingness to give it when we see no tomorrow and go, that's all I got. That's what He wants, because you're giving of yourself. It's not the money. It's of yourself. Number 9, the law of eager willingness. Wise stewards joyfully choose to eagerly support God's work and do God's will. In our society today, John, as you know, we don't have eager faith. We don't have people who are eager to serve God. I'm watching a show on Netflix right now called The Last Kingdom. It's a fairly true representation about how England started as a kingdom. And it talks about the first English king. Arnold, Arthur, something. It wasn't Arthur, but I forget his name. It might be Arnold the Great or whatever. Alfred the Great. Alfred was a deeply faithful man to the point of risking everything because he was an eager servant of God, and everything he did was for God. And that's how he built England, because he wanted to Christianize England. Number 10, the law of reciprocal supply. Through meeting other needs, we meet our own. I have a daughter who went through a difficult time. She suffered a depressive type thing. And I said to her one time, I said, Emily, when you feel depressed, go out and do something nice for somebody. It was remarkable how quickly it got rid of it.
It's another one of those truths.
When we feel sorry for ourselves and we feel like, oh my gosh, I have it so bad, and we forget others, no wonder we have an upset society. The law of constructive contribution. The house of God is to be built by the people of God, given according to the will of God, meaning that it's all not just owned by him, but it's for his sake. We don't do these things for our own sake. And again, I'm not suggesting I'm pious in any way, shape, or form. When the judgment day comes, I will be outside of grace and forgiveness. I would be number one on the list. But we are to build our companies for his sake, not our own. And that's where, yes, shareholders matter. We have a fiduciary duty to those shareholders. But what profit them if we give our souls in the interest of serving them? So we don't do that.
Exactly.
Number 12, the law of purposeful blessing. We are made rich in every way so that we can be generous on every occasion. I would make the suggestion to you that purposeful blessing simply means to understand that that which is good in our life, I believe scripture says all good things come from God. What's happened? What is that beep? Is that me or you?
Let me check. It's got to be you because it's not me.
Might be something on my computer. I don't know.
Email or social media, yeah.
Nah, I don't know what it is. But anyhow, the point being there, I think we need to understand that everything in our life that's good comes from God. And that goodness could just be waking up in the morning. If we don't be grateful and thankful for the little things in life, how can we possibly be thankful for the big things?
Mm-hmm.
The law of consistent collection, consistent giving facilitates consistent ministry. And let's not forget, as stewards over the businesses which belong to the Lord, our purpose is to minister his will. Again, I should practice what I preach more than I do.
Again, I think real quick though, that's the whole point of Christianity, isn't it? Isn't it? That's that whole point of grace. It's forgiveness. That's what it's all about.
It is forgiveness, but that doesn't mean that we don't have to do the right thing, right?
Oh no, it's not a get out of jail free card in the sense go do whatever you want.
It's not the right to go out and sin. It is just simply forgiveness when we do fail as human beings, which we do.
Exactly.
Number 15, the law of personal initiative. Desire precedes duty in the grace of giving. In other words, we have to start off with desire to serve, right? It won't just come out. We have to have the desire. The Lord will give it to us, but ultimately we have to make a choice. We want to serve. And that's, again, as number 15, that's halfway through the list, but it highlights the fact that we are accountable for our service. Number 16, the law of excellence in giving is part of a matched set of virtues. Thematically through this, it's giving, right? We are to give of ourselves. We are to give of faith. We are to give in spirit. And these laws of stewardship are just ways that we need to identify to say, I am but a steward over this business. It's not mine. Yeah, I built it with God's grace, but it's not just mine for my doing. It's his, and I will do with it what is in his will. 17, the law of mindful management. The stewardship of resources must be right in the sight of God and man. And how often could we look at businesses whose resources aren't used for good, but they're used for evil. And I think we see that more and more in life today than we ever had in our history. Although the history of the human race is we do evil, but
Truth.
I think it's important. 18, the law of contagious readiness. Enthusiastic stewardship spreads like a joyful contagion. We're taught in Scripture to be joyful. And this simply relates to the fact that we as business owners, yes, we are under enormous stress. But that stress only supersedes our faith. And if we look at it faithfully and we understand the purpose of what we're doing, the stress goes away. I could argue that's why I don't have gray hair. But, that's another joke for another day. 19, the law of graceful abundance. Abundant grace brings abundant blessing and spurs abundant ministry. In other words, it feeds on itself. Once we start being faithful in life, more will come and ministry will come, and that feeds back to grace. 20, the law of secret spirituality. Graceful giving is a private demonstration, not a public display.
That one rings on a deep level, doesn't it?
To everyone. How many of us really don't want anybody else to know what we give? Even in the past, I've given anonymously, but I have a strong suspicion the people who knew who Anonymous was. It's hard to give privately and not let our own ego get in the way there. In our world, we want people to know we have. Therefore, look how much I can give. Well, God doesn't care. The widow's mite meant more than all the wealth I could ever give. The law of sacrificial example. The most significant gifts are often given by the most insignificant givers. Again, going back, it's not a matter of quantity or anything else. It's how much of yourself have you given.
Exactly.
Number 22, the law of over-the-top offerings. Blessed believers give above and beyond. And that's not money. That's in everything.
I was just going to say that extends into insights and guidance and time and mentorship. That can be a variety of things.
Absolutely. We always give more than we're expected to because we're stewards over God's resources, and his resources can always give more. The law of unified commitment. Oneness of heart and oneness of mind brings greatness of power and witness. We've talked often, John, about how the mind allows us to think about the content we provide, but the heart makes people understand the why behind it. Oneness of mind and soul and heart is everything we should strive for to gain power and witness and wisdom. This one I like. The law of risky management, number 24. Trying to trick God will always trip you up. You cannot have a lack of integrity and expect to get away with it forever. What goes around comes around. The Lord is omniscient and omnipresent, and everything we think, do, or say is understood by him. So let's not think for a moment that we can lay one on God. In fact, what's the scriptural story about the person who didn't give what he was supposed to give because he thought he'd get away with it? He was struck dead. Number 26, the law of unconditional contentment. The steward's contentment is not dependent on the steward's circumstances. Again, how often are we in a discontent circumstance because our business isn't doing what we need it to do? Our contentment should be in God.
Exactly.
You talked earlier about how business isn't your identity. Well, our contentment shouldn't be in that which is not our identity, and our identity should be in God.
Amen.
The law of pastoral provision, number 27. God's people must take care of God's servants. Again, I think, if you go back in the old days when people had servants, they were responsible for those servants. It wasn't an abusive relationship. The servants were there to serve, but the stewards were there, and the princes and the people were there to take care of them.
Again, it was supposed to be viewed in the context of stewardship. It wasn't that the individual owned the other individual. They were managing them for a higher purpose.
Correct. You were stewards over them. Number 28, the law of godly contentment. Wise stewards know that the buck really does stop here. It's not Harry Truman's the buck stop here. It's the buck stops up there.
True.
And that's a comforting thing because we know that he is all powerful and in control. Number 29, the law of future focused giving. Wise stewards invest for the longest possible term. Again, it flies in the face of what's become in the American economy, which is quarterly capitalism. We need to make investments in our businesses and in our lives for the long term and understand the long-term ramifications of what we're doing. Yes, quarterly earnings matter, investor satisfaction matters. We're responsible to them.
Yeah.
But we have to be planning for the long term. And we know that in the long run, heaven is our reward. And we need to be planning for transition plans, for example, and turnover plans to other people to keep this thing going.
Mm-hmm.
I go back to the King of England, Alfred. He was very concerned when he died, his efforts would come to an end. He had a son, Edward, who took over after him, and his job was to keep his father's business going. I think you and I have talked about the council and what it stands for and where we're going. This is not ours to end when we choose. It's the Lord's to end when he chooses. And it's our need to build in him a long-term plan of turnover if that's appropriate. The law of absolute harvest. Sow sparingly, reap sparingly, sow bountifully, and reap bountifully. In other words, the harder you work, the better off you are, right?
Not rocket science.
No, that's a fact, but that's why the Lord rewards hard work. He doesn't shy away from it. We're supposed to work hard. That's really good stuff. The law of single-minded service. No one can serve two masters. And that is an absolute truth.
So true.
On every possible level, it's true. You have to have one master, and that master cannot and should not be money. Number 32, the law of channeled resources. Stewards are the channels of an endless supply from an eternal resource. So again, it goes back to the fact that our faith should drive all that we have. We know that we have an endless and eternal supply of everything behind us. And it's in faith that we go forward to the stewardship of his good. And then finally, number 33, the law of heartful compliance. The provision of need comes through the prompting of the heart. We should be generous with what we have. So again, this is something I've had on my shelf, and I look at it daily. I think it relates, John, to all of the businesses that you come in contact with that are members of the council.
Wholeheartedly agree. Where do you find that, if you don't mind my asking?
I have no idea. I've had it for as long as I can remember. I don't know where I got it. I think you probably find it online. If you Google the 33 laws of stewardship. Sorry, when I get all the way up, my back is like, ugh.
Careful.
Barely walk here.
Hang in there. We only have 9 more hours.
Oh, I'm hanging in there.
I'm messing with it. But thank you for taking the time to read those. I think it's.
I'm hanging in there.
Motrin's in the pantry.
Anyway,
thank you for reading those. I think it's all very applicable again, and I think it really speaks to making sure that you as a small business owner have the right mind, have the right heart, have the right foundation, because committing to a small business, it isn't a small undertaking. Even though it's classified as a small business, doesn't mean small effort.
Not at all. That's a revenue measure, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that becomes a very relative measure too.
I remember, and I meant it very sincerely once when I was asked why CIA survived in its early days. And somebody said, you must have worked real hard. And I said, no, it was Nancy Forsyth's prayers. And I meant it. It was the power of prayer that kept that business alive. I believe in prayer. I believe that all of our businesses need it. I believe that your work, John, mentoring and coaching what could turn out to be, and I hope will be, thousands of members, will always be guided by a servant's heart, that you're a steward over those members, that you'll never become arrogant. and never become a believer in yourself, even though you may have, 10,000 people following you or 100,000 people or 1 million. Know that you are from God and that your stewardship over them is what's called for.
Exactly. And I think that's something we did at a very early stage. We dedicated this to God, the event, the mission, the vision of the council, taking that stewardship approach. This isn't ours per se. It's ours to manage. It's not ours to own. And when we're both called home one day, we're going to have to give an accountance, for what we've done and with what we've done with the tools and the resources and the blessings that we've been given. My hope is that when I am called home, I'm going to get told, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Not you foolish one. What were you doing? And be like, ah.
But John, you think about it, and this is kind of a personal talk to have in a public vehicle like this, but I'm going to talk personally to you. I believe that the McGraw Council will become very successful. I believe that it will have upwards at some point. It may take a few years, but I believe it will get to 1 million members or 2 million. And I believe largely those members are going to be there because of you. They're going to like your content. They're going to like your passion. They're going to like your direction. They're going to believe in what you're trying to do, especially when you begin to advocate publicly. So I think you run the risk of looking to yourself at some point. And I hope that you'll remember those laws of stewardship in the back of your mind and realize that yes, it was you through God who built those 2 or 3 million members. And yes, they follow you because you're spirit, but they're following God through you.
To your point about being a steward, it's very much a tool of God's. He refines us. He gives us the resources, the tools that we need to succeed. But at the end of the day, we are tools, his tools doing his work. And we have an obligation to ensure that we maximize the blessings and the gifts that he gives us. But I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think it's going to be imperative. I think it's imperative for any small business owner. It's good to have a sense of confidence. And there's such a thing as a healthy pride and an unhealthy pride. Healthy pride might be one you can relate more to than I can. You might be proud of a son, proud of a brother, something like that. And then there's the arrogant ego, proud of yourself type thing where it's a little bit of, okay, now you're crossing a little bit of a line. Keeping that all in check.
You know it when you see it.
Exactly. Because you can spot it a mile away.
But I believe, John, as you grow, your leadership and your stewardship over the council will be valuable to all of the businesses that you connect with. And I do hope that many people in his name will go to www.themcgrawcouncil.com and sign up for that platinum membership, because it gives them someone to follow in small business who has their best interest at heart. And I do believe they're following you.
And it's a very much of a collaborative, everyone coming together type of, more of a movement almost, if you know what I mean. Everyone coming together under one roof, under one platform, so that you would have 30 million different voices being able to unite and move in one direction in voluntary symmetry.
But at some point, it has to have a head. And you have been appointed that head.
And I appreciate the trust that you placed in me to do that.
You will educate and you will build this community. I know you'll do it under God.
It's an honor and a blessing. It's something I'm very thankful to be a part of. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's kind of hard to describe the emotions that I get to experience in working with these people, these small business owners, seeing what they see, getting into their businesses with them. It's an amazing experience. Just being able to be a part of their journey, achieving their vision, using their God-given talents and abilities. We're helping them refine it, having a role, and then taking the next steps in their business life cycle. It's very rewarding. I feel like it's a way that I can give back. I feel the Lord's given me an ability to help and to serve, a heart to help and to serve others. And I think this is just the perfect platform to do that. I grew up in a small business environment. I watched small business. I know small business. I studied business.
And John, you have natural leadership, and I believe these people will follow you.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, folks, if you're watching, this is the 12th hour coming on?
Oh, no. We're at 14 and a half. We're coming on hour number 15 in about 17 minutes and some seconds.
We're down to 9 hours to go over a 24-hour marathon. It's going to start getting more fun, though, because as we get toward midnight, it's been a long couple of days. I didn't sleep much last night, so this is going on maybe 30 hours for me already.
So yeah, I don't think either of us got much sleep. I woke up at 4 and 5, and I'm like, you know what the heck with it? I'm just gonna get up.
You don't need no sleep.
Exactly. You know, we'll have plenty of time to sleep when we're dead, right?
All right, and over the next segment, I do want to bring up Sophia if I can get that video.
Oh, yeah.
Because I want to talk once again about digitization, virtualization, and AI.
I was going to say, when you have a chance at the next video, shoot it my way, please, because it's a perfect segue. Because, let me see here. You know what? I am going to move our discussion around a little bit. At 11 o'clock, let's talk about digitalization, because I think that'll play right into AI. They're very, very similar in those respects. And I think that's something that we would have a fantastic discussion on. So I'm going to take our little schedule here, and I'm going to move this around. We're going to put digitalization.
I'm sending you something that literally is 2 days old.
Perfect.
So this is brand new. Even better. I'm emailing it to you. Now, this one, by the way, if you're kind of half watching us and you're thinking, do I stay on for another hour? You'll want to stay on for this. This stuff is fascinating.
And we're going to play clips of seminars that we've seen as well, recorded in the past from people like Chad Tonko out in California, Scott Airtown Virtual Ethics, Al Gleason. Just got your text. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that link. I'm going to send it to my inbox. I'm getting a little slow here. I'm going to have to wake up. Send it to my inbox. I'll have it ready to share just like we did the last time around. And I'm going to have this set to rock and roll. Give me just 1 minute here. Pull it up. Where's the email address?
I'm going to play that real quick. I hope that's the right video.
I'll tell you what. I will tell you in just a moment. Because I will go ahead and get it pulled up for us. You want to play it before our break, or you want to play it after?
Play it after the break.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So I think now's actually a good time to have that call to action again. I want to thank y'all for listening in, for standing with us as we stand for small businesses. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, McGraw Capital Partners at McGrawCapitalPartners.com, GetSproutFunding.com, Axiva.com, JobPerformance.com, and MerchantMastersDFW.com. Y'all have contributed in various and numerous ways to the vision, the shared vision that we have of educating, uniting, and advocating for that small business community. Thank you for believing in the American dream, for believing in the small business community. And if you as an individual or business are watching and want to join the council or support the council's vision, you can do so in one of three very easy ways. First one, simply share the live stream to your Facebook page. Second way, tag a small business that you know and love. Tell them that you love them, thank them, tell them that we have their back, just like they've had our back in the past. And then lastly, join as a platinum member. If we hit 1,500 platinum members, we're not only are we going to be able to provide all of the donated resources that we've accumulated, but we're also going to be able to sustain a small business grant program that will allow us to truly fulfill the vision that we have of being that Red Cross for small businesses. We're having a great time tonight. We've been rocking on strong for 14 hours, 46 minutes and some seconds. We got another 9 hours, 13 minutes and a few seconds left. I feel like we're just getting started, Steve. I'm having a total ball.
Well, I tell you, intellectually, I'm having a blast. Physically, I'm starting to go, I got 9 hours to go.
Yeah, this is where I got to give all those gym buddies a shout out. Thank you for all the leg workouts you made me do. I didn't feel like it.
Yeah, I got to give shout outs to the makers of coffee.
Touche.
You know, when they invented coffee or discovered coffee, they thought it was a gift from the gods. I obviously don't agree with that assessment, but I do think it was a gift from the God.
Definitely a gift. Definitely a gift. I will wholeheartedly agree with that last statement you made. Absolutely 100%. Let's see. Let's give a few more local small businesses some shout outs. What do you think?
Well, the big ones here I would always talk about are Rookies, which is a local pub. I've been there and I've put out some Facebook posts from there. This is a company that through the pandemic stood strong. They did the outside dining as required. In the last go around when the governor shut down stuff, they were one of many restaurants who just said, hey, if we do that, we're out of business. So they violated the governor's orders. They were one of many to do that. It was not an easy decision on behalf of the owners. I know them personally, but they did what they had to do in the interest of their employees and the business itself. So kudos to them for standing up. The same is true of Salerno's, a local Italian restaurant, happens to be one of my favorites. Great Italian food, wonderful service, wonderful family-owned place. But again, a similar circumstance where when the governor kept things shut down so long and without any belief in when it would come back, like so many, they said, we have to stay open. We're going to violate. We're going to do that. And the police, thankfully, locally said they refused to enforce the order. So nobody got in trouble for it. But it just shows that these small businesses really went through it. I mean, they had some heartfelt decisions that were not easy.
No, they went through the total ring. Again, you talk about how difficult it was for small businesses. I remember back when COVID first hit, it was kind of that 14 days to flatten the curve type thing. It kind of started lingering into 4 weeks. A lot of people in our local community really pitched in. They were like, big buy local campaign. Everyone go out, buy from a local restaurant or local store, post a picture of what you got. So I took a picture, and I'll take him here in a minute. Manny's Uptown Tex-Mex. They have a couple of different locations in DFW. They just opened one in Heath, literally right before the pandemic hit. So you talk about bad timing. It couldn't have been any worse. Really good place, cool food, great people. So I, got like a carry-out order there. Took a picture, posted on Facebook, Instagram, all that stuff. And someone sent me a message afterwards, said, "Hey, I just want to say thank you for doing that." One of his extended family members had ownership in the restaurant. So again, it's one of those, buying from a small local business, you're buying from your neighbor, and that's again where it becomes more than just a transaction. It's a purchase with a purpose. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly tag them, let them know that we're thinking about them, that we're supporting them. Just one of the many. You talk about all the restaurants up north. There are so
I heard
many
from the restaurants, but I will tell you, we talked earlier about some of these companies I know that were literally shut down because the governor said you're not a critical business.
Okay, I got to quick elaborate on that here in a minute. That gets me so ticked off.
It really, what do you say to that? I mean, you're not essential to whom? Your employee, your family?
What kind of concept is it that someone can arbitrarily come in and decide on a whim who's essential and who's not? That goes against everything that we stand for as a country, as a belief system. That is one of the most screwed up misconceptions that I've seen in a long time. And I get passionate about it now. You cannot tell me when you talk to these small business owners that almost lost their livelihoods, to those 100,000 plus that lost their livelihoods, look them in the eye and say that you're not essential. What the heck?
You know what it is, John? It's that idea that's been going on since time immemorial. Freedom, safety, which is more important.
And I'm going to put a caveat on that.
Our
Perceived safety. Perceived safety. Because I think that's a really important caveat.
It squashed the idea of freedom. And it just didn't. And so these people suffered enormously for it. And what really irritates me is when I hear people who, and I won't say it, they're typically left of center voters. When they say things like, oh, it'll all get better, it was, they're not the ones unemployed. They're not the ones who lost everything because of this.
And mind you, it's not that it was lost, it was taken away. Arbitrarily taken away. And that's a tough one to swallow.
When a government paid person says to me, oh, I know it's been tough for them, but they'll get better. No, it's not tough for you because we're paying your freight. And it's tough on them. They lost their livelihood.
And
it
again,
makes you a little bit angry.
And it makes you very angry, especially when you think about, this is the part that gets lost in this whole discussion. It's not that one person that lost a business. It's that family that lost their livelihood. It's that
their employees.
And their employees. I was just getting ready to mention that. And it goes all the way downhill. Many people don't think about the ripple effects that it has. And again, I know we mentioned it earlier. I want to bring it up again though.
Their suppliers, everybody.
It goes all the way down the list. Taxes, sales tax, permit fees, property taxes.
The Little League team.
Exactly. It goes all the way down the list. Being safe and running a business are not mutually exclusive arrangements. You can be safe and operate your business. They do go together. Many businesses have voluntarily taken steps to ensure their businesses are safe. Russ is actually a prime example of that. I'm hoping that he might be able to join us in the morning, early hours of the morning. but he's taken extra voluntary measures to ensure that his business, his employees, his customers are all 100% safe without skipping a beat, without having to shut his business down, without having a government step in and say, I am arbitrarily determining your business as non-essential and then therefore shutting you down. That goes against everything. A frightening precedent. And again, speaking strictly in terms of economics and the pragmatic impact of that, it was the wrong decision. It's as simple as that. It was the wrong decision. And we can show that through different means. Over 100,000 small businesses closing their doors permanently. The massive implications of mental health. I mean, we kind of touched on it earlier. The mental health statistics have gone through the roof in all the bad ways. I think the latest one is, according to the CDC, 1 out of every 2 Americans experienced a significant negative mental health condition, which is severe strong disorder or severe strong depression, severe or crippling anxiety, and suicidal thoughts, basically. And it's like,
I've been around almost 60 years. I've never seen America as angry as it is. I've never seen it as on edge as it is. I've never seen it as anxious as it is.
mm-hmm.
And, you know, we had that comment earlier. Somebody said, go try sneezing in public. You're a pariah. We have scared people to go. You know, there was a story recently of a child who turned his dad in for a protest. So we're setting children against parents, brother against brother, family against family. I haven't seen this in this country in my life.
And that's a really funny one, because it's always, I think it's easy for people in my generation. I'll throw myself in there. It's easy for me to kind of fall into that that idea that, you know, it's really bad now. It's the worst it's ever been, so on and so forth. But there are a few things that make this situation particularly unique.
We've never had social media before.
Nope.
And that creates a discontinuity to culture that we've never seen. It's as simple as this, and we're coming up to the 11 hour, but we have time. So when I grew up, there was basically one playlist on the radio for every teenager in my age group, coast to coast.
Mm-hmm.
It was the top 40, and it was the same top 40 in Maine to California. Point being, continuity of culture. We had 3 television stations. Everybody in the country watched the same 3 television stations. Continuity of culture. The news. Everybody in the country watched ABC, NBC, or CBS News. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Newspapers. Virtually every city had 2 newspapers. A morning paper that was a little more progressive, an evening paper a little more conservative. That was the way the cities were. Continuity again. What you have now is complete discontinuity. We have 800 television channels, 10,000 music channels, no news. There's no such thing as news. It's all infotainment. There's actually a word for it now that I've forgotten. It's info news or something. But anyway, the point being, all the news channels simply play to their own base. They don't give real news. And I saw a statistic on that. In fact, yeah, we got 3 minutes. I'll give you an example how bad it's gotten. Do you know the name Frank Luntz?
Oh, yeah.
Frank Luntz is a pollster. He's been a pollster for many, many years. He has been involved in political campaigns. He's highly respected as a pollster.
Mm-hmm.
On public television last Sunday, Frank Luntz quit. And he quit because he said, I can't function. The society is too angry, too dysfunctional, and too split. He said, take a look at it. CNN, 90% of the people voted for Biden. MSNBC, 95% of the people voted for Biden. Fox, 90% of the people voted for Trump. We have 2 completely different views on the news. And there's no middle ground.
Well, and sadly, I mean, we've talked about it in the past. It's increasingly becoming less and less and less and less news rather than it is entertainment that brings a little bit of news.
That was his whole point. So what you're doing is you're going to the CNN voter, who you know is a liberal. And again, AI has been used to optimize the demographic. So their news is all geared toward that voter.
Yeah.
We're not going to give any positive Trump news. We know they want to vote for Biden. We're going to give all bad. Same is true on Fox. They know they don't want to support Biden, so they're going to give all the positive Trump news. It's a dysfunction that I don't know how you unwind. But Frank Luntz, who's been a pollster for a long time, just gave up a multi-million-dollar business and said, I quit. I can't do this anymore.
Strange times. And again, that's where I'm like, I don't think stuff like that was as common back in the day, was it?
Not at all. No, not at all.
There you
The
go.
three news channels were actually news. They presented the facts, and the American people decided what they ought to interpret them. But keep in mind, news was a half hour a day.
Yeah, it was a very different economy in
When it
terms of
became
news.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it became entertainment.
Mhm.
Otherwise, nobody would watch it.
They know the business model. Okay,
Well,
so
I don't know how you unwind any of this, and I don't know how it's going to affect our brethren in small business. I just know it's not comfortable.
it's not comfortable. We will get through to the other side. We will make it through. It's going to have its bumps along the way, but together as one community, as one people, we will make it through. And real quick, I want to quickly highlight, we've been going so long, it's time to reset our link again. So I'm going to go ahead and close this tab off, and then I'm going to open us up, and then I'll get the video uploaded and played. So
I'll click on the new link.
see y'all on the other side.